Naruto lifted his eyelids, his eyes peering as the rays of light hit his face like a dozen cameras hitting his face as he groaned from the morning feeling. Naruto felt Satsuki's body on top of his, their bodies entangled under the comfy blankets that covered their bodies in one large swoop. Her soft breaths making his body warmer like the sun. Naruto tried get up to start up his day, but Satsuki's pinned him down, her grip tightening as her eyes were shut closed in a tight manner. "Don't leave me," she murmured, her cheeks rubbing against his chest. Naruto grunted, a small smile entered her face, his body lowering down, and his back hitting down on the covers that they had dirted. Naruto reciprocated her tight hold with a tight hold of his own. He could feel Satsuki slightly smile in her sleep. Naruto looked at the ceiling, everything that had happened last night now crashed into his mind like a meteor crashing down on Earth. He had been engulfed by the bliss to the point where he was no longer sane. He had experienced something that was going to be memorable to him for the rest of his life. This was something that he knew would be something that they wouldn't do a lot due to their overwhelming amount of priorities that will soon happen. "You know, Satsuki," said Naruto, sliding Satsuki's slim body a bit upwards so her head would be on resting right beside his neck. "I don't usually say this to people, I'm a very conversing person." He knew Satsuki was listening to his words. "But thank you, Uchiha Satsuki, for showing what it means to feel, how to truly be alive." Naruto could feel Satsuki's smile against his scarred skin. His face held a stoic gaze that was pointing towards the ceiling. "I've never told you this, but my grandfather had taken me to a place riddled with dead bodies. I could sense their scent, it reeked in unsatisfied hatred." He was unmoving, like a dead body that had once lived. A/N, think back to chapter 3, the beginning of it. "It took me a while, but I realized that the reason for those dead bodies being there was because of my grandfather, he killed them to further my understanding about human emotions." Unknowingly, Naruto tightened his grip on Satsuki's body. 7. "I thank you, Satsuki. While I am merely a shell of a man, you have my gratitude for showing me what it feels like to be human." Naruto closed his eyes, feeling Satsuki's mouth turn into a slight pout. 3. A few days had went by quickly, and Hinata had been found by a lady that operated an orphanage in an unnamed village. 7. "Thank you for everything." Hinata bowed, her left eye slightly stinging. She frowned, displeased with losing an eye. Sitting down, Hinata felt the heat from the tea in front of her. "It's fine, Hinata-san. You've been a great help here." The lady smiled, her eyes twinkling with a pleasant look on her face. Hinata plastered a smile that did not reach her right eye. "I insist. You found me while I was bleeding to death." The lady kept on smiling, not showing a hint of sadness from her face. Hinata, with her one eyes, saw that there was no regret on her face. "Unmi-san. Why did you save me?" Hinata asked, not bothering the formalities anymore. Unmi-I's smile dropped slightly as she looked at the Hyuga with an inquisitive eye. She had dark, almost murky, yellow hair that reached down to her waist. Unmi-I had bang that covered her forehead entirely. Hinata saw the oldness of her face, but the beauty that it held was noticeable. 147. "It's because you were in need of help. What kind of human would I be if I didn't help someone that was floating between life and death?" Hinata took this as an adequate answer, taking a small sip of tea. Unmi-I had found her in a nearby river. Her blood had tainted the water that the orphanage usually drank from. "I see that you are a Hyuga of Konoha. Who did this to you?" "Your eye had been impaled very badly." Hinata lowered her head, a frown appearing on her face. "It was from a person named Uchiha Naruto, the person that has been on the headline lately." Hinata lifted her head, taken aback as she saw Unmi-I visibly flinch by the name drop. 12. "Is something wrong?" Hinata asked, her face filled with a puzzled look. Unmi-I shook her head, a slight frown on her face as she did it. "No, everything is fine." I was just fearing what would happen if that Naruto boy came to this orphanage and killed the kids I'm protecting. Hinata held some doubt, finding it hard for her to believe the words that stowed out of her mouth. Very well then, Hinata muttered silently, puzzled by Unmi's attitude. It was odd for Hinata, she was on a terrible edge as she sat there. She noticed the strange aura that Unmi emitted once she spoke of Naruto. How much hatred does she bear? Or is it fear? Hinata thought, her body squirming in uncertainty. Something did not sit right with her, but she had no choice but to shake it off her body. Well, you're welcome to stay until you're fully healed. Hinata nodded, smiling as she took another sip of the tea being handed to her. Unmi got up, turning to leave. Oh, and please have this, your missing eye is an eyesore. Kindly, Unmi placed an eye patch that was rather large in width. Hinata nodded, quietly sipping on her tea. Unmi slid the door open, letting the wind rush into the room that she inhabited in. Hinata felt her body shiver in the cold wind. Peering with her one eye, Hinata saw the vast world beyond the room that she stayed in. Clutching air, Hinata gritted her teeth, anger surging through her body. She was angry at her own circumstances that she stood on. She hesitated to fight Naruto, and it bit her in the back. Her eyes burning at the loss that she took, she thought of a single thing. Must change. Hinata drank the last of her tea before settling it down and continuing to sit on the floor, thoughts racing all throughout. What the heck do you mean by that? Tsunade angrily slammed the table, her eyes burning with a fiery passion. The room went silent. Why did you fight? If faced with an unbeatable battle, run away. Tsunade walked from one end of the room to the other, her ears fuming with anger. You suffered defeat from Satsuki, and you foolishly engaged in a battle with an unbeatable opponent. Now, not only is Kakashi in a critical state, but Hinata is missing. They wanted to object, to show her the contradiction in her statements. Tsunade, and the other Kage, too, foolishly engaged in a life-or-death battle with Naruto at the 5-Kage summit. But they held it in, knowing that they learned their lesson when wanting to engage in battle with Naruto. That was the difference between them, the difference between a Kage and their shinobi. Time after time, they believed they had a chance to fight Naruto, only refusing to see the reality. Maybe it was the difference in strength and ability, or the difference in experience. 1. But the Kage quickly accepted that they couldn't defeat Naruto the way they were now. And they shrugged it off, knowing that they had to train to reach the level of strength that Naruto held. Although that level of strength is virtually impossible for them. Tsunade soon calmed down, sitting down on her chair before taking a very deep sigh of frustration that illuminated the room. Kurane. The person in subjection tensed up, noticing the rather serious tone that Tsunade held while saying her name. I want you to get as much people as possible to search of Hyuga Hinata. I'll take over from here. Kurane wanted to protest but was silenced by Tsunade's pressure. You will not take part. They stiffened at the venomous tone. Your sense of justice is admirable, but it's dangerous to people's lives. You yearn for vengeance and to kill Naruto, but that in of itself is suicide. Tsunade pointed towards the window. The people I'm about to send are people who hold no such attachments to vengeance, their safety and Hinata are their #1 priority. Such things like killing Naruto is not something they'll be attempting. With a sharp gaze, Tsunade entangled her fingers, the aura of seriousness all around her body. Do you have my orders clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. Thud. Freak. Satsuki yelled, crashing on the wood floor as she tried to walk. Her body was wrapped in a towel as she moved to take a shower. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his head peering from the doorway. You know it's probably bad to be sitting on the floor, it's kind of cold. Naruto saw Satsuki's legs slightly tremble. It's your fault that I can barely move. Why do you think I insisted on staying in bed for so long? Naruto raised an eyebrow. 17. Because you were tired. He was amused by Satsuki's circumstances. TCH. My butt was aching in pain because of your undying stamina. Naruto hummed, seeing as she was indeed true to a high extent. 2. You said I should do it fast, that's what I did. Satsuki just groaned in response, limping to the bathroom to wash everything from her body. Once done, Satsuki went back to the bedroom so she could get the clothes she needed. 1. So what's next on the agenda? Asked Satsuki, stretching as she put her clothes on. They had already taken a shower to cleanse themselves from their late-night activities. Naruto yawned. Things will be calm again. Things like fighting Konoha and other villages won't be a thing until the war starts. Satsuki nodded, taking this as advice to do necessary activities. So how about training me again? We do have lots of time, I want to get stronger. Naruto shrugged, putting on his teal cloak that fluttered from his back. What about your team? Have I was it? 1. They'll find me because they'll turn to you for help so they can find me, and because I am their leader after all. Naruto nodded, seeing the sun die down just a tiny bit. I guess so. Training you isn't so bad, but it'll probably involve me trying to hone your Mangekyou abilities. Satsuki let out a small smirk, finding the idea of honing her Jiken to be more than enticing. 1. You know, if you train me, then I'll be without a doubt be a future challenge for you. If Naruto was a normal person, he'd laugh. 1. But he didn't. 1. Is that so? My potential far surpasses yours, so I'll probably be a few times stronger in a month, you'll never catch up. Satsuki lightly growled in annoyance. 1. Oh, you and your annoying arrogance. I think that's part of my charm. The same charm that stopped you from exacting foolish revenge. She pouted, leaning against a wall as she brushed her hair. Don't mistake my forgiveness as me giving up on revenge. Once I'm strong enough, I'll destroy them with my unholy power. She saw Naruto's unimpressed look on her face. 1. Naruto stood up, his body towering over Satsuki's stature. I'll keep that in my head. I won't stop you once you're strong enough to take them all on your own. This is though I can without a doubt stop you from doing so, I won't it. I do believe in free will. Satsuki raised an eyebrow. Don't you plan on ruling the world with an iron fist? Naruto gave her a soft smile, one with no real impurities behind it all. 11. It's different. Explaining it is something I will not bother to do. You'll understand it sooner or later. Naruto moved to the table nearby, unsealing his precious book that he withheld a lot of information about. 13. Satsuki saw the seal's trail, no longer being binded. She was curious with what was within the book, but she knew Naruto held a lot of trust in her to not do such a thing. It took just a tiny bit, but Naruto was finished with what he was writing on the book, letting it sit there as he stood up from the chair and made his way to door. Aren't you going to get it? No, it's safe just right there. I'm not so careless to just let a book there sit without a protection. Anyone without authorization from me will suffer a fate that will make them regret their decision in the afterlife. Satsuki gulped, seeing that he put something that would kill them in the book. 2. As they left the room, Satsuki shot a glance at the book. Unlike last time, the book wasn't bathed in the sunlight that blocked her from seeing the full title. Hungrily, she took a quick look at the title. To myself, 12 years from now, after grace is fulfilled. 5. Satsuki wondered if it was a diary of what he had done or something of that sorts. If she was truthful, she understood Naruto more than any other, but she still hasn't uncovered the full secrets of Naruto. 1. It amazed her how Naruto could have such a thick wall surround him without letting it off whatsoever. It was only after they had sex was when Naruto told her a bit about his life before Konoha. Naruto looked back, noticing that Satsuki was processing the title of the book. What do you want for breakfast? I think I have ramen, and more ramen. Satsuki was shook out of her thought, releasing a soft sigh that ended with a small smirk. No wonder you're so scrawny, you only eat ramen. It's enough for me to survive. Plus, I only eat it a few times a week. I don't eat much since I'm always moving around. Satsuki was rather jealous. Naruto was way too tall for someone who ate only one thing on some days, and didn't eat on the other days. Satsuki sighed, following Naruto from behind. 2. We'll be training after we eat breakfast, right? Satsuki asked, gaining a nod from Naruto that was quite soft and silent. Yes, of course. I could use a practice dummy. Naga walked through a pile of dead bodies. His face convulsed under his mask, the disgusting stench reaching his nose. His serpentine mask covered his face brilliantly, and his brown hair fluttering from behind. He continued walking through the piles of rotting dead bodies without a care in the world. Naga did this until he came across, oh behold, a cavern. I've finally found you. Naga, without a shadow of fear, walked towards the center of the cavern and caught sight of a person kneeling down, a red cloak draping over their shoulders. A snake rattled from behind the person's body. You've caught me, but I don't think your purpose for you to be here is to fight me, is it? With a slithery smirk, the man faced Naga, his scaly skin facing towards the masked man. 1. You've grown the last time I saw you. He stood, a scroll right behind him as the snake creature hidden under his robes rattled. A dehydrated grin appeared on his face. You were nothing but a tiny spy subordinate under my care. Oh, how times have changed. You've grown powerful, although your loyalty is rather filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Kabuto stood in front of Naga, their bodies and faces in front of each other. My fate was beyond even Orochimaru, that is all. It was not too long before I realized my true purpose, to hunt only the strongest. Kabuto could feel the etching grin under Naga's mask. Your dreams were always wishful like a child fantasy. It makes me wonder why Orochimaru assigned you such a task to begin with. You failed it rather misery. Naga snorted, unamused by Kabuto's witty snark. I sense jealousy. I'm a wielder of the famed wood release, and you are someone who can't match my strength. But enough with the formalities, my reason for being here is quite obscure. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, knowing that the reason for Naga to be here would one with a one-sided benefit. I want you to revive the past 4 Hokage of Konoha. 13. Kabuto widened his eyes before it returned back to normal and bursted out laughing like a child being told a funny joke. And what makes you think I can do that? You've always been such an amusing kid, Naga. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what was so funny. You were always the closest person to Orochimaru, and it only makes sense that you were told of his many secrets. Kabuto abruptly stopped laughing. You overestimate my pool of knowledge. I have no knowledge of doing such a feat. I can revive using the reanimation jutsu, but I have no knowledge of reviving people who have been sealed by the Reaper Death Seal. Kabuto smirked devilishly. Does that mean? His voice trailed, stopping dead in its tracks. Yes, if you want these answers, then you'll have to seek out Orochimaru. You do know the steps for him to be revived again, don't you? Naga grunted, his eyes burning with a quiet fury behind his eyes. The evil releasing method. Kabuto began to laugh once, his laugh reaching every inch of the cavern as Naga turned around to walk away. 3. How poetic it is. You're seeking help of the person that you've betrayed. Life's full of twisting surprises, isn't it? Kabuto laughed as the shadows of the cave shrouded Naga in the complete silence. As the world crumbles, you stride forward to chase the impossible. The rain poured continuously, the downpour of rain coating every part of Omegakure. There stood one man on the highest roof of the non-stop rain. A man who withstood the pain of the world. What brings you here, Madara? Pain asked, his head turning towards another man materializing before him. His head and body was drenched in the rain that held sad beauty. Obito wore his Akatsuki cloak, his black hair soaked in the drizzling droplets of water. There was a moment of silence as the two stood there in complete silence. Obito's arm started to maneuver, pointing towards Pain with his index finger. "Where is your real body?" he asked. Pain stood there with no fear, his face riddled in piercings that truly showed a man inflicting pain upon himself. "So, that's your game. Very well then." It didn't take long for the orange-haired man to realize what Obito was trying to do by just a mere look. Suddenly, 5 other people appeared beside him, their hair colors also dyed the color of the brightest orange and with piercings that showed a connection between them all. The 5 paths stayed silent, their lifeless eyes gazing at Obito. "I sensed your malice miles away. It brings me with disgust that such a person like you dares to betray the Akatsuki after all the accomplishments." Obito stared at Pain, his Sharingan glowing with a dangerous amount of malice afterthought. "Saddening indeed. But it's inevitable, our paths to peace also differ. And you must be taken out so my plan can flourish more fluidly." They took one step forward. "You and Naruto are more similar than I thought, maybe that's why I hate both your guts. You wish to assemble and obtain all the chakra of the Baijuyus so you can create an ultimate weapon of mass destruction to create so much pain and terror to the point people will go to peace for a limited amount of time. And you repeat the process." They took another step forward. "Screw the similarities, you two are practically the same. You two use pain, misery, and hate to your advantage like some meaningless toy. That's why I must take you out first." Multiple portals begun materializing around Obito. 5. "Your death will bring joy to my plans." And, as the rain of sorrow poured down to them in an endless volley, Obito's voice trailed off, dashing towards Pain in an urgency. "Plus, I too think your death will bring joy to my plans, to my world." With a dark shadow lurking from all of the orange-haired individuals, they jumped to action. The 6 paths of pain have begun their assault. Shinra Tensei. 6. An invisible force forced everything in its path away. Luckily, Obito had dematerialized all parts of his body so he could resist the force without being pushed back. Obito tried rushing towards the main body, but was blocked by a man with long hair that Obito knew was the human path. As long as his soul wasn't pulled out of his body, then the human path will not be much of a problem. 20 feet. Obito thought, weaving his arms, his hands conjuring numerous portals behind the human path. He raised his leg, his foot blocked by the hands of the human path. Their vision is connected, how dangerous. Obito could hear the sounds of sizzling blades from behind. Dematerializing, Obito let the blades pass through his body. Swords begun appearing from portals that he conjured. Obito shot the blades towards the Azura path, forcing them to retract the blade that had erupted from his back. Narrowing his eyes, Obito backed away, a large bird with the eyes of Samsara being driven towards him. The Deva path, the real pain, appeared on top of the bird, the wind rushing by as the rain intensified. He held out his arms, his hand crumpling. "Madara, you may be powerful, but you can't beat God." With little effort, Pain used Shinra Tensei to bring the walls that surrounded him closer to him. The rebel collided, combining into something much more, a destructive weapon. Kicking the ball of rebel towards Obito, Pain wasted no time to stride forward, his Akatsuki cloak fluttering from behind with incredible brilliance. There's already too many people thinking that they are God in this world, they need to be gone immediately. Obito wove through a set of seal, expelling a fireball out of his mouth. Just before it could make contact with the Deva path, the Preta path got in the way, intercepting the technique and absorbing the technique so it wouldn't cause the real pain harm. Obito saw 4 of the paths launch themselves and attach their feet on the walls of the wet that were coated in water. Leaping forward, the 4 paths of pain were violently rushing through the air. 2 large birds that were beyond the size of normal birds appeared, their bodies trailing the 4 paths at great speeds. With a fierce glare with one eye, Obito established numerous amounts of portals around him. Becoming intangible, the four paths of pain and the large birds phased through Obito's body. Materializing back, Obito shot out tiny white strings from the portals towards the paths. 1. The strings wrapped around them, locking them down with intensifying force. Die! Screaming, Obito conjured numerous portals, shooting out dozens of kunai toward the paths of pain. Unfortunately for Obito, the real pain, the one who wielded the Deva path, had intervened just in time before their heads could be pierced by the sharp kunai. Banshao Tenon. And, just like that, the kunai were pulled in an instant. The kunai never hit the paths of pain, only the invisible force pulling the kunai without any effort being put into it. Such a pain in the freaking butt, thought Obito, seeing the paths of pain break free from their containment. The thin wires crackled as 5 out of the 6 paths begun their advances once again. Your resistance is futile. Pain approached from behind, his hand flailing forward with intense amount of power pushing through the air. The punch phased through his head. 1. In a defensive style as the punch went past his head, Obito ducked down and swept Pain under his feet. Plummeting down, Obito went for a punch straight to his head, but was pushed away by one of the paths of pain. Missiles flew through the air, a blazing trail of smoke being left behind. That's funny, you seem to be the one resisting the most. Obito let the missiles phase through his body, leaving no scathe behind. Explosions occurred from afar, debris and rubble blasting all around the area. A few people may have been injured, and or even died in the long run during those few blasts. But to them, their lives were expendable. What truly was important to them was this fight that could change the world as they know it. The future was in either one of their hands. Rushing forward, Obito jumped up, his fists reeling back. I think it's amusing that you believe you can beat a god. Numerous portals materialized as quickly as possible due to Obito's influence. His eyes blazing with a red fury, Obito had initialized his plan. 2. The portals that manifested instantly were overlapping over each other, they were like layers of cake that brought interesting flavors. Obito pushed his fist into the portal, making his curled hand appear out of each portal, thrusting at insane speeds. It happened in the blink of an eye. Obito's fist had sent a shockwave once, releasing the increasing amount of power due to his portals thrusting out his fist at insane speeds. Luckily for Pain, his paths had intercepted the shockwave that pierced through the common air, absorbing the damage instead of letting the main Pain take the damage. Cursing under his breath, Obito landed on the concrete floorings, blocking a kick from Pain. A blade of razor blades swung through the air, passing through Obito's abdomen cleanly. A portal manifested from behind, a wire string entrapped with wind shooting forward. The animal path appeared, her whole forearm being cut off by the sharp wind that pierced through with ease. No blood dripped, only the forearm once there dropping on the concrete floor. 1. Knowing that all the eyes of Pain were linked, Obito manipulated his arms and hands, conjuring numerous portals to obstruct their vision. They tried moving, but with each movement, dozens of other portals had manifested. 1 done, and 5 more to go, declared Obito, smashing the animal path's head with ruthless force. The 4 paths started maneuvering, circling around Obito. 2. His heart beating rather quickly, Obito saw the Naruto path quickly leave the circle, opting to traverse towards their fallen comrade. Not liking this, Obito let himself be swirled into the void of his Kamui. 1. Materializing quickly, Obito took hold of the Naruto path before he could take the animal path away so he could resurrect her from the crippling state that she was in. The Deva path, the main Pain, started moving, rushing all around, his arm outstretching. His hand convulsing violently, Obito was pulled in with an invisible force. Before he could use his Kamui, a hand dug into his stomach, a squirming Pain unleashing from within. Falling to the ground, the Prita path maneuvered so he could absorb Obito's chakra. His hand crashed down, hitting nothing but the concrete floor. A web of cracks appeared, making it cave in. Obito appeared from above, his feet bursting with chakra. Just before he could make contact with the Preta path, Pain had pushed Obito away with a Shinra Tensei. Hovering over a gap, there were people all the way below. The animal path, now fully revived, appeared from above, diving with a large bird under her footing. A monotone look was on her face, passing through Obito's body once more. His hand equipped with a sharp kunai, Obito imbued it with wind chakra, the sharpness increasing dramatically. Twisting his body, Obito threw the blade with powerful force behind it. With the eye of a devil, Obito placed his foot on the side of a building, scaling on the side as missiles were sent towards him violently. He felt the wall he stood on break, crumbling as he found himself inside the apartment of a random person. Ah! A man shrieked with fear, his body leaning on the kitchen counter. Fear engraved in his eyes as the Preta path came crashing down from above. Landing on the floor, bodies were underneath him, and it was a gory sight. 1. The Preta path had his feet impaling numerous dead bodies, their organs and intestines flailing like kids playing with rough ropes. Blood stained the wooden floors as the sounds of intestines and organs mixed together as the Preta path moved forward. 1. The man leaning on the counter tried running away, but was used as a meat shield by Obito. The Preta path impaled the man's chest, his heart being gripped tightly as the man lost the life in his eyes. 1. Obito appeared from behind, his arm outstretching, his hand curled into a mighty fist and being empowered by the unwavering chakra. The head of the Preta path and the man were destroyed. The brain exploded and blood splattered on the wall. The remainings of the brain were separated, sliding off the wall with a slimy sound rubbing against the wall. Just before Obito could leave, the animal path came from the opening of the side, her large bird cutting through the concrete walls with ease. Using Kamui, Obito's body became intangible, preventing himself from being hurt from any normal means. Being normal once more, Obito left before the building collapsed. As he jumped out of the apartment complex, a wild amount of yelling tore through the air, their bodies being crushed by the weight of the ceiling. Obito glided across the air, the wind pushing past his hair, making it swing back and forth. Attaching himself on the side of another building, Obito found himself being trailed by the 4 other pains of pain. The path of the Preta will no longer be salvaged, his body will be hard to find. Like a dance, Obito pushed himself off of the air, avoiding a missile from behind. Landing on the ground, the real pain was already there, and had already prepared a Shinra Tensei in advance. But Obito had reacted far too quickly for him, using his Kamui in under a second before he could unleash it. Obito bore no mind to the flying bodies that tried hindering him. Blood covered his cloak, staining his orange cinnamon mask with the crimson color of blood. I need to take down the Naruto path, it can repair their bodies without any trouble. Obito walked slowly, sensing the other paths of pain appeared from above, standing on the piles of dead bodies that had their esophagus dangling from the side of their necks. And some had their liver pierced by sharp rubble. You seem to be keeping very well, Pain said, walking forward with an emotionless look on his face. But I'll unleash everything I have now. Dashing forward, the Deva path boosted his speed by using Shinra Tensei once again. How prudent of you. You overestimate your abilities to fight me, Obito shook his head, his one eye peeking from behind his mask. I'll everything as well. Obito rushed forward, an array of portals shielding him from all angles. 3. Wire strings sprouted from the portals. Obito let them wove around him, letting it entangle the area in the white strings that illuminated the place all around. Can you beat a loop of infinite strings? Numerous portals connected the strings, created a loop that made it seem as though the strings were limitless in length. The speed increased as the Deva path narrowed its distance quickly. The other paths of pain trailed from behind Obito, their fists reeling back. Such trivial attacks, that will amount to nothing. The Deva path pain tried pushing the strings away with Shinra Tensei, but it made the strings become more wild. The strings, while pushed back, became a lot more spread out, becoming white tendrils that crowded the night sky. The tendrils of strings entered another portal, increasing its speed even more than before. It soon came out of another portal, then linked with another portal. The animal path tried sending a rhino with the eyes of Samsara, but ultimately failed. Trivial? This is far from trivial. You will never defeat me at my strongest. The strings were imbued with fine wind, sharpening them as it pierced the rhino in utter ease. Poofing out of existence, the Rinnegan users begun their assault once again. Their speeds made the ground crackle. They moved through the air like boundless gymnasts, performing acts to entertain the masses that watched them with sparks of light in their eyes. The Naruto path saw an opening due to how far the tendrils of strings were, and tried to move in for an attack. Slit. But, just like that, the Naruto path was defeated. The strings had arrived in the blink of an eye, tearing the body of the path of Naruto in one attack. Obito breathed, his arms and hands manipulating the volley of limitless strings with ease. He calmly looked at each of the paths of pain. Another one down, and 4 more to go. These strings had built up speed continuously through the portals that he had materialized. Obito walked forward, the strings trailing all around him. These strings of his were able, at the moment, to move 1.2 times the speed of lightning and was increasing in speed rather quickly. Soon enough, you won't be able to keep up with the speed of the strings that will bring you to death. The portals linked with the strings, thrusting it out to increase the speed even more. The paths of pain approached with caution, instantly getting a graze on their bodies in an instant. They were able to perceive it, but their speed in reacting to it was lacking. So, just make it quick and die. Without hesitation, Obito decapitated 1 out of 4 paths of pain, that excluded the Deva path, of course. The others had been spared but by only a minuscule of centimeters away. The human path was the first to go, but the next was the animal path. Her body was torn to shreds, leaving nothing to be salvageable. Run, run as much as you can, but these strings will soon catch up to you. Obito jumped on top of the strings, standing on it as it made him hover off the ground. He was able to run as fast as lightning, but sooner or later his speed would fall behind and his strings would surpass him far too much. That's why he opted to letting the strings to act as platforms so he wouldn't be left behind in speed. Obito moved his arms, acting like a conductor and was now blitzing through the air. 1. I see, it seems as though I must not treat this as a leisurely stride. Pain, the main one, stepped on the ground, letting rubble rise up to the air. Sending it, the rocks were pierced by the flailing strings of death. Obito smirked behind his mask. Some of the strings had spread apart, individually moving faster than before. Obito shot the wires at Pain, making him dodge by jumping up in the air. As expected of the Deva path. Obito thought, seeing Pain just barely dodge each of the attacks. He saw him struggle as the strings strode along like a dance. The Asura path was soon torn through shreds like slicing butter. The Deva path pushed everything away, making Obito falter just slightly. Pain sent a wailing tree towards Obito. Acting as an unstoppable force, Obito crushed the tree with ease, splinters of wood scattering like the insides of human beings. Obito flew with the endless strings underneath his feet, guiding him with pure speed that made Obito seem like a blur in the night sky. The strings were beautiful, the world shifting as Pain tried avoiding all of them at once. While dodging a lot, he failed to maneuver his way around the last few strings, them impaling his arms with overwhelming speed and piercing technique. Pain, with his body being thrown around like a rag doll, crashed into dozens of walls and trees that surrounded the area. The world was spinning like crazy, Pain's vision being manipulated by the whims of the strings with such admirable speed. 5. Regaining his footing, Pain outstretched his arms, his hand convulsing as a layer of invisible force pulsated around him before pushing outwards with unstoppable power, unleashing with such vigor. Obito used the strings, letting it shield around within an instant. The force of the Shinra Tensei collided with the strings of armor, trying to seep past it with the unseeable force that brought down judgment from the heavens above. The strings moved even faster than before, the speed quickly becoming a blur of white that dove into ground violently. Obito jumped forward, landing on the ground as the strings disappeared, snaking through the ground in a quiver. Jumping once again, Obito made the string materialize from the ground, erupting as it tried piercing Pain's body once more. Failing to do so, Obito once again got on top of the strings that conveyed forward with high aggression. What do you say? Give up. And let yourself suffer defeat. Obito advanced forward, appearing just a bit above Pain, his Sharingan eye glaring furiously downward that met Pain's Rinnegan eyes. The eyes of Samura, they don't fit someone of your caliber. Obito moved his arm, his finger pointing towards Pain with fury. As if alive, the strings of death sprung with deadly intent, splitting apart to make Pain's sense of danger heighten. I don't care what you say, Madara. Yelling, Pain made the ground shimmer in fear, letting them be the meat shield instead of taking the direct hit. He turned around, his legs moving and initiating a run. 2. Running away. That doesn't suit someone who claims to be another god. Obito yelled with fiery rage, making the speed of the strings increase through his Kamui portals. The speed of the strings were now 2.1 times the speed of lightning. Pain ignored his words, knowing that the strings were just inches away before he got gripped by them to death. Seeing the many trampled bodies that they had massacred deeply, Pain swiftly moved, his hand grabbing hold of one of the bodies. Flipping away, Pain used the body as a shield. Blood splattered, landing on his face before he disappeared from their sight. Their intestines wrapped around the strings as if acting as sausages. Gaining a rather large distance, it soon turned out that the distance was obsolete when it came to the speed of the strings. They traversed through the distance in seconds, not letting Pain any time to recover. Trying to stall for time, Pain tried halting their speed by sending a wave of invisible force to make them stop. Do you think that something as trivial as this will stop me? Obito jumped off of the strings, letting the strings be absorbed into the dimensional portal. Weaving with peerless movement, Obito manifested a portal that unleashed the hundreds and thousands of strings that pierced through the air. You fail to realize that the world is currently revolving around a single person, Uchiha Naruto. His deeds are what drives us to stride forward. He's the ultimate obstacle that is in everyone's path. If you can't match his strength. Unleashing everything, Obito manifested even more strings from portals. 5. They were fast, but not as fast as the original ones. Then you will never defeat me. If Pain wasn't Naruto, then he knew he'd win. There wasn't anyone currently alive that can match Naruto's strength. That's why Obito was so confident in being able to beat Pain. He is no Naruto. 1. I'll show you the difference between you and I. Yelling, the strings of death wrapped around Obito's body, transferring its temporary speed. Obito felt the incredible sensation rush around his body. Obito's body was clad in white, the strings acting like an armor that protected him from death. From another point of view it looked like a living organism that wrapped with succession. A grin appeared behind his mask, an unwavering amount of speed unleashed large shockwaves that tore through the buildings and trampled the bodies even more than before. Now, I must ask you. Obito walked forward, making large craters with each step that he took. This was his way of evolving. No matter the means, Obito was persistent in trying to achieve a higher level in this realm of humans. Can your eyes see how much weaker you are compared to me? Arrogance leaked from his tone, manifesting even more strings from portals behind him. 1. He must snatch those samsara eyes off of Pain because those eyes are the only way to salvage the scraps of his crumbling plans. Plus, Obito knew that he must prevail this fight to continue forward. 1. For his path of eternal peace. The ground shook in fear, and it rumbled like thunder striking with fury. Obito stood defiantly, each step digging itself with the clad of white strings. Very well then, come at me. Obito saw the challenge that Pain had inserted with bravery. He felt every wave of shocks that traveled through the air. My pleasure. Obito, who had once been walking, had suddenly appeared behind Pain, his hand curled into a terrifying fist. He reeled it back, sending Pain an adventure of a lifetime. 1. Obito trailed from behind, his speeds surpassing even the strikes of lightning. Pain's vision staggered, crashing into many homes and trees. All he saw were the mangled bodies of dead humans that were caught in the crossfire. Obito jumped, gliding through the air, trails of white strings followed from behind and up front. He slowed down, letting Pain see him for just a split moment. Pain outstretched his hand, shooting out a Shinra Tensei so he could push Obito away. But nothing ever reached the intangible man. Obito disappeared, entering inside one of his swirling portals. He soon came out of one, becoming even faster than before. Pain widened his eyes that contained purple and thin black swirls. He went flying once again, his body unable to react to Obito's unwavering speed. The man with a swirl on his mask was now moving 3.5 times the speed of lightning. Obito made the ground crack under his overpowering pressure. This is still not enough. Obito thought wildly, his Sharingan spinning in rapid vigor. His mind was contaminated with drunken speed. Still clad in white armor, Obito kicked off the ground, the soil splitting as he broke through the barriers of the limited world. Obito started throwing a volley of punches, his hands becoming nothing but speeding blurs that cracked the night sky. His fists were lighting with absolute power and fury as he threw them on his own whims. Pain exploded away, his body crashing down on the ground, rolling on the soil with swiftness. He reacted with his hand convulsing, not in pain, but with intent to push everything from his path away. Shinra Tensei. This time Obito did not absorb himself into his Kamui, instead just took the full force of the Shinra Tensei with half-assed effort. Pain knew that he would most likely lose here, but this is not something that he would let himself be deterred by. You and your sore eye. I won't lose just because of entangling strings. His ideas were enforced with iron, no even breaking even when in face with power greater than his own. Pain, while stupidly, did not try and run away. He bursted forward, his feet kicking off against the ground with aggression. Obito grinned under his mask. 3. You're approaching me when you'll only die with wickedness. How foolish of you, Nagato. Have you not yet learned of the indescribable gap between our power? Obito jumped in the air, the tendrils of strings trailing from behind him. The arrays of strings were a beauty, obeying his orders as they continued to wrap around his body like servants. Pain grounded his teeth tightly. Shut up. The pain and suffering I will give this world will be unrivaled. Clapping his hands, Pain lifted the rough ground below. The world listened to his absolute order, recognizing him as someone who held strength. 3. Numerous rocks and boulders floated in the air, and each one was served and bashed forward, annihilating the ground with immeasurable force. Obito held his hand forward, ordering his white strings to shoot forward. Obeying, the strings that clad him bursted in numerous threads, slicing the boulders with ease. Pain appeared to the side, taking advantage of a blind spot and threw a punch that tore through the air. The fist connected with the side of Obito's face, the only part of him that was not protected with the strings nor his mask. Pain had expected Obito to fly away, but that did not happen. Being pushing back, Obito made the threads of wires dig into the ground, acting like webs of a spider so he doesn't get thrown away. He took hold of Pain's arm, gripping it tightly. Pain widened his eyes. Even after your admirable words, it all amounted to nothing. With a taunt, Obito threw Pain away, his strings entangling him and dragging him all across the place. Your power is great, but you are no god. Yelling, Obito began to throw a barrage of fists that was covered in his strings of death. Flying through the air, Pain used Shinra Tensei to push him away with swiftness. 1. He regained his balance, using the ground as a platform once again. Pain widened his eyes, not seeing Obito whatsoever. That soon disappeared once he felt a plundering punch engraving itself onto his face. Obito took a step, pain being sent flying as he breathed deeply into his mask. He's resilient, he thought, noticing the wool that did not break so easily. Obito jumped forward, readying himself for another attack of his own. Hinata sat on the wooden floors, seeing the vibrant skies that were covered with trees and stone along the way. She calmly stayed in a tranquil state, feeling the fresh breeze brush against her soft face. You seem to be healing well. Unmi stood behind her, a smile plastered on her old, but rather beautiful face. Unable to see her with her left eye, Hinata could hear that she was on her left. Scooting a few inches to the right, Unmi sat down with gentleness of a saint. Hinata stayed silent, seemingly lost in thought, and ignored the presence of the carer of the orphanage right next to her. Children laughed from all sides, playing on the grass in the estate in front of them. You're thinking quite hard, Hinata-san. Is there anything wrong? Hinata looked at Unmi, the bangs that covered her forehead splitting apart slightly to show the smooth skin on her head. Hinata looked back, staring off into the distance once more. I was just thinking about my failures. Unmi made a face of acknowledgement, nodding her head as Hinata spoke her thoughts. Are you angry? Yes. Very. My own circumstances now were because of my hesitation. Is it wrong to be angry at myself for being unable to fight against that is a threat to mankind? She asked, a sorrowful feeling surging through her body. 2. No, it's most definitely not wrong. You had a chance and you didn't take it. But, to fully understand something like this, you must think back to why you hesitated in the first place. Her words reached Hinata's ears, ringing in repeat in what seemed like an eternity. Hinata took the initiative and decided to explain. For so long, I felt these feelings for him. And, only recently, have I begun to wonder, are these feelings of mine real? Or a form of admiration? I hesitate when it comes to killing him, creating numerous failures. Unmi smiled, feeling nothing but sympathy towards Hinata. Then, how do you feel about him right now? What I feel? I guess I feel this feeling. Her voice trailed off, letting her enter a glassy gaze made her stop completely. Unmi grew curious. What is this feeling you hold? This question made Hinata to shake off her fuzzy daze. It's a feeling that I burns greatly, an indescribable amount of anger towards myself because I couldn't kill Naruto. It makes me disgusted. Unmi's smile stayed the same, but it seemed slightly downward. 1. I see, then that means you hate Naruto then. At first, I shrugged it off. Now, on the other hand, I can't escape these undisputed hatred burning inside of me because these stockpiling failures are wanting to explode all at once. Hinata had a ghostly look on her face, the days that she was in intoxicating. And what do you want to do? To kill Naruto. Each day that he lives, is another life dead. I want to stop the catastrophe descending on the world. Unmi's smile slightly widened, liking the conviction in her words. 15. They were words that once wavered to her buried emotions. But things were different now. Her heart was strung, a burning passion entrailing from behind. And on what grounds do you plan to accomplish this duty of yours? Whatever is necessary will be done. The means don't matter, because as long as he dies is fine to me, even if it spells death. Unmi's smile softened just a tiny bit. Your heart is rather pure even if it's rather impure as well. Both is fine because the light and dark can only truly coexist with one another, neither being able to exist without one each other. Hinata looked at Unmi, a slight tear coming down her cheek. Why are you crying, Unmi-san? She didn't realize this until Hinata pointed it out. Wiping the tear off her face, Unmi continued to smile, reflecting against the sun. Oh, your impurities and purities reminded me of my late husband. Hinata raised an eyebrow, curiosity raising just a tiny bit. 5. Your husband? What was he like? Unmi's smile dropped, no longer flashing with brilliance. Hinata felt a cold look on her face for just a split second before a small smile appeared on her face. One full of reminiscence. Funny actually, he died about a few years ago, on December 24th. A glassy look was apparent on her face, the smile of remembrance embracing her fully. He was a wonderful man. He took care of the kids in the orphanage while I was busy with cooking or things like that. He was gem that I wouldn't replace. Hinata was, only slightly, at awe at her words. 4. If everything else that Unmi had said before this was superficial, then this was the real feelings that she held. They sat there in silence for a little while longer. Enough of myself. I am intrigued with how you are going to move forward in the future. Your feelings of hatred are great. Unmi got up from her sitting position and moved towards the direction of the kids playing on the grass. Although that boy will most definitely annihilate those around him even when they have grown strongs, Unmi muttered, not letting her words reach Hinata's ears. Hinata observed, her eyes dull with life as she saw Unmi tell the kids that dinner was ready. The flock of children screamed in happiness, rushing to the kitchen table that was in the room behind Hinata. 1. Obito, with his strings entangling around his body, appeared from above, his fist clad in string clenched very tightly. The strings begun evolving, reaching to his mask. You're entirely outclassed. A shockwave strung the world, the strings flitting with elegance as it was directed towards the man right in front of him. The strings struck Pain's body, wailing him around like a toy plane to his disposal. Asterisk strike. Strike, asterisk. The strings impaled through Pain's heart, then another impaling his stomach. Normally, he would feel pain, but he was nothing but a shadow. The strings tightened around his body, whamming him down with abrupt effort. The ground cracked, webs of power overflowing all through the ground. A crater was made. Obito landed on the ground, a whirlwind of power crafting around him. He outstretched his arms, his hands throwing numerous strings imbued in wind. Pain saw this and used Shinra Tensei to shoot himself upwards, his body flying all around the air as his elevation lifted many times over. Obito stood still, glancing at Pain with a boring eye. Even when you hold the power of the Rinnegan, you're nothing but a trivial obstacle. Obito moved forward, power shifting with such intensity. He shot out more strings, awaiting for them to attach themselves to Pain. 1. But, with much surprise, Pain had used Bansho Tenon to pull Obito closer to him. This was turn of surprise since Pain had been running away so he could create distance between the two of them the whole time. Pain held a black rod in the palm of his hands, wanting to use it to pierce Obito's heart. He reeled it back, power enforcing itself around the rod that he held. Thrusting it forward, Pain thought he had managed to thrust it in. But he was wrong. Have you forgotten? I still have Kamui. Obito had a devilish grin under his mask. A series of hidden strings sprouted from the ground, breaking through the numerous rubble from underneath. 1. Pain grunted with anger, now being thrown like a doll once again. The world spun, his body crashing into a body of buildings and trees. Obito appeared from above, stabbing Pain once again. Pain had no time to react, his body floating a bit above the ground before he felt a kick plunder into his spinal cord. Being sent away once again, Pain found himself splashed down into a body of water. Now wet with water covering his body from head to toes, Pain brought himself out of the water, regaining his balance by sticking himself on top of the body of water. Make this easier for me and just give up. Obito appeared 10 meters or so away from Pain, his feet landing on the water that existed in a megakure. The strings became nothing but wisps that resembled white flames. TCH. Giving up isn't so easy for me. Abandoning my grand idea for peace is not something I'd like to do. Obito saw nothing but emptiness in the eyes of Pain. They were eyes that contained endless amounts of planning for decades. A grin appeared beneath the veil on Obito's face. You speak of your goals even when you have nothing to show for it. Do you know what you have? Nothing. Obito made his wisps of tendrils dig into the dark waters down below. If you want to keep up with me, then you'll need to have a simple concept engraved into that brain of yours. His hand traveled to his mask, touching it with a tight grip. He took it off, pummeling it to the water. His half-ruined face came to light, the rain traveling down from one end to another. Evolution. It's the only way for you to battle me toe-to-toe. The grin faded, the wisps of strings becoming stronger and stronger even more every second that faded by. Pain looked at Obito, the water trailing down his face. You are not Madara, said Pain, his body moving forward on its very own. He didn't know why, but he continued to move, letting his movement become a conscious notion. That's right. I'm not Madara. Very well then. You being nothing more than an ordinary Uchiha who climbed the food chain means only one thing and one thing alone. Pain felt the world churn in the beat of his heart, everything becoming more alive. That I can beat you, because you are no Madara. Obito snorted at that, the words being spoken by a self-proclaimed god in front of him. He disappeared and reappeared above him, the wisps of power emanating from his body. 26. Is this what you think? The confidence you hold is nothing but an illusionary outlook. The strings spewed, wanting to wrap around Pain. But things weren't as envisioned. Hey! The strings that were sent were being blocked with intensity, chakra coating Pain's hands and arms with each block. Obito backed away slightly, spreading his feet apart. Lifting his leg, Obito sent a wave of power towards Pain. It was slower due to him not constantly ushering out his Kamui to speed up the strings. That was truly such an unfortunate things about it. The speed was nothing but a temporary power-up that he obtains by the Kamui portals. Something is different. Obito thought, rushing in at incredible speeds. He threw a punch that was instantly blocked. He was at shock, in disbelief at the speed that Pain was going at. This shouldn't be possible. How did he close the gap in speed this quickly? In a frenzy, the strings were manipulated, forming into an astray of hands that wanted to grip Pain in a tight hold. Wanting to test something out, Obito began to circle around Pain, his speed increasing with the use of Kamui. His eyes locked on Pain, noticing him being able to keep up rather easily. An increase in perception? Obito thought, appearing in front of Pain. He widened his eyes, seeing Pain staring right at him even before he could even think. A way to see the future? Obito wanted to say that this was true, but he had many doubts in his mind. Seeing the future is one thing, but being able to block attacks to make a new future is something entirely different. Seeing the future did not mean his speed increased, nor did it mean that he could see things with a lot larger spatial awareness. Obito narrowed his eyes. Can he predict my movements before I even make an action? Thought Obito, blocking a punch in ease. He then found himself letting him be punctured in the stomach, being pushed back with an intense force. Everything was surreal to Pain, everything felt so much more alive. Every twitch in a muscle, and every movement, Pain could see it all so clearly. He wasn't fast enough to block it normally, but with this ability he gained, it made up for his lack of speed. Pain saw Obito move, every quark in his body screaming. With such intense amount of perception, Pain was able to predict the conscious thought that Obito had before he even moved to make them. This ability was much similar to the increase in perception with the Sharingan, but the effects of it wasn't as great as Pain's. He rushed forward, feeling every fiber of his body move in joy. He felt the air brush against his face, feeling more alive in this moment. Excitement raced through his body, knowing that this was exactly the right feeling. So this is evolution! Screamed Pain, jumping in the air alongside Obito. They met, their eyes burning with fury and conviction. Their legs clashed, sending shockwaves of power all throughout the world around them. Making himself even faster, Obito kicked Pain while he was in a state of surprise. Landing on the water, Pain knew that this wasn't enough to overcome Obito. Pain backed away, the particles in the air speaking to him as he saw every ounce of movement in the air. He was overwhelmed by such detail to the point where he didn't notice Obito disappearing and reappearing to the side to deliver a blow to the side. What's wrong? Is this newfound power not enough? How pitiful are you? Obito trailed, his steps splashing ounces of water. Pain regained his footing, feeling the endless amounts of detail engraving itself in his head. You! Pain yelled, just barely blocking a punch with his forearm, trying to constantly ignore the overbearing amount of detail and movement coursing through his brain. Madara or not? I don't give a dang who you are. What I want is, to evolve. He screamed, the waters rising from the below. Obito widened his eyes. He evolved once again. He thought, seeing a dragon of water materialize. This wasn't just any normal dragon of water that could be cast with a jutsu. No, this was much different than just a normal jutsu being conjured. 3. He gave part of the water sentience. Obito was amazed, seeing the dragon with a will of its own. Was it something like the paths of pain? No, just a newly made sentient being that had been created by the Rinnegan. 1. Ha, you're full of tricks, Nagato. Obito roared in fiery passion, becoming more faster than before. He was kind of exasperated, seeing numerous dragons appear from the water with sentient minds. How tiring! Don't you think this is quite overkill? He asked, his strings being nothing more than an adunance amount of smoke that clad his body in pure white. He let his strings be consumed by his Kamui hundreds of times in seconds. Obito didn't know this, but he was now able to move 4.3 times the speed of lightning. Pain raised his hand, gritting his teeth at the details conflicting with his brain. 8. He knew that he is risking a chance of suffering something akin to a sensory overload. But this is a risk he is willing to take for a chance at victory. How about it? Can you take on 30 water dragons with a mind of their own? Or will you succumb to failure? Obito sighed, a dry laugh unleashing from his mouth. You're a lunatic. In an instant, Obito took down one water dragon with ease. The lack of durability is due to his inexperience with this technique. Obito thought in relief, knowing that he would stand no chance if Pain had this ability beforehand with such versatility. He soon ran 5 times the speed of lightning, blitzing through a dozen of the water dragons. Obito landed on the water, pouring everything he had into his speed. He gritted his teeth, grounding it down with determination. With each dragon that he had taken down, 3 more came to life. I'm not fast enough. He was the fastest that he has ever been, moving at speeds that he used to dream of when he was kid. But this speed was still not enough to make a difference. You dang Uzumaki! You and your endless freaking chakra! Yelled Obito, knowing that this was only possible because Pain, truly Nagato, was an Uzumaki, containing a massive amount of chakra within their bodies. Just die! Pain howled with fury. Obito felt blood come out of his nose and mouth, dyeing the strings into the crimson red of blood. His eyes were strained, his boy wanting to drop down. He cursed himself. He could have ended it so much sooner, but he simply didn't. Maybe it was due to hubris or his Uchiha arrogance, but he chose to play with his food instead of eating it. This was the result of such an action. You, and Naruto. People like you who think they're God, have no freaking hope in achieving peace. Obito ran as fast he could, using his Kamui thousands of times to make the strings give off more speed to him. It didn't take long before his body was covered in wisps of crimson, and was now fighting over 500 water dragons that had been conjured and given sentient thoughts. The sky split open, a small ray of light appearing for a moment before the clouds healed in quick succession. He traversed through the terrain, taking down each dragon of water. I got to go faster. His mind raced, not caring what was happening to his body whatsoever. Pain was on the edge of being taken down, and the same could be said for Obito. He didn't care for much right now. All he was feeling right now was the need to accomplish his goal. He wanted to do something rather simple to complete his dream of dreams. To attain those eyes. The world around Obito began to warp, his eyes seeing the life flash around in quick bursts. He siphoned the speed off of the strings being boosted by the Kamui. A grin of madness appeared on his face. He felt it all at once, the surreal speed coursing through his body. It was something he had never experienced before. He used his chakra to make things count. Obito is now moving 25 times the speed of lightning. 7. Pain widened his eyes, seeing the water dragons become nothing but particles of water existing in the air. Nagato gritted his teeth, feeling an overload in his sense closing in. Must not succumb. Nagato thought, ushering out as much power as needed. Obito appeared in front of him, the crimson wisps flying with elegance. You think this is enough? Pain roared with anger, ignoring the many overloading details in his vision. Even with his speed, Pain is still able to react rather smoothly. Bulleten things were getting much tougher. He pushed himself away, using Shinra Tensei to get away from the endless amounts of water that they stood on. The two practically flew in the air. Obito grabbed Pain, throwing him away. You may be able to react more quicker than I thought, but my speed overshadows yours. Obito saw Pain crash through numerous walls in a megakure. Pain regained his senses, gritting his teeth as he conjured stone golems with his Rinnegan. They were 10 meters tall. These take more chakra to make. Nagato thought, knowing that he should avoid making any more of these stone golems, or rather, just make shorter ones. Obito demolished the golems, his speed and strength unwavering. 30 times the speed of lightning. 1. Seeing the movement before he could even think, Pain outstretched his hand, pulling Obito in with a Bansho Tenon. Before he could retaliate, Pain dove his fist into his chest, enduring the damage his strings gave him. Do you see it? We're evenly matched now. My abilities are on par with yours. Pain jumped out of the wall, going out in the open, the coldness of the night washing over him. His breathing deepened, a flurry of emotions grounding him. Pain wanted to end the fight, but he was struggling to find an opening to unleash his final attack. He cursed himself, being plowed away. 14. I should have used it when I had him cornered with my dragons. Gaining an idea, Pain attached himself on the walls, scaling on the side of it to reach the top. Obito met him on top of the building, going in for an axe kick to the face. With perception that surpassed Naruto's, Pain blocked it, managing to stick to the side with great resistance. Getting on top, Pain pushed himself towards the sky with a Shinra Tensei. In the air, Pain held out his hand. Can you handle these clouds? With great imagination, Pain gained a devilish look, the clouds becoming a sentient being. He had gained a vast amount of knowledge even with the short amount of time he had used this technique. He knew his limits, and these limits are what he needed to surpass. Not tomorrow, but right freaking now. Obito widened his eyes once again, seeing the entity forming right in front of him. You're a freaking crazy man, Nagato. But I respect it. This fight was more than just fun, it was a thrilling adventure. Obito grinned, seeing the monster forming from above. He held out his hand, the monster sprouting numerous heads. Now, let me ask you, can you beat a Hydra? He stood on the serpentine monster that had 9 heads that roared with rage. He had made a legend become a reality. 11. When push came to shove, Pain evolved more times than Obito could count. He held prodigious talent with his usage of the Rinnegan. To think he managed to obtain abilities with eyes that aren't even his. Obito thought deeply, knowing that with time, this ability could destroy not only the world, but possibly this whole universe. But that's only a dream to someone like them. Soon enough, 5 more Hydras came to life, forming from the clouds as it landed on the ground, destroying numerous buildings and terraforming the land with their whim. but he is still experienced. If he were to win now and hone these abilities, he'd without a doubt be someone that Naruto would fear. This ability of his has endless possibilities. Obito saved some of his chakra, going 35 times the speed of lightning. He destroyed 3 out of 6 of them in just a few seconds, their heads not regrowing like the legend of the monster that lurked in the waters. It was only after he had defeated all of them was when he saw that pain was nowhere to be seen. Obito suddenly felt his body be pulled into the sky with incredible speeds. This is the end. Pain yelled, using his Chibaku Tensei. A black ball of sorts was pulling everything in. He staggered to the ground, breathing heavily as he held his arm out, his hand convulsing. 1. Just to make sure. Using 2/3 of all of his chakra left, Pain conjured a stone dragon that defied the Chibaku Tensei. It trailed towards Obito, who got hit by one of the stone rebel hurling his way. Gritting his teeth in pain, Obito knew that the only way to get out of this was to counteract with it his own power. He was lucky that while the Chibaku resembled a black hole, it didn't behave the same. The Chibaku Tensei became so large that people could see it from afar. Obito gritted his teeth, continuously using Kamui to become faster. If he didn't destroy it, then he'd get pulled back in if he tried attacking Pain again. Ha, this ability of yours shouldn't be in your hands. An amateur like you can't use it with such a crap imagination. Obito yelled out loud, becoming even faster than before. Wisps of red and white traveled all along his body, giving him the speed that he needed. He defied the gravity, traversing through the rumbling being pulled in. He dodged the attacks of the Dragon of Stone, preparing for one final jutsu. Obito pulled out a kunai to use it as a medium for this one last attack. Traversing through the area with incredible speed, Obito imbued it with lightning, the tendrils churning. He enforced the lightning with his strings, combining both wind and lightning together. The two elements began to form a weapon of destruction. The channeling intensified with a high magnitude, the true form of the weapon manifesting. It was a sword that was over 20 meters long. It had no mass, only the overflowing amount of power that culminated from the combination from both lightning and wind. Obito held it tightly, a brilliant hue flashing. Holding it with one hand, Obito rose it in the air, the power flowing overwhelmingly. With one gigantic slash, Obito cut open the huge ball of debris, revealing its core that was pitch black. Slashing it down, a large explosion occurred that flashed through the sky. Pain squinted his eyes, his vision being blinded by the brilliant light. I guess, this is the end. Nagato thought deeply, see a sword that was 5 meters long impale his chest, pinning him down so he couldn't move anymore. The explosion died down, only smoke existing and rubble falling. Yes, this is the end. Obito appeared, the wisps of strings dying down, retracting into his Kamui dimension that he had been using to power himself up. He lightly staggered, feeling the fatigue drown him. Obito stared at Pain with seriousness. Now, tell me, Nagato. Where are you? Asked Obito, the life in the vessel's eyes becoming nothing more than a shadow. Pain spoke his last few words. I exist, in the border of the rain. And with that, the vessel known as Pain had perished. Obito nodded, stomping the head into pitiful shambles. Obito sighed, the cryptic message rather obvious to him. I guess I have to look at the border of the country filled with rain. Obito thought, the debris from the dragon and Chibaku Tensei falling on top of the perishing village. 2 days later, it was declared that Omegakure had been wiped out of the world. They stood, the moon shining down on the earth. The darkness of outer space illuminated the pitch-black space. 6. Their eyes reflected off of each other. They were demons of the world. The kingdom that one had created was nothing but piles of dust that had been burnt into crisp by his own hands. It was tarnished. 2. It was severed. This was their final battle. The world wasn't ready for the destruction of their universe. 7. They stood there with loud silence, their eyes meeting with each other as Konan readied to fight Obito for Nagato's life. "Konan, stop." She carried out the order that she had been told to do, lifting her stance off and was now carrying a stance of relaxation, but her guard was still up. Nagato looked at the man in front of him. "Who are you?" he asked, his body being bound by shackles that had chakra rods piercing through it. It was machine that had become necessary due to him becoming crippled by Hanzo's attack and through the use of the Gedo statue. "My name is not important because all you need to know is that I inherited the will of Uchiha Madara." Nagato's hair is crimson red, signifying his bloodline ties to the Uzumaki. His body was unbelievably skinny, unfit for someone who proclaimed that they were God. This was the true Pain, the man who had puppeting the dead bodies from behind the curtains. 3. "I see, so you're close to the real deal." There was a bittersweet tone to Nagato's voice, knowing that he was cornered by the man that inherited the will of Madara. It sickened him with disgust. "You came for these eyes of mine, for what reason?" He knew of a rather simple answer for why Obito had come for the Rinnegan. It was simply because he had the Rinnegan, and the power that he now held was but a gateway to a fanciful adventure. Obito, with the ripples in the side of his head, slightly smirked at those words, at that question being served towards him. "Originally, I had planned to sacrifice myself so I could revive the real Madara." "Why?" "Because he's the only one that can match his grandson, Naruto." That grin of his deepened slightly. 3. "Now, things are different." "How so?" "You speak of this boy with great lengths. It seems you don't even believe that even Madara can beat him, but you now think differently now. Why is that?" Every fiber of his being screamed in pain, his lungs bursting with torment with a burning sensation. "Don't you see? Once you are dead here, your eyes will be my golden opportunity." His intentions matched his smirk, replicating a sense of darkness that lurked from behind it. "Tell me, those creatures of yours that you manifested, they had sentient thought?" "No. It was a theory of his that he conjured the moment he saw those water dragons that roared as if alive." Nagato stayed silent for a moment before he answered. "They do. As I summoned them, I heard them, as if speaking to me. I could feel their words strike my skull." Obito was engrossed by his words, hypnotized by them. "What did they say?" "What they said?" Obito nodded, not wanting to repeat the words once again. Nagato hesitated for just a moment, not wanting to concede the information that he held to Obito. Nagato soon surrendered. "They questioned me, what I wanted. They were talking, as if willing to make an offer, for a price, of course." Obito was pleased, knowing that an offer was nothing short of a dream come true. And, as he closed in on death, he'll remember the power that he is leaving behind, entrusting it to the hands of a madman. "An offer? From the sentient beings you create? How delightful, for you to give me this power of yours." Nagato had no choice but to believe that his words were the undeniable truth. His life was at its end, stretching on for only a few more moments. And, as he could only be shackled into this crippled state, Nagato gritted his teeth in anger. The world was cruel, striking those who it doesn't see as worthy. 1. Obito took a few steps, narrowing the distance between the two of them in only those few steps that he took. He was craving the power that Nagato held now. He no longer needed to abide by Naruto's whims, now being able to do things with more freedom. His hunger reflected against his thoughts. The world could move forward once more. 10. Without Naruto. Without Madara. He could correct everything with this power. But there was one problem that he is now stumbling upon, a problem that involves himself. He can't bring out the full potential of the ability. 1. These eyes that were not only straining, but were the eyes of Madara. And it was only because Nagato was an Uzumaki that he could handle the magnitude of it all. 2. And, if he were to use it, then he'd probably only be able to access about half of the strength the sentient beings would wield. Listen to me, to my words. Obito took another step, seeing Konan tensing up heavily in his peripheral vision. Ignoring her sudden shock, Obito slowly raised his arm. Any last words? Nagato's breath halted for a moment, seemingly shocked and did not know what to say whatsoever. Numerous thoughts raced through his head in a matter of seconds. Konan, while didn't want this, had no choice but to accept these conditions. She was ready to sacrifice her life for Nagato, but she knew better to give him regrets as he passed away from the inches of life he now held. My last words? He asked himself. Nagato thought over it for just a moment, his mind entrapped by such words being shoved into his face. My last words. Nothing came to mind as he thought of those words. He never thought he'd die this early on during his life. He was only in his mid-30s. But now, he'll never see the light of another day. This was his end. This was his sacrifice. I have no words. He held no smile, holding a solid face, no emotion leaking out. He only held the indifference of the world within his mind, plastering this thought over his path. 1. I see. From behind were the materialization of portals. Strings flew, sharpening themselves as they hovered towards the Rinnegan user. Nagato's mind was at subtle ease, flying through small thoughts that had no such importance to him. And as he was about to lose his life, he only held one regret. Sorry, for leaving you like this, thought Nagato, his eyes glancing over at Konan for a split moment, seeing the solemn look on her face. He was glad that she didn't try and fight Obito. He didn't want to see such a sight while he laid on the doors that harbored death. The strings of death fastened. He didn't know what kind of look was on his face. If he had to guess, it'd be one with sorrow. This was his loss, his absolute disappointment. He could have done more with his power. He had evolved his power in the midst of battle, bursting with life as he gave things sentient beings and forms. If he had only unlocked it sooner rather than now, things would have been different. This wasn't a guess, or a half-assed excuse for dying in the hands of a madman. It was nothing more than the breathtaking truth. SPHHHLT. The strings penetrated through his forehead, blood leaking from the wound, staining the strings that Obito held with a dark color of red. Nagato quickly lost his life, his body still being strapped down with the machine that let him control the paths of pain. Blood slithered down, dripping down with elegance. Obito drew closer, using the strings to tear down the mechanism that held Nagato. With a loud thump, Nagato's body splattered on the ground, the darkness enveloping his body. Shifting his body, Obito took out the two eyes of Rinnegan that were now rightfully his. He held no remorse to Nagato's death, only looking at it as if he was only a doll. Nagato was strong, but he was only a pawn that could only move through the whims of the king. This was simply the reality of it. He was being manipulated, and being shoved in directions without his will. And this was where his uses end. In death. And giving the all-powerful the path to move forward. This was his purpose. And this was his end. Obito got up, replacing one of his eye with the Rinnegan. He cursed himself for not being able to use both eyes, but one was more than enough. 1. He stored the other Rinnegan and the eye he replaced in a sack. He felt the surge in power course through his body as soon as he implanted the eyes of Samsara in his socket. He turned around, walking away as Konan moved to the dead body of Nagato. She kneeled down, moving her hands so he would be laying in her arms. Tears appeared with no notice. 2. The droplets of saltiness landed on Nagato's head, some seeping into the hole in his forehead that had been caused by the strings. From here, and in the future, Konan was only heard once more. And that was her being in aligning herself with the devil of mankind. The heck do you mean by that? Naga argued, seeing the Rinnegan that replaced Obito's socket. It drained him, but he'll manage. You heard me, the plan to resurrect Madara is no longer important, it's obsolete. Naga growled at those words, downing a glass of wine. So, you're telling me that I wasted my time searching for Kabuto just for you to tell me that we aren't going to revive Madara back to life? He was frustrated by Obito's actions. He was helping a man who was nothing but an indecisive mess. It infuriated him to a whole new degree. Correct. And why is that? I want a real good reason as to why you are putting off this vastly effective plan from being put into action. Naga saw Obito hoist his arm, using his index finger to point at his Rinnegan. 3. This is all I need to abolish all the obstacles right in front of me, and that includes Naruto as well. Naga narrowed his eyes, licking lips to taste the wine that coated his lips. You seem awfully confident for someone who was afraid of him moments ago. He didn't question where Obito got the Rinnegan from, it was obvious to him where he got it. With this ice power, nobody can stop me from creating the perfect world. Naga groaned at Obito's words, somewhat doubtful of them. 2. And what exactly is this power that you have acquired besides the basic abilities of the Rinnegan? Obito smirked, using his hand convulsing towards the ground to create a small dog. I can create sentient life. That's not really anything special, commented Naga. Obito snorted, the dog dematerializing and becoming rebel once more. He decided to insert an idea into his head. 1. That's why this ability would be wasted on someone like you. Obito rose his hand, using the rebel to create a humanoid figure. Naga narrowed his eyes, seeing the humanoid figure imitate the abilities of a Chunin-level shinobi. This ability is only restricted to one's strength and imagination. Think about what I could create with this ability. Obito exclaimed, lightly dodging a kick from the humanoid rebel. What you could create? That's right. Don't you see? With this ability, I can create almost anything I want. I can create things that are nothing but fiction. Naga's eyes widened, now realizing the full capacity of such an ability. From mythological creatures to omnipresent beings. Think about the power I hold now. Obito now held the ultimate advantage. 11. You're actually crazy if you're thinking about unleashing such heck into the universe. A grin broke out from Obito's face. He now held a technique that held the potential to reach wide spreads of power. It was technique so boundless. With this power I can create a perfect world. He was right with this statement. If he could somehow summon an omnipresent being, then he'll be able to make an offer to use its power for a short time. And if the being does accept the offer, then Obito could temporarily become a force that could not be broken under any circumstance. He could rewrite all of reality, and create a world with no imperfection. He could create a world where he was the strongest of them all, with no one else being able to match his strength. There would be no defects in this world. Because, to him, that very idea was perfection. Again, ordered Naruto, throwing a punch towards Satsuki's face at incredible speeds. Tirelessly, Satsuki moved to the side, using Jiken to stop time. 1. But to her dissatisfaction, Naruto changed trajectory, not being held in her dome of time. A wild amount of pain shot through her body. Her back landed on the trunk of a tree. Get out of the habit of thinking people will always be caught into your bubble of time. Sweat trickled down on her face, a tired frown on her face as she ducked down to avoid a kick. Didn't you say that people only have 0.15 milliseconds to respond to the activation of the technique? It's virtually impossible for regular people to see the speed of it. Naruto sighed, jumping slightly upwards to avoid a sweep from his lover. 1. People will catch up quickly. Each day people will grow stronger, and even if they aren't fast enough to react to your ability, there are numerous other ways to counter the technique. He backed away, letting Satsuki regain footing. Kicking off against the ground, Satsuki left admirable cracks on the ground. Her leg was enveloped with entangling chakra. Naruto leaned backwards, wisps of chakra flowing right past his face. With a face of indifference, Naruto retaliated with a kick of his own. imbuing it with chakra to match the strength of her foot. You know, they can't match you terms of visual prowess, but what about in other ways? Taijutsu is always something that one can improve on. Rock Lee and Guy are the epitome of such a genre. He stood his ground, not even an inch of weakness leaking from his body. He was lost in thought, letting his body go into a mode of autopilot. Everyone is getting stronger, he thought. He noticed while he was fighting the others, their strength had dramatically increased. Even though he was holding back still, Naruto knew that he had used more power due to him acknowledging their strength as individual and as a group shinobi. Was he frightened? No. Was he surprised by their power? No. It was inevitable for everyone to grow exponentially. They were diving into times of war, and the person leading was himself. A person who is viewed as untouchable. He internally smirked, knowing that the main reason of the large growth is due to his influence. He knew of the results of doing such heinous acts to the world. The hatred that boiled inside of their body was the catalyst of it also. Hatred is powerful emotion. It was an element that allowed humans to grow and evolve. An excellent example would be Satsuki. Everything that happened to lead to this point, he regretted none of it. From the death of Asuma to incapacitating Guy and Hinata, he regretted no such things. They were necessary to evolve the world. To change it. To the most ideal world that is thought to be impossible. Naruto. He was shook out of his thoughts, his eyes traveling to the owner of the voice. His eyes caught Satsuki's, seeing her on the ground, injured. His fist was mere inches away from her face. Sorry. I was lost in thought. She grunted in response to his words. Satsuki regained her balance by jumping up. That doesn't make it better. Naruto shrugged with a stoic look on his face. I guess so. I'm guessing you want to stop for today. Satsuki nodded, pointing towards the sun that was quickly settling down. He hummed to signal his understandment. You go on ahead, I'll stay behind to train some more. Satsuki stretched her arms, her porcelain skin reflecting against the setting sun. It didn't take long before she went back into the village. Naruto sighed. Do you need anything? Naruto asked, his eyes landing on the trees. A person jumped from the trees above, landing on the ground in front of him. I just need to tell you something, Sasori said, holding out his hand with an article in its grasp. Naruto was interested in the title due to him not being caught up with the news lately. 1. The end of Omegakure. Hundreds of thousands fall. Naruto took hold of the article, his eyes glossing over the headline and the contents of it carefully. He noticed that the cause of Omegakure's destruction was not known, but there were sightings of an Akatsuki member around the border of the country. He's already dead? Naruto thought, knowing that the magnitude of the destruction was obviously due to two strong shinobi dueling it out. This was their end. Naruto looked back at Sasori, his eyes piercing into his soul. The red-haired man didn't waver in his presence, seemingly resisting Naruto's pressure. 1. Superficial but braveful. Naruto thought, handing back the article back to Sasori. The former Akatsuki noticed the lack of worriness in Naruto's eyes. Are you not worried about his advancements? Sasori didn't know who the person was, but he had a sneaking suspicion that the man had a connection to Naruto. 1. Why? People seem to hate his guts in every form. Naruto shook his at his question, fear not being a known concept to him. 1. The last time he felt fear was when he fought Zabuza way back when he struggled against Jonin-level opponents. But times have changed. I'm not worried. He's grown powerful, but the man who had caused such a ruckus is nothing more than a small caterpillar trying to become a butterfly. His hands were in his pockets, his azure eyes magnifying from the vibrant hues of the horizon. You get what I mean, right? Naruto asked, following his former statement with a question. Sasori nodded his head in confirmation. You're saying that he can't beat you, that his resolve is useless. Naruto let out a soft but fake smile on his face as he nodded his head. Correct. Your perception has grown. Well then, I'll be taking my leave, feel free to ask for my help in the future. Naruto nodded, taking note of his words before walking away from the puppeteer. The man with red hair disappeared, fleeing to some place elsewhere. You can come out now, Naruto said, sighing as he saw Satsuki walk out from a tree. She held an inquisitive look on her face as she walked towards him. 1. Didn't know your connections were wide. And now you know. What do you want to know? Naruto stood still, lightly yawning as he asked the question. What's the next move? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked around him, using his sensory abilities to listen if Sasori was still around the area. He wasn't. Come with me to the house, I'll tell you the next part of the plan. Naruto gestured for her to follow from behind. Obeying, Satsuki walked forward, tailing Naruto right beside him. Unmi observed Hinata, her eyes trailing her every movement. She saw every strike that she performed, making the kids stare in awe. Do that again. Do that again. Unmi smiled at the words of the children, lightly patting their heads with her soft hand. Now, don't disturb her training. They grew puzzled, their faces becoming confused. Why? It looks fun. One of the kids exclaimed. Unmi continued to smile, the brightness of it all making the kids become mesmerized by her smile-like spell. It's not very nice to interrupt people who are training. Why is she training? One of the more shy kids asked, mustering up the courage to ask a question. The other kids grew curious as well, wanting to know her reason for training. It's so she can become strong enough to fight a demon. A demon. They shook in fear, their bodies shivering slightly at the mention of a demon. They thought of the terrible stories that haunted them in their beds during Halloween. Yes, a demon. The demon is very strong, so she has to train much more to catch up to its strength. Her tone hypnotized the children, their minds lulled by the flute that acted as her voice. The words she used were words that the children didn't understand very vividly, but they caught the very gist of it. Now, please see what she is doing, Unmi said, her way of speaking devolving so the children could understand her words. They listened to her words, looking at Hinata's movements carefully. Why is she going so slow? Isn't being faster better? One of the kids asked, wondering why her movements were nothing like the shinobi that they had heard about in the real world. Unmi decided to enlighten them. Technique comes with elegance, and vice versa. It's the same when using a sword. Pure force does not help with cutting. Only when you are graceful with emotion, are you truly able to be stronger. Once again, the kids weren't able to comprehend it well enough, but they were able to get the gist of it once more. With each stroke of her fists waving through the air, her gentleness washed over the grassy field. Unmi was pleased at such a sight. 9. Wow! They all exclaimed, seeing Hinata cut through numerous leaves that were attached on the tree branches. She was getting stronger. Her technique with taijutsu was improving. And as she elegantly fought against the air, Hinata was treading lightly, getting closer to the epitome of martial ability. A man looked into outer space, the body of his foe bleeding right behind him. His hand reached out, clenching his hands as if catching one of the stars many light years away. 2. It's so sad, this is our fate in the end. The man right behind him coughed up blood, a giant hole in the center of his chest. His face was pale, his life quickly leaving his human body. I guess the world is truly unfair. We have no real freedom in such a lifeless world. He moved towards the dying corpse, sitting down right next to him on the pool of blood. Around them were other dead bodies. Truly a cruel world we live in. 2. Naga stood underneath the fine moon, the moonlight shining down upon him, a grin appearing underneath his mask. 1. All around him were wood and entangling roots from a dragon that were but made of wood. His mind raced at his exponential growth in power. But, underneath this peerless grin, was the thought of still not being able to catch up with Naruto's level of growth. He and everyone else could tell that Naruto has grown stronger. Over the last 8 months were times of dread due to the decrease in activities that Naruto committed during these months. That only meant one thing: training. He has only gotten much stronger, and that struck fear in everyone. It was frightening and brought great amount of torment inside of everyone's bones. 1. You seem to be doing well, Obito said, appearing in front of him from the endless abyss that were the trees and roots from Naga's jutsus. Sweat trickled down Naga's neck, his eyes piercing down Obito's every movement. TCH. Do I sense sarcasm? Naga sneered. No, I'm being serious. Strength is all that matters when it comes to defeating a greater foe. Naga felt discomfort with his words, lightly shivering. I don't need your praises. Go freak off and do other crap. His way of speaking was aggressive, anger oozing from his being. He felt nothing but unrivaled anger. He saw the damage on Obito's arms, noting that the only thing that he has been doing was using his new ability. Hebunrikaru. 4. That's what Obito had called it. And for the past 8 months, he has been only using the ability, honing it to the best of his ability. And as a result, all other types of training was neglected so he could perfect Hebunrikaru. Naga once wondered why this was the case, but had come to the realization. Obito was massively confident in his ability to wield the Hebunrikaru. And it absolutely infuriated Naga to unfathomable degrees. The complacency that Obito now held due to holding endless amounts of power was unwavering, combusting like fire. That bothered Naga, disgusted being under someone who did not further themselves to their absolute limits. Obito had once told him that the limit in power that each being from his Hebunrikaru was 15%. Naga voiced his complaints, but Obito silenced him. No, 15% is more than enough. All I need to do is make sure that I can manifest a being so strong that not even Naruto at his strongest can defeat it at its weakest form. 5. In theory it was rather simple, but in reality, Naga had actually no real way of knowing what was going through Obito's head as he plotted his next few moves. Was he going to manifest God? No, that's rather far-fetched. Reaching for something so infinitely far was not possible for someone like Obito. He's been reading those books that contained legendary figures that were either real or made up. Naga had read some of the books and didn't quite understand how they managed to become real. 15. The timeline was rather unclear, speaking of ambiguous nations that were foreign to him. He was sure that they weren't timelines of the past, since everyone would for sure would be able to confirm such things. So, even when there were signs of it being false, Naga couldn't help but be slightly convinced at the possibility of them all being true. The authors were rather persuasive, Naga took note. These legendary people were Obito's only real hope in defeating Naruto, and he was extremely confident in such things. 5. Naga had no choice but to follow Obito's action in curiosity. What are you making? Satsuki asked, looking at the invention that Naruto was creating as he relentlessly worked. The smell of hard work loomed in the air. Naruto wiped off a bit of sweat off his face. He looked towards Satsuki with a gentle look. I'm making a televisions that react to my chakra. I'll make it so I can access them through the use of my chakra network. Every time I use chakra, I'll be connecting my chakra to these televisions. Satsuki grew puzzled at such words. But, wouldn't that mean the televisions would go off if you stop using chakra? And what about the instances when you do use chakra? Wouldn't the television malfunction due to the influx in chakra? Naruto nodded at her words. Yes, that's why I have planned out the intricacies of it all. Naruto showed her the inside of the very large television that seemed to be extremely large in length and in width. I made a seal acts like a door. The mark will contain a tremendous amounts of chakra that I will be pouring in constantly that will be enough for one television to be powered for a whole month. He pointed at the seal. I then have another seal at the center of chest. I have linked the seal with the seals on the televisions. This means I can transfer chakra in a single snap. Literally. With fashion, Naruto snapped his fingers, making the more smaller televisions flash into life. I can control the amount of chakra being poured into the seal. By rubbing my two fingers together, I can make the televisions blurry and malfunction temporarily just in case I engage in a conversation that I do not want to be heard. Naruto rubbed his thumb and his middle finger, making them fuzzy. His clothes were as white as snow. 1. What are you using these televisions for? Satsuki asked, sitting on the metal table right behind Naruto. The war will happen in a few months. Many casualties will happen. People will search for cover, a way to become safe. It's only natural for the place they will find as the best option, contain some of these televisions. Naruto smirked, his eyes glancing towards Satsuki for a moment before she realized something. Naruto. He hummed at the call for his name. How many are you trying to make? She asked. Naruto stopped, furrowing his eyes before answering her question as truthfully as possible. By estimation, I'll need about 20 of the very large ones, about 30 meters in height and 60 meters in length. I'll need a few hundred of the smaller ones. Her eyes bulged out of her head. And how are you getting all these materials? Naruto yawned lightly, continuing with the more larger televisions. There are a lot here. I've sent clones to search for the hideouts of the late Orochimaru. I've also sent some of my clones to steal from civilians' houses. Satsuki calmed down before sighing at the last part mentioned. How long before everything is finished? About a month from now if I don't use clones. If I do use clones, then maybe less than a week or so. These are rather time-consuming. Naruto continued making the televisions as Satsuki went away to train on the fields. When are you going to tell her? Kurama asked, making Naruto perk his body up from the sudden question from his partner. Tell her what? Naruto feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. You haven't told her about the letter. Naruto shrugged, unsealing a letter from his forearm. To think they have found where I was residing. It's rather obvious they'd find me sooner or later, but I am impressed due to the pressure that is rather profound. Naruto looked at the letter one more time. Meet us at the mountain's graveyard 6 days from now at 9 p.m., Konoha. 2. Naruto crumpled the paper, burning it into ashes as he finished the last touches on the next television before getting up from his seat, shaking off the tiredness around his body. The black bags under his eyes were much apparent, the blackness being very profound. He hasn't slept for the past 20 days, relentlessly tiring himself out from training, creating, and planning. You should have listened to her while you had a chance. You might lose due to being too tired. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at Kurama's words. I won't lose just because of some minor problem. This is nothing more than a meaningless handicap on both our ends. Naruto walked towards the exit, his teal cloak fluttering from behind. Don't mistake your decisions as free will, they never were. Their hearts thumped out of their chest, nervousness washing over their bodies. The fruition of their training will be the outcome of this one mission. Shikamaru, Sakura, Niji, Tenten, Shino, Ino, they were all ready for this. They were tasked with sealing Naruto inside a single item. 1. A cube made of the mysterious crystal. The Tsuchikage calls it Kishoten, spoke Sakura, her eyes glancing at the beautiful cube made of the crystal that had been uncovered recently. The crystal was almost unbreakable, but they were extremely malleable, it could take form of almost anything. This item was valuable, but they all knew it themselves. This object right in front of them would become nothing more than a common material to them now, the beauty that has been sealed away for centuries becoming nothing more than your normal crystal that you could find. He does? I heard some religious monks got their hands on the crystal after the equal distribution that was made. Everyone grew curious at Ino's words. Yet, they're rather quiet in their affairs. The dig site at the Land of Crystal has grown considerably. The land of iron no longer had snow, now being dubbed as a land full of materialistic crystal. People were paid handsomely due to how dangerous it was trying to obtain the Kiss Hoden. They were much harder to find because of Naruto destroying more than half of the remaining crystals. The Kiss Hoden that had been obtained first were used to create protective gear so people wouldn't burn to death and were able to resist the burning temperatures. They nodded in agreement. The others will be arriving soon, declared Niji, his eyes staring at the hot fire right in front of him. It was only now that they realized that they were in the mountain's graveyard, waiting for the others so they could fight Naruto. And to seal him away. Gah! I'm getting cold feet, announced Shikamaru, letting out a dry laugh that was full of tiredness. These 9 months of training was cruel and tiring. Is it bad that I'm scared? Asked Sakura, her hands trembling. We've fought him numerous times before, but I've only realized now how unlikely we'll leave this one. They shook their heads in response. No, it's only natural for you, for us, to be scared of dying to him, said Tenten. They didn't say his name, acting as if the name was a forbidden word that they swore oath to not speak. Feeling afraid is fine, everyone else here is feeling thing, commented Shino, the bugs hidden transmitting their fear to him. Sakura sighed, sitting back, her back hitting against the bark of a tree. Hey, Sakura looked at them, smiling solemnly. If we die here today, then I hope you all know that I love everyone here. She could feel every fiber of her body shouting. Now, and even after death, I'll always love you guys. Hinata sat, her body in a tranquil state as she kept her eyes closed in complete silence. Her heartbeat was slow and calm, almost in a state of perfection. Her body was scarred, bruised, and was full of bandages that entrapped her body like a mummy from stories. Breathing in and out, she heard Unmi walking from the wooden steps. You're progressing quite finely, Unmi said softly, trying not to interrupt Hinata from meditation. Refusing to not give in, Hinata continued to sit down in her lotus formation. Indeed I am, Hinata responded, voice full of gentle confidence as she kept her eyes closed, refusing to let go of such meditation. It seems that boy's inevitable death is a great motivator for you. The Hyuga wanted to retort, but knew that doing such a thing would be a great hindrance to the meditation. The same goes for everyone. The newspapers are useful for things such as gathering information. She had managed to get her hands on newspaper, sometimes seeing the names of her friends on the list. From their achievements to their rampages across the entire nations. She knew that they were looking for her tirelessly. She was surprised that they haven't found her whereabouts for a total of 8 months. It confused her, becoming an anomaly in her mind. How many? Unmi asked, her smile dropping for a moment as her eyes pierced Hinata's eyelids, scorching them with a fiery look. 6 of them. They exchanged vague words, acting as if they were talking in Morse code. Unmi nodded at the response. If you continue forward, please make sure you don't make a mess of this place. It'd be very unfortunate if you break things that aren't yours. Hinata didn't show it, but the last few words made her want to shiver. I'll take note of that. She couldn't see it, but she could feel each movement that Unmi made, and every step that she took was clear to her ears. My husband would be very proud of your resolve. Her ears perked, catching her gentle tone that was shrouded in mysterious intent. Unmi stopped moving for a second, speaking a bit more. Do you know why this world is so cruel? On why this world focuses on only strength and nothing more? Hinata felt her body shiver, threatening to knock her off the tranquil state that she was in. It's because God is cruel. God isn't a person, but an entity that has stood above everyone since even before everything was created. Unmi took one last glance, her voice taking a considerable dark and cold tone. 2. We exist because of creation. Such omnipotent abilities have been wasted by such an entity. Everything is merely a plaything for God. She slid open a door, walking inside the dark room right in front of her. Her voice was quiet, not letting Hinata hear her last few words. But don't worry, everything will be alright. A new world will be created, the exact antithesis of the world that God had created in its vision. A perfect earth. They stood on a wide valley with a forest right beside them. We're risking a lot of lives here, said Rock Lee, using his index finger to scratch the side of his head. His heart pounded, seeing 400 Jonin-level Konohanins right in front of them. Our lives and theirs are expendable to this undeniable cause. As long as Naruto is alive, humanity is not safe. Kakashi had said this in a tone full of resolve and determination. Still, it bothers me how Hokage-sama is okay with all these people risking their lives for a singular person. They silently agreed, but they knew that 400 Jonin-level Konohanins weren't enough to put Naruto down. 1. This is our only chance. If they die then they die and there's nothing that we can do about it. It saddens me as well that they are throwing their lives away, but they were people who agreed to do such a thing. The Konoha-ten, excluding Shikamaru, listened attentively to Jiraiya's words. Is Shikamaru in position? Asked Ino, looking towards Kaiba. Yav. He's ready all right. Their hearts were pounding like a lion roaring to the top of their lungs. The moon shined down upon them, the time closing in on the 9 p.m. Get ready everyone. Things can go bad, but no matter what, don't ever freaking give up. Sakura's body was full of trembling nervousness. Everyone else could relate. Right. Don't let your guard down. We need to follow the plan exactly to the T. Failure is not an option for us. Everyone nodded to Niji's words, knowing that even a single mistake to this plan was detrimental for them and their lives. Around them, were bones on both the ground and on the side of the rough sides of the valley that reached all the way up to the sky. They were at the level that they could attempt the sealing technique, binding of judgment. It frightened them that they were doing a final gambit, one that could become a frenzying hazard that could go all wrong. They were scared, but they had no choice but to move forward. They were risking their lives for humanity and for everyone that they love. Their success rate? Less than 1%. Suddenly a tyrannical pressure washed over them, making them wide their eyes in terror. Kakashi looked in front of them, his eyes becoming sharp. He has come, he announced, his left eye morphing into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone readied themselves, their guards all the way up in the air. From afar, his body was clad in a long-sleeved button-up and a flexible black pants that stopped at the top of his combat boots. His teal mantle fluttered, flitting from behind as he moved forward. In his hand was the translucent blade that was made of the most beautiful crystal. His face was devoid of recognizable emotion, leaking not even a single thought to his foes. The boy stopped about 70 meters away from them. Their eyes met, sending him a glare. The fate of the future was not clear, becoming more blurry than ever before. The strongest had arrived to the battlefield. Naruto looked at them all, his eyes narrowing greatly. He felt an etheric aura emanate from everyone's body. His senses were being bombarded by everything. They were prepared heavily. Naruto clicked his tongue, noticing that no one has yet moved. Flashing his teeth, Naruto had a hard time pinpointing the locations of everyone due to the amount of etheric aura and chakra being outputted. He took one step forward, making everyone tense in response. As the shrouds of etheric aura danced, Kakashi decided to boost everyone's morale. Everyone! Do not waver. Remain steadfast. Don't jump into your deaths. Everyone! Remain alive until the very end. Kakashi yelled, gaining nods from everyone. 3. But that left the question. Who was going to initiate the battle first? Remember, stay with the plan, Sakura said, imbuing her fist with a large amounts of chakra, but with such delicate control over it. Naruto stayed silent, feeling the ground below him fissure, cracking upon with little amount of power. Backing away, Naruto felt the wind rush all around his surroundings. His eyes widened, seeing a few of the Jonin-level opponents jump towards him, leaping in the air. Setting his foot, Naruto channeled lightning to his blade, stabbing all of them in the heads. Due to him still being in sudden shock, Naruto did not see the others begun to spread apart, the aura of energy wavering in a frenzy. 1. It's harder to find where they are, everything feels the same. He gritted in his teeth, everything masking in together like putty. Naruto leaned back, barely managing to make out the speeding Kunao that churned all around him. His eyes turned into the Rinnegan, pushing everything back. Before casualties were made, Rock Lee had moved everyone away, his body speeding like a blurry image. Everyone, spread a bit more out. Naruto heard an order from Kakashi. It didn't take long before he was surrounded in the same aura in every corner. Sakura appeared from above, her hands lifting a tree trunk that had been broken from the Shinra Tensei. Reacting quickly, Naruto moved to the side before feeling a burst of pain that roused from his face. Hey? Naruto felt Rock Lee's fist connect with his face, sending him away. He regained his balance, kicking off the ground in a burst of speed. Becoming a blur, Naruto went for a kill on one of the Konohanins. 1. But he failed, the ground cracking and numerous Kunao and shuriken being sent towards him to block his path. Their perception. Naruto thought with surprise, seeing one of the Jonin ninjas approach him, their fists imbued with chakra. Moving to the side, looked into the future so he could see through another attack. 3. Pulling the Jonin in front of him, Naruto let the ninja get killed by the hands of one of the other Konohanins. His mind raced, the ground crackling in fissures. Kakashi sent numerous weapons propelling his way. They're using strategy in compensation for lack of strength. Naruto held out his finger, sending a ray of his Hotoke beam towards numerous Konohanins, killing 10 of them in a split second. A flame dragon flew his way, the user being Jiraiya. Coating his hand with chakra, Naruto distinguished the flames with ease. Summoning a clone, Naruto used him as way to send him forward, tearing through the soft air. His fingers curled, forming a fist. 7 of the Jonin-level shinobi appeared in front of him, hindering his path from moving forward. Naruto growled, feeling the mysterious aura ooze out of their bodies, blocking his view. But he was interrupted, Sakura stirring from behind. Jumping to the side, he cursed himself at his predicament. All these auras clashing with each other made it hard for him to see where each person was located. This made it so they could get closer to him without even noticing their presence. He had been tired as well from constantly working. The arrays of aura clashed with one another, becoming nothing but an abundance of power. Aphrodite. He had finally realized what the aura was. It was the same aura that thickly wrapped his blade with such subtleness. They're outputting a lot of the aura. He breathed in and out, his sensory abilities being overloaded by such overwhelming amount of etheric energy. Everything was ethereal. Naruto had avoided going to the epicenter of the Aphrodite crystal, instead trying to find other spots that were full of the same crystal. The late land of iron was the place with concentrated amounts, but he was the only one that tried finding more sources instead of just that wasteland. He had destroyed a substantial amount of Aphrodite from the world, but it wasn't enough to be considered good or great. Naruto saw numerous portals appearing from all sides, a speeding blur surrounding his entire being. Kunao thrusted out of the portals, ushering a new age. Naruto saw into the future, seeing the next 6 or so movements. Rock Lee sent an unwavering amount of speeding Kunao that he had redirected from the portals. They're taking this slowly, not attacking all at once. Naruto analyzed, clasping his fingers together so he could push out an invisible force. A layer of dust shimmered in the air, covering the land with the light brown look. Hey? Sweat? Naruto thought, wiping off the liquid off his forehead. He thought deeply before the ground beneath him started rising from Sakura's manipulation. 2. Koji came rolling as he sent shards of earth towards Naruto. Imbuing his translucent blade with lightning, Naruto cut down the shard, making them flee away as if a child running away in fear. From behind, Naruto did not notice some of the fodder shinobi weaving through hand seals. Breathing in and out, Naruto abruptly saw spikes of earth rouse from the ground. His piercing eyes reacted quickly, jumping up, entering 8 meters in the air. "They're reaching me," Naruto mused, seeing the length of the spiky jutsu rising even further. A slight tinge of pain entered his body. He was surprised that they managed to draw in blood from his foreleg. Holding his hand out, Naruto pulled all of the sharp spikes in, letting them surround his mortal body. With ease, Naruto lifted his leg while still in the air, kicking the spikes of earth towards his foes. Landing on the ground, Naruto decided to take everything up a notch. 20%. Naruto disappeared, appearing from above as his blade sparked and coalesced with his ethereal lightning. The blue hues of power wildly diverged and converged with such beauty. A single strike took down 20 of the shinobi. Suddenly 2 arms appeared from portals just a bit above his shoulders. Naruto widened his eyes, feeling the hands grasp his arms, holding him tightly together. "Now!" yelled Kakashi, using his Kamui in creative ways. Naruto saw Ino, her hand forming the signature jutsu of her clan. Before he could just Kenjin, he her jutsu initiate, taking over his mind in Gambit. In the split second that she was in control, Sakura and Rock Lee appeared in front of him, their arms reeling as their fists connected with Naruto's face. Kurama was about to put pressure on Ino, but she managed to flee before Kurama could interfere. 7. Coming back to his body, Naruto was batted away, his body flying all across the air with such ferocious intensity. A wild torment crossed his face and body. Landing, Naruto spat out blood from his mouth, staining the ground with the vermilion color. Everyone drew closer. His eyes flared in absolute anger. "You, people!" Shouting, Naruto unleashed an unwavering amount of chakra, destroying many trees and made the ground crackle. 25%. 5. Naruto bursted forward, annihilating about 32 more Konohanins. Even though he was narrowing down numerous, the shimmering wall of aura was barely weakening. They're strengthening and increasing the output of the aura with each shinobi being killed. Naruto was amazed by how well they could manipulate such an unknown material that they had only acquired just a bit ago. But, nevertheless, Naruto couldn't help but crack grin. Everything that had happened up until this point was because of his villainous actions. Nothing had changed the slightest. Gliding through the air, Naruto held his Aphrodite blade, enlightening it with tremendous amounts of lightning. Still in the air, Naruto changed the shape of the lightning, completely entrapping it with the lightning chakra. Barbs of lightning illuminated all around the blade, creating a spear that he had once used against Obito during their first real battle. "Everyone, prepare for the attack!" Jiraiya yelled, getting ready to summon Fukasaku and Shima to aid him in entering Sage mode. He couldn't see it, but he could feel the nods appear from behind. Lightning release, Gungnir. 1. Yelling out loud, Naruto shot the spear of lightning, making it stretch and tear through the air with violence. Using Shinra Tensei, Naruto pushed himself upwards using the invisible force of his Rinnegan. As dust and smoke covered the area, Naruto widened his eyes as the etheric, strong aura seeped through the smoke and dust. Suddenly, Naruto saw Kaiba and Akamaru burst in front of him. He noticed one unmistakable feature that covered their body. So they've mass-manufactured them. Naruto thought, his eyes seeing the Aphrodite armor that traversed all around their body. Using Zettai Ryodo, Naruto made them stop in their tracks, their movements halting violently. Naruto summoned a clone, making him send the real Naruto forward, launching a kick towards the Kaiba's stomach. 2. With blood gushing out from his mouth, Naruto caught Akamaru before he could bite him on the back. Holding no remorse, Naruto threw Akamaru towards the falling Kaiba. Landing on the ground, Naruto felt the creeping aura of judgment crawl from all corners. Clicking his tongue, Naruto found himself still unable to diversify the different auras from one another. "You all are quite resourceful," commented Naruto, standing up as he felt the strangling aura magnify significantly. His eyes wandered all around the battlefield. Every single one of them maintained an armor of Aphrodite, or Kishoten if you consider the thoughts of others. He observed the output of the armor. The armor is much better than Mifune's prototype. Naruto thought calmly, his eyes wandering as he saw his surroundings become nothing a clutter of shinobi. His teal cloak fluttered from behind, signaling Naruto that someone was attempting to attack him from behind. Well, it was something more similar to a multitude of people attempting to attack him. Conserving their strength, Naruto stepped back, letting Ino traverse to the side. Breathing, Naruto used Zetairyudo to make Rock Lee stop in his tracks. Weaving his sword, Naruto moved to slaughter Rock Lee. "Oh, no you don't," Sakura thought, yelling inside of her mind as she sent a shockwave towards Naruto, intercepting him before he could kill Rock Lee. A few cuts appeared on his forearm that wielded his Aphrodite blade. 1. Naruto widened his eyes, once again surprised by the damage that he took. A kick landed on his face due to his moment of surprise. He cursed himself for zoning off for such a trivial reason. Have I grown careless? Naruto thought to himself, narrowing his eyes as he disappeared from their sight. In a split second, Naruto sent numerous trees from all sides with such raw swiftness. Or have they grown stronger? Much stronger? He asked himself, being nothing but a speeding blur that plowed through the ground. Naruto breathed lightly. He was holding back a lot, but he thought he was sure that he could easily deal with them with such handicaps being held against him. Lack of sleep. 1. Not being able to use his sensory abilities correctly. To himself, Naruto had thought he could have easily beaten everyone here with ease even if he was holding back, but he was wrong. How could he be so wrong? 7. 34%. 3. Naruto flashed forward, his eyes becoming much deadlier. He appeared in front of Ino, his fingers curling into a strong fist. With such unforeseeable quickness, Naruto pummeled her head to the ground, repeatedly punching it with such ferocious intent. Maybe it was because they hurt his pride, but Naruto felt a surge of anger that wanted to eat him whole. He thought, how could he show such weakness? He was a man who was unreachable, so how, he questioned. How could he let himself show such incompetence in front of an enemy that was planets below him in both strength and intelligence? Unacceptable. 8. Naruto had no hard feelings for Ino. She wasn't as physically strong as someone like Sakura or Rock Lee, but he had viable strategic abilities like her clan technique with body swapping. 30%. 5. Must eliminate such pests. Naruto thought, seeing mindless bugs crawl all over him. In an instant, they all died a horrible but quick death. Blood splattered, covering Naruto's clothes and face as he was forced to seal his blade back. With a face of cloudiness, Naruto moved forward. With the heads of 2 Jonin shinobi in his strong grasp. Did you think you can defeat me? He asked them, squeezing the dead skulls of the Jonin level ninjas, making them explode into gory blood. They held their ground. Launching himself forward, left the unconscious, but critical conditioned Ino behind as he had full intent of knocking them down a few petals down. They need to know their place. Naruto imbued his fist with crackling tendrils of lightning chakra. The barbs distorted the world, the coils entangling with everyone's vision. 1. With such strong power, Naruto reeled his fist back, sending a punch that destroyed everything in its path. His eyes blazing, Naruto disappeared with admirable speed. Breathing, Naruto had destroyed everything in front of him in a straight 400 meters. Wind rushed past Naruto's face along with the particles of dust that illuminated the air. No shinobi had died due to the overwhelming protection from the Aphrodite armor. But their insides were jungling a varying amount of pain. Some struggled to stand, their powers faltering greatly. Jumping forward, Naruto sent heated waves of fire towards them with a very large ball of fire. Still in the air, he hoisted his leg up, forming a crescent-like form with his legs. Not caring about chakra control, Naruto ushered as much chakra as he could into his leg. His mouth twisted into a terrible grin. "How long can you take before you succumb to exhaustion?" he asked tauntingly, his leg dropping down to annihilate as much people as he could. Another 20 people died. Landing, Naruto disappeared. They couldn't see him due to his overwhelming speed that surprised them entirely. Their numbers are dwindling, but the aura is only getting stronger. Naruto thought angrily. Sakura closed in on Naruto, throwing her fists. Responding to the assault, Naruto blocked it with his forearm, swatting it away from his vicinity. Ducking down, Naruto avoided a punch from the side. Outstretching his arm, he took hold of Sakura's arm, attempting to incapacitating her arm from continuing to fight. A sudden punch was delivered to his jaw, sending him away before fully disabling Sakura. Gritting his teeth, Naruto saw Kaiba trail from different sides. With a feral look on his face, Kaiba drew closer, his growling become louder and louder by the second. 1. Naruto stood defiantly, entering a stance. Although unneeded, Naruto let his body become enthralled by the euphoric Aphrodite armor. A purplish-black glow emanated from his body just like everybody else. His eyes were fierce, trailing the movements of Kaiba, Sakura, and Rock Lee with ease. With an almighty look on his face, Naruto disappeared in an instant. Cracks on the ground appeared, showing the speed that Naruto was going at. Sakura, deciding to disrupt his movements, punched the ground, unleashing a devastating rupture on the crust of the world. Naruto narrowed his eyes down towards them, shifting his body across the floating pieces of earth. He stood in silence as more infamous shinobi appeared in front of him. "It seems all of Konoha-ten wants a piece of my wrath," said Naruto, unclipping his teal mantle and sealing it back into the seal located in his arm. Neji stepped forward, his armor ushering power. His 64 palms technique was obsolete when against armor that protects the chakra points with such intensity. Kurane wove herself from behind Naruto, a fiery look on her face as she gazed into his back. Traversing across each slab of ground, Kurane jumped, her hand curling into a mighty fist. Wisps of black and purple whirled, coalescing all together with such beauty. Sending a shockwave of power, Naruto was forced to take a step to the side, enabling Neji to make his move. 8 tigrams, palms of heaven. Neji outstretched his arms, his hands becoming nothing more than a flat surface. The jutsu was similar to the vacuum palm with the use of forming a vacuum shell, but the uses were entirely different. Instead of releasing the power in as a long-range attack, this jutsu lets you use the vacuum shell in close combat. Neji thrusted forward, his palm hitting Naruto's forearm. "Hey?" Naruto thought, feeling a sharp pain rouse from his membrane-like armor that trapped his body in a purplish-black color. Retracting his arm, Naruto leaned back to avoid a wave of wind cruising towards his face. The jutsu bypasses the armor, giving internal damage to the target. Naruto analyzed, the floating pieces of earth finally hitting the ground roughly. 39%. Dashing out of the clouds of dust, Naruto caught sight of Tenten, manifesting hundreds of kunao and shuriken from her large scroll that she wielded. The scroll wrapped all around Naruto's vicinity. Shinra Tensei. With ease, everything was repelled away from him. His eyes lit brightly with red and purple. Naruto moved forward, dodging an assault from Neji. He cracked a smirk from his tired face. 9. Sakura appeared from the shimmering dust, a wave of resolute power resonating from her fist. Neji had his palm with a whirling vortex of wind piling about. With fierce power, they reeled and pushed their arms forward. Zetairyudo. Just as they released their power, Naruto made them stop before they could even hit his face. Although they had stopped, their unrelentless power did not. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he felt pain scuffle out of his face. The released power had been unleashed, managing to hit Naruto. As the blood landed on the ground, Naruto disappeared, reappearing above everyone on the battlefield. Portals began appearing all around him, rallying like a parade. Naruto cursed at such a sight. His hair swayed, moving back and forth due to the world's whim. The crimson red eye glowed brightly, mirroring the color of one's blood. With elegance, Naruto dodged each and every single one of the metallic weapons with ease. They're staying back, supporting the rest of the team. Musing, Naruto took a quick glance at Kakashi and Jiraiya. Something he saw was the two small toads on Jiraiya's shoulder. Due to being distracted, Naruto just barely managed to dodge an attack from Kaiba. Akamaru had become an imitation of Kaiba through the use of such the beast-human clone technique. They moved in animalistic intent, growling in sync as they thrashed forward. Calmly, Naruto smirked, his eyes glistening with savage intent. "Let's see, can you handle this?" Naruto questioned inquisitively, his eyes trailing the two of them as they shoved themselves towards the Uchiha. Attempting to do a coordinated attack, decided to show them no mercy. Sidestepping, Naruto dodged a pounce from the dog that tried attacking him. He grabbed Akamaru's arm, holding a tight grasp that challenged his joints. Gracefully, Naruto pulled Akamaru back, thrusting his fist into its stomach. His eyes showed no remorse, not letting the dog have even a moment of breathing. His arms, the appendages that reeled back and forth, began to impale Akamaru's body transformation with such fury. To everyone, this happened in an instant, but to Naruto, it was an eternity with his level of perception. Blood gushed out of Akamaru's mouth, his face churned in pain, tilting away from Naruto's face. With one last punch, Naruto dove into Akamaru's stomach once more, unleashing another wave of unbearable pain that lasted a century. How long has Naruto been toying with the poor Ninken? 4.3 seconds. Like before, this sequence of events were nothing but flashes of light that happened in one very moment of their life. Even he Aphrodite armor couldn't handle Naruto's burst in chakra that seeped through the armor, attacking Akamaru inside out. "Akamaru!" Kaiba yelled, a distressed look on his face as he appeared in front of Naruto. There was a look of rage that burrowed inside. It welled, spiraling out of control as he flurry of attacks spasmed all around. 1. The wisps of black and purple clouded Naruto's vision. It was only now that he noticed the intense stench that it held. A powerful aura that had an equally powerful smell. I wonder how Kaiba is dealing with such things. Naruto thought, catching Kaiba's fist with ease. The Inyazuka widened his eyes considerably, a sharp pain soon ensuing, making his entire body stagger in torment. "Gah!" He gasped and gasped. Naruto had held his arm, twisting it. Snapping it. The others were too late to assist. Naruto used Shinsekai to look into the future. Various images ingrained itself into his mind. Now knowing his next move, Naruto looked to the side. Rock Lee appeared in front of him, his body emanating a powerful aura that coalesced with his Aphrodite armor. Feeling nothing, Naruto threw Kaiba to the side, letting him writhe in crippling pain. Naruto dashed away, avoiding a punch from the ever-so-eccentric Rock Lee. Using his peripheral vision, Naruto could see Sakura tending to Kaiba immediately. He tilted his head to the side, a sonic punch passing through with insane speeds. Rock Lee glared at Naruto, willing his body to move forward. Jumping many meters back, Naruto saw Rock Lee enter the first gate, then the second, then the third, and then the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth. Poetic, isn't it? Naruto asked this to himself, remembering the time when he first fought Rock Lee at the Valley of the End. It was fight that he had barely won. But things were different now. The differences began to be more apparent as time went on. Naruto left him and everyone else in the piling dust that he left behind. Before, the days of his early teens, he was nervous to face someone who was so adept and powerful at taijutsu. But now and in the future, Naruto felt no ounce of anything when in front of Rock Lee and his rapidly growing power. After he had barely won their first fight, Naruto had thought, maybe he could be a powerful rival of mine. 5. But he was wrong. There was a concept that he had forgotten that contributed to such things. It was deciding factor of their latent ability. Talent. Naruto's abilities would have traveled leaps and bounds in his very early years if he had trained more seriously. It was truly cruel of the world. One's potential and latent ability was decided once birth. Things like genetics, environment, Kekkei Genkai, affinities to chakra natures, they are all factors to the ceiling of strength that one can achieve. And it so happens that Naruto's ceiling of strength was higher than everyone else's. An intense amount of heat covered the area, raising the temperature drastically. Naruto dashed to the side, avoiding the dangerous portals that manifested all around him. Rock Lee kept his eyes straight on Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing the spandex-wearing shinobi in front of him. He rose his leg, matching the strength that Rock Lee was outputting. The Uchiha cracked a grin of pure madness. If you want even a slither of a chance, then you'll have to use the 8th gate. Naruto roared, his eyes set in a blazing heat. Rock Lee was pushed back, an intense feeling rising from within. He gritted his teeth at the creeping feeling of the dreadful foe known as powerlessness. You know, Naruto, I used to envy you. Naruto snorted, kicking Rock Lee back, his power increasing slightly. Rock Lee felt such unimaginable pain. I remember the first time I saw you. All he could feel was the pain intensifying with such force that felt like a planet crashing into his body full force. As that Chunin tried punching you in the face, you stood there, unfazed and not even flinching against the whims of the Chunin that tried laying his hand on you. Rock Lee entered a stance, his body enthralled by the euphoric aura that bore into the air. In that moment, I could feel it. Feel what? Naruto asked, using Zetairyudo to stop incoming Kunao and Shuriken from Kakashi's portals. No one made any type of movement, frozen in the midst of this battle. I could feel the ambience, complexion, that surrounded you for a moment. It was because of this that I decided to interfere, intercepting the punch. It was because of your overwhelming aura that I decided to blow my team's cover. Rock Lee breathed in and out, his hair moving back and forth from the etheric glow that rattled his body. Naruto realized what he was saying now. You felt the undeniable force of it, did you? Naruto asked, honoring Rock Lee as he entered a stance. Rock Lee nodded his head, knowing what Naruto meant. Yes, I felt the undeniable force. Rock Lee felt his heart thump rapidly as he faced against the unstoppable man right in front of him. No one else interfered, seeing as this was something rather personal for him. That undeniable talent of yours, I admired it. It was something that I had little ounces of, and for me to have even a fracture of your talent is only a wishful thought of mine. He was persona who, while had chakra, is unable to use it for things like ninjutsu and genjutsu. He was exceptional at taijutsu and had strode forward, and worked hard for the strength that he had now. He saw Naruto, and saw his unparalleled talent. The talent that he lacked. So it hurts him that he couldn't face Naruto head-on and defeat him fair and square, but this was simply needed. As a person who represented humanity, Naruto was a force of evil. And, as their plans slowly were combined, Rock Lee wanted one last fight against Naruto before they attempted to seal him away. This was a selfish desire of his, a self-fulfillment. And how do you feel now? An idiot with a selfish desire to defeat an invincible man. Naruto smirked, his black clothing fluttering as he slowly walked towards Rock Lee. Naruto's hair shimmered as he saw Rock Lee's repertoire. 7th Gate. Rock Lee knew that such power wasn't enough to overcome Naruto, but their plan was to merely wear him out so they could perform the seal much easier. That's why they Kakashi and Jiraiya were so reserved, only attacking when they thought it was right. And Naruto was too blinded by his own arrogance to see through such a plan. He saw through the thought of them wearing him down through the use of blocking off his sensory abilities so he couldn't sense where they were all at. Naruto's eyes began to shimmer in the vibrant blue hues of his Judan. He walked until he stood on a pile of dead bodies. Come and get me, Rock Lee, the boy who defies talent. Rock Lee disappeared, briefly surprising Naruto at the drastic increase in speed. But he shook it off, grinning at such a sight. 2. Naruto slithered his hands out of his pocket, feeling the wind behind whirling from admirable force. Turning around, Naruto caught the fist that flew towards him. The area shook with violence. Rock Lee backed away. Kakashi was about to conjure piles of portals, but Rock Lee silenced him before he could. No. I don't want help. If I fail now, then that means that's how far I was meant to go. Rock Lee dashed forward, becoming nothing but a speeding blur to the naked eye. Naruto kicked himself off the ground, speeding towards Rock Lee. Beads of sweat trickled down his head as he danced with Rock Lee. Even though he was holding back, Naruto was amused by such a fight. 44%. Naruto imbued his fist with lightning. They jumped forward, their fists clashing. The tendrils of lightning sparked brilliantly, blood expelling from their fists from the violent collision. Naruto backed away, blocking a kick to the face easily with his forearm. Rock Lee continued his assault, his arms becoming blurs that tried landing a hit on Naruto in a terrifying frenzy. But Naruto was too many steps ahead, blocking and or dodging each and every single one of them. Rock Lee gritted his teeth, feeling the gap between strength becoming wider and wider every moment that went by. But it wasn't because he was getting weaker, it was because Naruto was gradually increasing his strength. Even if they were increments, the gap was getting noticeably larger. As he continued throwing a barrage of punches, Naruto raised his strength larger and larger. Breathing in and out, Rock Lee enforced his resolve, going even faster than before. I must admit, your skills in taijutsu far exceed mine, confessed Naruto, swatting an axe kick away from his face. A wind vortex appeared, pulling everything in. Naruto pushed himself to the side, his eyes glancing back at Rock Lee. His eyes narrowed as he saw that Rock Lee was no longer at the same position where he was at before. Rock Lee appeared in front of him, his hand attempting to grab Naruto's head with his visage of physical power. Rock Lee saw Naruto calmly whisper something. Shinra Tensei. He suddenly couldn't move forward, instead being pushed back with an invisible force that shackled him down. He gritted his teeth, his body crashing down and sustained many grazes on his skin. He rolled on the ground, barely dodging Naruto's stomp that made the ground crackle beneath the pressure of his foot. As webs of cracks appeared, Rock Lee regained his balance, narrowly avoiding a downward roundhouse kick from Naruto. His heart thumped out of his chest, fear creeping up. Naruto smirked, throwing a left hook as Rock Lee properly got up. Blood gushed out of his nose, his body staggering. Taking advantage of such a situation, Naruto ran forward, grabbing Rock Lee's Jonin vest, and pulling him towards himself. Moving efficiently, Naruto wove his arms forward, grabbing Rock Lee's shoulder joint. With utter quickness, Naruto felt his foe tense up under his grasp. He strained the joint, making him unable to move his arm correctly. Naruto hoisted his leg, bashing Rock Lee's face with his knee. Falling down, Rock Lee gasped for air, having trouble keeping up. He made one little mistake and it had costed him so gravely. He was forced back on the ground a few meters away from Naruto. So this is your utmost limit, Naruto said, feeling a bit of the damage that Rock Lee had managed to deliver due to him underestimating Rock Lee a tiny bit. It's a pity that this is your end. Naruto unsealed his Aphrodite blade. He swung down with no hesitation. How unfortunate, said Naruto, sighing as his blade was stopped by Jiraiya and Kakashi. A wave of purple and black illuminated all throughout the night. Sakura appeared behind them, taking Rock Lee away from harm's way. Jiraiya boy. Kakashi boy, be careful in front of him, Fukasaku said, his tone full of wisdom. Naruto saw the two toads that resided on both his shoulders. Fukasaku was a very small toad with a murky green skin tone. The other was Shima, a toad with a lighter green underside, and had purple markings that ran across her body. She is the husband of Fukasaku. 1. They are the two great sage toads. Jiraiya's hands were webbed, and red markings on his face that had toad-like eyes. Naruto let out a small smirk that ran across from one end of his face to the other. "It seems you all have improved, excellent." Naruto channeled fire chakra to his blade, setting it on fire and increasing the temperature of the surroundings. Breaking through their defense, Naruto made them back away due to an explosion of fire that shook the battlefield. "I don't have to worry about the other Jonin, they're here only to hinder my senses," Naruto thought, having to be careful of everything around him. It was unfortunate that the aura of the Aphrodite was hindering his abilities to sense his surroundings, but that's why he has Shinsekai. But, even then, Shinsekai is only limited to a certain time. Naruto saw Kakashi conjure portals that unleashed so many weapons that varied from kunai to swords that he had been saving up until now. Naruto used Zetairyudo to stop the weapons from touching him. Dashing out of harm's way, Naruto drove himself forward, unrelenting and never faltering for even a single moment. Kakashi conjured a portal many meters away from him, letting it shoot out a blade that was made of Aphrodite. "Of course, you guys have it too." Naruto lifted his blade, its elegance and beauty magnifying under the moonlight. He swung down, meeting his blade. Kakashi and Jiraiya activated their Aphrodite armor, letting it coalesce with their bodies. As they blocked their blade, Neji and Kurane maneuvered from behind, their steps as silent as an assassin. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Naruto flicked himself around, striking the rough ground with his blade, making it explode with wind chakra. How did he find out? Neji thought. They had made noise, his clothes did not flit, and his senses were being blocked by the numerous shinobi around them who held the same aura. Naruto rose, his arm lifting the blade off the ground as if it was a legendary sword. He raised it, entering a stance that gave him a powerful expression. "Try harder because you can't beat the man who is closest to the heavens," Naruto arrogantly said. The wind that surrounded his blade turned into a dark purple with lights amounts of black that revolved around the sword with gentleness. Neji backed away, knowing that he wasn't supposed to be initiating a fight with him, his importance would shine later on. 52%. The three kicked off the ground, closing the distance between them and the honored one. Breathing in and out, Naruto held his blade tightly, preparing for their unison attack. 1. He must admit, they were the closest to beating him. Even if there were many handicaps that hindered him. But, nevertheless, they were managing to bear well under the pressure of a merciful him. Naruto stood with defiance. The three stopped, letting Jiraiya unleash toad oil from his mouth. The two followed, weaving through hand seals to expel a fire jutsu from their mouths. Fire release, flame dragon technique. Two dragon heads manifested from the pits of heck, the flames flickering with a rageful vengeance that lit the world in a fiery dance. Naruto widened his eyes for a moment. The fire collided with the toad oil, making the flames burn even brighter as an explosion of flames flickered on Naruto's face. Naruto used Kenjin managed to subdue the fire, but couldn't stop the toad oil due to his lack of real knowledge behind it. Some of the oil landed on his face. 2. Great. Now I'm in danger of being burnt. Naruto thought, backing away as the fire made him sweat profusely. He narrowed his eyes at the sequence of jutsu that he had received. Are they trying to make me dehydrated? Or are they trying to light me on fire? Naruto was too lost in thought and it had costed him. Jiraiya appeared from the side, his fist landing on Naruto's face. 61%. Naruto sighed internally as he was launched away. He needed to stop thinking so much, it was seriously making him distracted. Regaining his balance, saw Kakashi manifest himself from above, attempting to commit an axe kick. Naruto saw everything in slow motion. He used Shinsekai to look into the future, making his mouth turn into a small smirk. Outstretching his arm, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's other leg, locking it down with a very tight grip. Kakashi widened his eyes as he saw Naruto jump slightly off the ground, avoiding a leg sweep from Kurane. He felt Naruto tug on his leg, soon being thrown downwards into Kurane. Aghh. The two yelled in pain, their roars of suffering illuminating the night. Naruto shuffled backward, using his forearms to block a direct punch from Jiraiya. Your efforts are quickly being diminished, how do you feel? He asked tauntingly, moving his head to the side to avoid another swing from Jiraiya. Deciding to retaliate, Naruto caught Jiraiya's arm, shoving his fist into his stomach, digging deep before he launched him away. Careful! Yelled Fukasaku. Jiraiya regained his balance, caressing his stomach as Kakashi and Kurane stood right next to him. Relax, I'm fine, responded Jiraiya, wiping the blood that trickled down his mouth. Naruto stretched his limbs and appendages, his eyes tracking their every movement. Naruto had a crazy look on his face, amplifying Juden to a terrifying degree. 2. It had been so long since he overused Juden. The last time he had done such a thing was when he had first fought them a year ago, when he was forced to play his cards by Danzo and flee away from Konoha rather early. You managed to get your hands on that Aphrodite crystal. Is it not divine? They narrowed their eyes, seeing as Naruto had given the crystal a name of its own that differed from everybody else's. 2. But, in the end, what did that do? Nothing. Naruto's eyes were piercing through their soul, shackling them down from moving. 68%. The Aphrodite crystal is now reduced to nothing but a common gem due to you all wanting to close the gap in power between you and me. Lightning bursted all around the blade, enveloping it fully. All that effort in increasing your fire power only brought you back to your own defeat, to me. Every cell in his body began to burn with such ferocious suffering. A grey skeleton wrapped around his body. 1. Wisps of black, purple, and grey covered the night. He moved, the etheric aura making the ground below crumble under its pressure. Defeat spells weakness. His face was void of emotions, reverting back to the look that he had once held during his younger days with Madara. Evil was a concept with no real definition. Who has the right to say a person was evil? Who has the right to say someone is virtuous? Would a person who has good intentions but carries them out with such wickedness methods, be considered evil? But Naruto was different, he didn't care for such trivial thoughts. Because to him, there was only one thing that was evil. The only thing that is constantly evil in this world, is weakness. He had repeated the same words that he had told them before. Weakness is what brings people the despair that they feel when they fail. Weakness is what lurks behind them as they lose those they care about. It's what drives them to strive forward in face of powerlessness. With a hollow face, Naruto gained an idea that would be viewed as sinful. His Susanoo brought its arms to the side. An invisible pole brought two unnamed shinobi of Konoha into the grasp of the Susanoo's large hands. They screamed, feeling the writhing pain as the Susanoo squeezed the two under Naruto's command. With no remorse, Naruto disappeared, reappearing above them. The three shinobi widened their eyes at the horrifying sight. The two shinobi that were being gripped hardly were practically dead. Blood leaked from their mouths, ears, and eye sockets. Their bodies were broken, mangling as like a broken doll that had been played with. Their insides were probably disfigured, and the only thing that stopped them from splattering out was the Aphrodite armor that was quickly losing its power. He held no sympathy, and swung the two shinobi down, their blood flying and head barely attached to their bodies. Missing one, Naruto continued forward, the heads of the Konoha shinobi tearing off, landing on the ground and exploding like a watermelon being dropped. Do you think this is evil? Naruto asked, blood squirting from bloody open neck. Naruto swung down once more, just barely missing them with a single swing. Blood landing as if they were paint that was used for a canvas. Naruto landed back on the soil, kicking right off of it almost immediately. His Susanoo squeezed the two dead bodies, crimson liquid gushing out of the headless shinobi. Too quick for them to react, Naruto appeared, after images appearing before their very eyes. They were swatted away, the dead shinobi's bodies crashing into them, painting their hair, face, and clothing with blood. Their bodies rolled, dancing on the soil, With a look of indifference, Naruto threw the dead bodies away, the Aphrodite armor retracting. Their insides were broken, bursting from within and semi-popped. 72%. Some of the fodder threw up, not being able to stand such a sight in front of them. But they were forced to keep up with the aura that blocked out Naruto's senses. They had no choice, because this was for humanity. 1. No matter how foul it is. Naruto wiped off the sweat and blood that was on his blade, his deadly eyes showing no hint of regret. Kurane glared at Naruto with such raging anger. How could you do such a thing? Are the lives of others not important to you? Her hands clenched, curling with such anger. Naruto breathed in and out, moving forward, his hand gripping his blade tightly. 1. It's because I'm a shinobi, that's what we do, is it not? Your ideals are altruistic, but that's not me. For centuries, our nations and people alike fought each other constantly. Naruto took a stance, his eyes reflecting against his beautiful blade. 2. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Naruto saw Kakashi shift his body forward, launching himself towards Naruto. His face held a slight amount of anger. His blade of Aphrodite lurched, thrusting forward. A slight crack appeared on his Susanoo. The blade is too stronger for its own good. Naruto thought, his Susanoo blasting Kakashi away with a strong punch. Naruto stood still, not needing to move because he wouldn't be hit with his Susanoo being active. 1. Lifting his leg, Naruto stomped the ground, shattering it and making it rise up into the air. Giving them a chance, Naruto deactivated the Susanoo, shooting forward with unseeable speed. He stopped, grinning as he slammed Jiraiya to the ground. The two toads on his shoulder tried retaliating, but it was futile once Naruto slammed them down as well. Kurane was next. 74%. Kicking off the soil, Naruto's eyes locked down on Kurane. The glowing fury pursued Kurane, ready to tear her life into nothingness. Won't you be happy after death? Naruto asked, creating afterimages through his pure speed. Kurane widened her eyes, the inside of her heart beating at the speed of light. She couldn't keep up. That way, you can meet Asuma again. Together. His words went deaf to her ears, not being able to focus on what Naruto had said. It was only when Naruto had appeared in front of her, his blade nearly at the entrance of her heart, was when the thought of death loomed in her mind. 1. She was brutally outclassed. Freak Kurane! Kakashi yelled, his arm outstretching, his hand convulsing to create a portal with his Kamui. The blade of Aphrodite went through the portal, appearing above Naruto himself. 1. Too slow, Naruto said, avoiding his own blade before he stabbed himself in the head. Naruto took his hand out before Kakashi closed it on his head. Catching the blade that fell from above, Naruto looked into the future, a smirk gracing across his face as a portal appeared in front of him again. Naruto disappeared. With frenzying feelings, Kurane managed to back away, fleeing from Naruto's impending doom of destruction. Kurane saw Naruto move closer with unrelenting speed. As her eyes trailed his movements, she felt a smoldering presence behind her. Kurane looked behind her. Naruto punched her, knocking her away a few meters away. Blood splattered from her mouth. Naruto was going to strangle her, but was blocked off by Jiraiya and Kakashi. We can't let you get to her, Jiraiya said, his sage mode still active. Naruto smirked before his face turned hollow. Do you think you can stop me? Naruto asked them. You don't think IWA even trying against you all, have you? Naruto thought back on the time where he first tested his ability to extract properties through the combination of the Preta path and his Kenjin ability. With such an ability to his arsenal, Naruto was able to temporarily move at light speed. But, like he said to Jiraiya during that moment, the ability itself truly shined after constant use. It acted like Juden, constant use will result in your abilities to be boosted permanently. 1. This was the result of such constant use. He was permanently capable of moving at light speed after 7 months of constantly trying such a feat. Kurane widened her eyes, Naruto appearing in a flash, stabbing his Aphrodite blade through her thighs and arms. My ability to use it is still rather clunky. It's more useful in small bursts. Naruto mused, smirking back at the two bewildered shinobi that had just realized what had happened. 1.67 seconds was all it took for Naruto to commit these sequences of events. Naruto continued smirking, an injured Kurane blasting towards them. 1. Their eyes widened at Kurane, her body riddled in bruises and shattered, snapped bones. She could barely breathe, only being able to writhe in pain. 85%. Be careful, said Jiraiya, their eyes wide and their hearts beating out of their bodies. Sakura appeared, healing Kurane immediately. Any further movement would certainly kill Kurane, so she was forced to heal her on the spot. Naruto saw Kakashi and Jiraiya appear in front of him. In an instant, Naruto had blasted them away through the use of shockwaves. Crashing on the ground, Naruto appeared in front of them. It seems this is the end, Naruto said, not being able to sense a few of the fodder ninjas that trailed from the sides. This was how far your ceiling could go. Naruto swung his blade once more. He once again sighed, being interrupted by feudal people. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi-sama. Get away. A fodder who had taken the hit for them yelled. Blood trickled down his body, landing on the ground, soaking the soil with the familiar vermilion red that haunted everyone. They nodded and jumped away, fleeing to safety. Thank you. They both yelled. They wanted to help, but they knew that would spell their end. Naruto glared at the man who sacrificed himself and the others who were ready to sacrifice their lives. Why? Why did you sacrifice yourselves for them? What drives you to leap into the depths of the unknown, where probability is not on your side? And where death is the only thing that is guaranteed? Naruto asked, preparing to dive his blade into his skull. One of the expendable shinobi tried to interfere, but was only turned into a mangling corpse with half of his body blown away with a shockwave that went 10% the speed of light, and at a point-blank radius. The man who slowly died let out a sad grin. It's because what we want is the future. We may not be as strong as them, but that's why they are our hope, our only way to live once more. Naruto smirked, amused at his statement. He soon died with Naruto crushing his skull. Your thoughts are merely idealistic, Naruto said, walking over the two dead bodies. An angry look crossed the expendable shinobi. The only person who will lead this world into the future is me. Nothing more, and nothing less. Naruto saw all the few shinobi that wanted to rebel against him kick their feet off against the ground, launching themselves forward. We can't accept such a thing. Even if we die here, it'll be necessary so the rest of the world can finally reach the future that we need. A future where you don't exist. But they soon died a meaningless and quick death that occurred in less than a single second. Naruto narrowed his eyes, wiping the blood off from his vision. 89%. Naruto, although couldn't sense them correctly, could clearly see them being healed by Sakura. As soon as they noticed, they stopped the healing, no longer lurching from the battle. Naruto breathed in and out. I've grown more tired. Naruto thought, analyzing his own well-being. He had forced himself to think less and to just keep on moving forward with the battle. And, with such things, he let himself become careless due to the decrease in thought and self-preservation. This caused him to get hit by them even if they normally shouldn't have been able to do such a thing beforehand. It had been long since I had tried more than I had wanted. Naruto thought to himself, walking towards them in silence. The two stretched their bodies before entering a stance. This is the last stretch, whispered Kakashi, gaining a nod from Jiraiya. I'll need to conserve a bit of chakra. Shooting forward, the two were wary of their lives. Whether they lived or died, their reasoning were the same as everyone else. They too wanted a future where Naruto did not exist. Even if they had such cherishable moments with him in the past, Naruto had become nothing more than an abomination. A beautiful monster. That's why they were able to ignore their personal feelings, severing it with ease as they sought to free this world from Naruto's grasps. Yes, a future, is that not beautiful? They didn't realize it, but their reasoning for wanting to kill Naruto was the same for Naruto wanting to achieve peace. They were more alike than they could realize. Their fists lurched, reeling as they prepared for anything that Naruto could spell. With insane speeds, Naruto had conjured an earth wall that rose from the ground. They widened their eyes. Such quickness! I couldn't even see him make a hand seal. They both thought in terrifying amazement. Naruto jumped on top of the earth wall, looking down on the two of them. The two highly respected shinobi responded to his actions and jumped upwards, chakra spilling from their curled fingers. Just before they could touch him, they suddenly stopped due to Zetairedo. With their bodies frozen midair, Naruto kicked them down. Naruto followed behind them, imbuing his Aphrodite sword with flames of tomorrow. It flickered, brewing to life as he stabbed the ground. 92%. 3. Determining the danger, the two jumped away, now being separated due to the frenzying flames that traversed all throughout the area. They squinted, the flames being so bright. Jiraiya was so engrossed that Naruto managed to get behind him, kicking him away. Jiraiya grimaced, grunting at the immediate pain that appeared in his body. Regaining his balance, the turf below him started to stagger, trembling as an abyss of fire managed to break through. Just before he could get hit, Kakashi used a portal to redirect the flames to Naruto. Surprised by his quick thinking, Naruto easily moved to the side, avoiding the flames that was supposed to burn Jiraiya alive. 94%. Kakashi whirled numerous portals that covered the area. You've got to be kidding me. How many does he have? Naruto thought, seeing Aphrodite blades sprout from the portals at insane speeds. Glaring at the heavily tired Kakashi, Naruto used Shinra Tensei to repel them all away. As they all were forced away through Naruto's whims, Kakashi was able to absorb them all back into the portals that led back into the pocket dimension of the Kamui. Naruto sighed. Still on cooldown, Naruto sent out another batch of blades that whirled his way. How child's play! Naruto thought, going into the thought of just dodging them. Just before he started dodging, Kakashi smirked, unleashing a massive fireball that followed the Aphrodite blade. It was in that moment that there was something that he was missing. But it was simply too late, the fireball clashing along with the Aphrodite blades. An explosion occurred. Ah, so that's what they had in mind. Naruto thought, emerging from the smokes with second and third degree burns on his neck and parts of his face. He was sweating profusely. 97%. 98%. The swords were covered in toad oil. Naruto grunted, gliding forward at wick speeds. He had been caught off guard by such a combo attack due to them showing no signs of having any toad oil laced into the swords beforehand. That means that they had laced it before this battle had even began. Naruto mused, clashing with Kakashi, their blades unleashed an etheric aura of immense strength. Naruto pressed forward, knocking the blade off of his hand. The Uchiha's blade collided with Kakashi's Aphrodite armor, creating shocking tremors that wove through the armor, bypassing it. The only way to hurt someone with the armor is to use strong tremors that will internally hurt them. Blood leaked through Kakashi's mask, staining it with blood. Blown away, Kakashi crashed and rolled on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he got back up, raging defiance welling up from inside his body. Naruto stood still, readying for their next attack. He had been toying with them, playing in their close-knit game of dancing without needing to go all out. That's the difference in strength that existed between them. Jiraiya cautiously moved forward, eyes narrowing out of caution. Naruto noticed his movement, preparing for a way to retaliate. Not thinking of anything else, Naruto did not hesitate to initiate battle. Naruto annihilated the ground, creating a web of cracks that divided the rough textures that they all stood on. Kakashi appeared by Jiraiya's side, readying himself with Naruto's advances of attacks. Naruto lifted his blade, swinging it down. Knowing that he stood no chance when it comes to clashing swords, Kakashi made two portals appear in front of him that were opposite sides of each other. Two Aphrodite blades that had a smoky smell embedded to it appeared from the portals, sprouting to life as they blocked Naruto's attack. Naruto grinned at such a sight. He was having more trouble going through the blades due to the blades stacking over each other and the fact that they weren't being held by the hands of a human. They were, just there, being wielded by the portals that Kakashi had manifested. "Take this!" A nameless shinobi of Konoha yelled, surprising Naruto from behind as his back had been hit by the hands of a nobody. Naruto widened his eyes, the tremors that went through his body distracting him. It didn't hurt, but it had given Jiraiya and Kakashi enough time to retaliate against Naruto. The portals that held the swords disappeared, engulfing the blades once more. Naruto began to fall forward. "These trash!" Naruto thought angrily, two fists diving into his body, sending another wave of tremors that were much more powerful than before. Blood escaped Naruto's mouth, being pushed out of his mouth. 1. He was flying through the air. To think they managed to battle me this far. I may have been holding back tremendously, but their ability to persevere and battle me speaks volume of their intelligence and strength. Naruto thought, his mind racing at the endless possibilities. A fireball flew across the airs of the night sky, clashing with Naruto's body. Gritting his teeth, Naruto was forced to retract the armor that clad his body due to the increasing heat that had been trapped inside for so long. Landing on the ground, Naruto coughed due to the fumes of smoke entering his lungs. Sweat dripped from his body, signifying the rigorous temperatures that he had to endure all this time. 99%. Kakashi smirked beneath his mask. Everything had managed to go as planned. 100%. 1. Shikamaru. Now! Jiraiya yelled at the top of his lung. Naruto widened his eyes, a shadow attaching with his own shadow. He couldn't move. "Hey! Shikamaru!" Naruto thought, things quickly crumbling in his mind. He couldn't see him, but he knew he was right there. Hiding in the crowd, his body clad in the same Aphrodite armor that everyone else was wearing. His presence had been hid and blended with the rest of the crowd. Waiting for the right moment to strike. Naruto can deactivate Jutsus and Kekkei Genkai abilities, you know. Ino can take care of it. You're vital for this, Sakura. If you go down, then no one can heal us in case any of us get hurt. Naruto was about to use Kenjin, but his mind had been overturned, being taken over by a certain Yamanaka. "Ha! How is that, Naruto?" Ino asked through Naruto's body. She had been healed up long ago through Sakura's brilliant healing abilities. Kurama was once again too slow and Ino managed to flee from Naruto's body, residing back in her own skin. The moment Naruto regained consciousness, his eyes widened as chains with chakra suppression seals were fully wrapped around him. Shikamaru, Sakura, Neji, Shino, Ino, and Tenten all their respective chains, with Ino being the last one to wrap it all around him. They had gotten through the first interval. His physical strength is abnormal. Don't worry. He won't be able to break free if my physical strength has anything to do with it. 3. Naruto tried breaking free with pure strength, but couldn't do it due to Sakura tightening her chain with insane amount of pressure. A cube made up of Aphrodite slid to the ground right next to him. How will we deal with the other intervals? It's rather simple, keep him busy so he doesn't notice the small instances of his chakra coming back. This is our justice, said Rock Lee, panting in pain as Naruto grew an infuriated look on his face. He moved his body, the shackling chains rattling. 1. Justice. Don't give me that bull crap. Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs. He won't notice a single thing if you hit the spots that hurt him most, the spots where he is most flawed. Justice doesn't mean anything. There are winners and losers in this world. The winners dictate what is true and what is not. The losers are on the receiving end on the manipulation. The winners dictate what justice is. Losers can't. With fury, Naruto tried breaking free once again. 6. The chains only grew tighter. The cube of Aphrodite started to glow a dangerous purple. Naruto widened his eyes at the sight. This is the end, Naruto. The Uchiha glared at Kakashi. The end. This isn't some fairy tale, Kakashi. This is reality. The moment I disappear, only chaos will ensue. Wisps of black and purple start emitting from the cube, enlarging in size and length. I am what is keeping everything sane in this world. With no access to the Sharingan or Rinnegan, Naruto's piercing azure eyes glared at everyone. They begun to unwrap the chains so the 2RD would ensue. This interval was the most dangerous due to it being the most easiest to escape from. It's rather easy to avoid it, no? Ino is rather important for it. They had managed to find a way to make it through the second interval with a success rate of 90%. Naruto felt his chakras slowly come back. Mind-body switch technique. Just before Naruto could escape, Ino had taken over his mind once more. And, just like all the other times, managed to escape from Naruto's body before Kurama could interfere. Although the result would have stayed the same anyway. Even with Kurama interfering, it would have only quickened the inevitable. After all, they only needed that slither of a second before the last interval was over. Naruto widened his eyes once he regained his body once again. You fools! Naruto yelled. The only feeling that he could feel was the uncontrollable anger that could shatter a person's body in a single snap. Naruto fell to the ground, his foot being the first thing entering the realm of mystery. 4. My disappearance won't change a single freaking thing. My very existence is what is giving this world the balance that it needs. Soon both his legs were engulfed in the cube. 7. Why do you think there has been less sightings of the Akatsuki, less trash bandits? It's because of me. I'm the reason you all can sleep at night in peace. Naruto gripped the ground, his fingers gnashing against it. And once I come back, nothing is stopping me from making this world dive into unescapable chaos. Naruto's whole body was engulfed by the cube of Aphrodite. And it took a few moments, but the third interval had passed, signifying the success of the binding of judgment. Everyone widened their eyes, the sweat trickling down their heads. We did it, muttered Sakura, dropping to the ground. It took them a moment to realize it, but an unimaginable feeling of greatness begun to surge all throughout their bodies. We freaking did it! Shikamaru yelled, crashing on the ground with an exhausted look on his face. Every moment of training that they had done. It paid off. All the other nameless Jonin-level shinobi cheered, a feeling of happiness sprouting to their faces. All that stand-by bullcrap paid off. The Aphrodite Aura plan paid off. Everything did. They managed to win because they took advantage of Naruto's one and only weakness, his only evil attribute. His arrogance of thinking that he was untouchable. That very trait of his was detrimental to his character, a flaw that he had gained once coalescing with his younger self in his mind during his fight with Danzo. And it only amplified even more once he gained unimaginable strength that everybody feared. The moon shined down on them with beauty. And thus his own arrogance became his own undoing. This day was now a special day. On July 26th, a world-shaking event had happened that managed to change everything in the world. A monster was no longer looming over them. 5. This date marked the special day. Plus, Naruto Uchiha had been sealed. He rose his hand, a cold condensation emanating from his palm and fingers. In the blink of an eye the whole arena was enthralled in ice, catching those in the arena in blocks of ice. He breathed, looking up to the sky as parts of his body and clothes were covered in ice. Exhaling, a cold condensation escaped from his lips. It's been so long, he muttered, walking through the ice-covered arena. He saw some others who managed to survive, showing their strength by being able to dodge his singular attack. He took a quick glance at a girl with black hair and laces of silver strands incorporated with the pitch blackness. 1. That I've forgotten how lonely it was. Everything was new to him, these feelings and thoughts engrossed him. He could feel the audience look at him. Maybe it was because of his high interpersonal intelligence, but he could sense how they were feeling. Awe. Fear. It reminded him all over again. Being the strongest. We freaking did it. Shikamaru yelled, feeling surge of happiness that crossed his heart and lungs. Everyone crashed down, many mangled bodies around them. 2. As they sat on the soil, their minds were put at ease, a ghost that haunted their bodies finally leaving them. They were finally free from the demon that threatened the world with his chaotic plan to plunge world into everlasting darkness. They were at peace. Both mind and in body. Jiraiya stood up, limping as he took the Aphrodite cube that contained Naruto. It surprised him that this managed to actually work. As he held the cube, Jiraiya could feel the powerful aura that overflowed from the cube. There were markings that wrapped around the cube that showed that the sealing technique worked. He held it tightly, keeping it close. A rather pleased smile was on his face as he looked at everyone around him. Everything worked out in the end. 2. It took many hours for them to recuperate, burying those who have lost their lives. Once they finished burying, the sun rose, shining down upon them as everyone who lived bowed down, honoring their deaths. The following few days went by slowly, making way back to Konoha in sluggish silence. "Oh, how much you have fallen," Obito said, chuckling at the headline of the newspaper in question. He thought of the first time he had encountered Naruto. The demon falls. Uchiha Naruto sealed for eternity. 2. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. Naruto had been an obstacle that stood in his way since the beginning of time, and he even devised a plan to fully neutralize such a person like Naruto. It was impervious to any potential people interfering with a plan that he had in mind. And the impervious properties would be tested on Naruto in his impenetrable dome of confidence. Or you could call it arrogance. "I guess you were the first to be too close to the frying sundae." He stood on a grassy field, the grass blown away due to the rigorous training. He didn't train his body, but was simply honing his ability to manifest beings beyond his own limit. Obito coughed up blood, the ability taking a toll on him. But there was a certain problem that bothering him greatly. He had already reached the ceiling of potential that he could wield with Hebun Rikaru. He knew of the ceiling and that he wouldn't be able to reach the ability's full potential due to his body not being able to hold its full capacity. But he didn't think he'd reach it so soon. The ceiling of his capacity had already been reached. And it also didn't help that he had experienced an unfortunate event a few months ago. If only he hadn't cut down the amount of power that I could harness. Obito thought bitterly as he reminisced the time where he tried to manifest an entity beyond his control. 4 months ago. Will this actually work? Obito thought, his heart beating out his chest. This was going to be an event for him that'll change his fate from being nothing more than a pawn in Madara's grand plan to him being the master of it all. 4. His hand moved, shifting towards the center of his chest. "Do you hear me?" he asked aloud, his voice reaching the skies as a grim look was on his face. He gritted his teeth, blood slowly leaking from his mouth that rose from the bottom of his body. It felt as if his insides were ripping apart, entangling with one another, and relocating to different parts of his body. It felt as if his organs were shifting, churning, in absolute pain. "Hey, this pain, it's new," Obito thought, his veins bulging from his neck as he was forced to kneel on the ground. His hand landed, gnashing on the ground with such ferocious pain channeling to all parts of his body. This had never happened to him before. The pain had never happened once all the other times he had tried manifesting a person or thing or entity. Was this a cost for him trying to summon such a distinct and powerful being? Nevertheless, Obito's resolve grew stronger. enforcing it with a stronger will that made his eyes grow with a fiery fury embedded deep inside it. Crap! He tried to mellow the pain by screaming, deafening the pain through his yelling. Obito moved his arm, rotating his hand back to his chest as he kept his kneeled position with other hand. I call upon you. By sacrificing a part of my lifespan, I will summon you. Obito gritted his teeth, blood dripping from both his mouth and nose. He felt a strangling presence slowly form in front of him. Yes. I call upon you. He gasped, the pain slowly subsiding as he coughed up a pillar of blood. I summon, a man who reached enlightenment. A grin broke out of Obito's face. 1. Gautama Buddha. 2. Obito stood up, the presence of a heavenly being nearly killing him in the process. His eyes landed on the man that he had read about in books that sprouted a religious following. He was a man, whose whole body was in the color of gold, and sat in a lotus position while floating off the ground with calmness. He was his ticket to defeating Naruto without any effort. He isn't asking me for an offer, that's strange. Obito thought, his grin widening as he shook off this thought of his. Why have you summoned me? This wasn't a question, but an order that held patience and wisdom from his experience of being a spiritual leader. It's sad that the loyal religious followers that he had that sprouted from the legends told were now dead and no longer living. Obito had given up half of his lifespan just so he could summon this being that floated in front of him in a lotus position. These eyes of mine, they allowed me to summon you in exchange for my lifespan, giving you a form as you are now. He may have summoned him to the living realm, but Obito couldn't help but feel the unshakable fear that his body was feeling. Heaven Rikuru had the ability to control those he summoned, but the more powerful they are the less control he had. And, as of right now, he had no control over Buddha, meaning that Buddha could do whatever he wanted for a short amount of time. I see, what do you need of me? His voice was full of wisdom and knowledge that seemed to be unrivaled. He was only at 15% of his true power, but could level this whole planet with a single look of his majestic eyes. 1. Any moment that passed, the world could end, with just a single mistake. I want your help. I've met the first requirement, and all I need is to complete the second requirement. Buddha stayed silent, listening attentively at his words. There exists a man who is imitating you. With your power, I can rid of him with a mere thought. So, take my offer and help me retaliate against a man who tries to mirror you. Buddha looked down on Obito. I see, what an intriguing offer you have, Buddha responded, a small smirk appearing on Obito's face. But I simply can't accept the offer. The smirk fell from Obito's face. Can't or will not? He asked, a vein bulging on his forehead. Did he just cut down his lifespan just so his offer would be denied? How repulsive. A rather simple answer, them both simultaneously. Obito narrowed his eyes, a low amount of anger slowly rising from his body. Why? Do you think I can just accept this outcome? I've had to sacrifice my lifespan just so you can become reality. I can't accept this bull crap. Obito roared, infuriated that he had just wasted his time. 4. Buddha remained unfazed by Obito's outrage. 1. I must ask you, do you think it's my first time being summoned to this realm? Obito widened his eyes, perplexed by such a question being offered to him. What? The power of these eyes have only been awakened recently, there's no Buddha decided to cut Obito in his tracks. I've already accepted a contract with someone. Accepting yours would break an oath I swore upon the person the moment I accepted his contract. Obito's fingers curled into a tight fist. With whom did you contract with? I think the answer is rather simple, Uchiha Obito. He widened his eyes, wondering how he could know his name. The fear that he tried to suppress begun to quickly resurface. I'm in a contract with the original owner of those eyes. 6. Obito froze in his spot, his mind racing as those words escaped from Buddha's mouth. A bundle of questions escaped from his mouth, How? I thought. His voice trailed off. Do not think you were the first to achieve this power just because you discovered it by chance. Buddha saw through Obito's character, all the flaws, strength, and everything above with a single look. What did he offer you? Taking a shallow pity, Buddha decided to answer him. He did it not because he had to, but because Obito had already lost the competition before he even realized it. In exchange for 3 favors, he has promised me an idea that intrigued my conscience greatly. Buddha held out one of his hands. A miniature earth appeared on his hand, acting like a hologram. He'll make a new earth. 2. Present. He was one step ahead of us the entire time. Obito thought angrily. He had suffered 2 consequences for his failure to extract power from Buddha. His lifespan, and the percentage of power that he could use. His limit had been cut down from 15% all the way down to the range of 0.75 to 2%. It was great loss for him, but he learned a lot of information and the limits and downsides of Hebun-Rikuru. He had learned that Madara had no intention of completing the infinite Tsukuyomi and told no one about it. 7. He had everyone fooled. And the real plan that Madara had in mind was something so gigantic that it made Obito question if it was even true. Obito originally planned to use the Hebun-Rikuru to summon Buddha, make an offer and obtain his power for a temporary amount of time. But it was a gamble. He didn't know how much he could have done with only 15% of his powers. He didn't know if he could control reality with only that much power. But now that theory went down the drain. And thus, this thought, this idea, was merely now a singular fanciful fable that crawled all over his mind. It might have been a vain attempt even if he managed to make an offer. By having the ability to remake reality, Obito would have wiped Naruto out of existence and reshaped the world to how he saw fit. But Madara's was much more extravagant. And Obito was for certain that their ideas for what is perfect and what is not were ones that differed greatly. Why do you think Madara hid these abilities of his? Say he summons me, and someone else arrives to see it. If they bear the eyes of samsara, they can possibly create a contract with me without me breaking the contract I have. Then why can't create a contract with you? I hold the Rinnegan. It's because you haven't achieved it. Achieve what? Obito asked. He saw Buddha lift his hand, using his index finger to point at the middle of his forehead. Obito was not able to follow its meaning, so Buddha expressed its meaning. They are one and the same but are different at the same time. You haven't achieved the antithesis of samsara, the very concept that binds you to life, death, and rebirth. Nirvana. 8. Obito gritted his teeth, knowing that such a thing was impossible for him. He knew that for him to achieve such a state, it was virtually impossible. Buddha pretty much told him, free yourself from your eyes, samsara. And to do such a thing was highly unlikely for him to do. He not only had no time for it, but he believed it was impossible. That's why he transferred all his hope to a new being. Obito had sacrificed another part of his lifespan just for a goal of his. If he couldn't accomplish his ideal peace, then the least he could do was wait for Naruto to find a way to unseal himself. 3. And kill him. Because Obito knew better than to think that this situation would remain the same for many years to come. Naruto may be locked up in there, but he has no doubt he would prevail. That's just the type of person that Naruto is. Obito raised his bruised hand to the sky, reaching it to the sun. His fingers curled, forming a fist as if he had caught the sun. I place all my trust in you, ruler of heaven. 32. You've got to be kidding me, Satsuki muttered, glaring at the newspaper that she had gotten her hands on. Clicking her tongue, Satsuki crumpled the piece of paper, throwing it away. That dang Naruto! She thought, slumping back into her chair. There was an angry thought that wanted to rise out from her body, but she managed to subdue those feelings. Satsuki remained calm, rethinking back to Naruto's past teachings. There was now only one question that she had in mind once she calmed her nerves and mind. What should I do? She mused, wondering what Naruto would want her to do. He didn't tell her that he was going to fight Konoha, and just left her in the dark for it all. 1. It angered her. Why can't she know about things like this? Did he think she was so much of a hindrance in battle with him? It hurt her. But she took Naruto's teaching seriously and knew that diving into such dangers was irrational and should be thought over before doing such things. You taught me things that you don't even follow. Satsuki thought, furrowing her face as she looked at the palm of her hand. If I want to free him, then I'll have to create a plan to free him. She sighed at such a thought. Satsuki was rather impatient and just wanted to go to Konoha and attempt to free him without an actual plan. But she knew better than that. She wasn't Naruto. They managed to seal him, so they must have mustered up a plan to get him to fall into their trap. Satsuki thought over, shaking her head. What an arrogant boyfriend I have. She stood up, planning to fetch his team from one of the other houses that were in Otagakure. 5. They had managed to find Satsuki many months ago and had been staying her for the remaining duration of the time. They also trained constantly due to Satsuki's demand. There wasn't a vivid plan that Satsuki had. But she'll have one in due time. Her intelligence may be outshined by Naruto's, but she, too, is intelligent enough to devise a plan. 2. How do you feel? Unmei asked, probing around Hinata's emotions as she tried gathering information on Hinata's thoughts. He has been sealed, locked forever for all eternity. Hinata looked at Unmei, her eyes responding to her words with a light glare. I'm happy, but I'm sad at the same time, maybe even furious, told Hinata, responding to the question that was being offered to her with such an elegant tone. Unmei noticed a bit of aggressiveness that leaked from her voice. She took note of that. And why is that? Unmei asked back, her kindness increasing tenfold. Hinata stared back at Unmei, her eyes sharpening. Because I couldn't do it myself, kill him, I mean. It feels pathetic, knowing that this was the only way to defeat him. Unmei nodded, understanding what Hinata had just said. You do know that sealing is merely a temporary solution, right? Unmei took a sip from her cup filled with tea. Hinata raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of her coffee. They were subtle, but it's obvious that this sealing that they had done is similar to the 8-tigram sealing style. The seal itself will naturally weaken. Hinata widened her eyes, getting up. 2. Then they're in danger. I must go back. She was haste, ushering herself out of the room and towards the exit of the orphanage. Unmei sighed, following Hinata from behind. I'd be careful if I were you, warned Unmei, seeing Hinata about to leave the orphanage housing. Just before Hinata could leave, she was pushed back, a force field manifesting to lash her back away. I should have told you, there's a barrier that I've installed to keep unwanted people out and from letting the children roam off without me guarding them. Fuinjutsu is versatile. Hinata grimaced, a burning sensation appearing on her body. Turn it off. They need my help. She glared. Unmei shook her head, her smile becoming a frown. I would not worry. It'll take years before the seal is weakened enough for Naruto to break free. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to make his sealing permanent. Her words seemed to have calmed down Hinata just a tiny bit. But these words were lie. Unmei knew that it wouldn't take much for the seal to be broken, freeing Naruto from its shackles. Sealing was only a temporary solution. It won't be too hard for Naruto to break free. His situation, while like a Baijiu, is a lot more flexible and free. Unmei analyzed, turning around. 4. How are you so good at sealing? Jiraiya-sama is very good at it, but yours seems a lot more refined than his. Unmei stopped moving, turning around with a single smile. I've been a Fuinjutsu user since I was just a child. And I've lived 2 lifetimes. If you were this good of a Fuinjutsu user, then why haven't I heard of you? I'm merely a shinobi from olden times. I've far lived my uses as a shinobi early on and lived a humble life ever since. Hinata narrowed her eyes, noticing her not fully answering her question. Then how old are you? My age? Well, isn't that a rather touchy subject? Well, I shall tell you an estimation. I didn't explicitly want to say her age. I'm much older than that former Hokage of yours, the third, was it? Sarutobi Hiruzen. 11. Hinata widened her eyes, shocked by such an age coming from such a young-looking lady. Dang it! Naruto yelled. 4. He had been passed out asleep for a few days, and as soon as he woke up, he remembered the outrageous loss that he had suffered. He was now trapped inside a place full of nothingness, only darkness covering his vision. His eyes had a burning anger that lit ablaze. His legs were quivering in anger, but he managed to calm himself down just a tiny bit. He looked down below, and saw that he was standing on imaginary water. He saw himself and how much of a mess he was. You look miserable. A voice said, shaking Naruto away from his thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, stepping back as he looked to the side. A person hid behind the curtains of the shadows. And who are you? Naruto asked. He heard the voice and it was the voice of someone young. And, from what he can hear, the voice came from a male. Have you already forgotten me? Well, I did change once again after we've last talked. Naruto was puzzled, not remembering such things. They had talked before? Every step that the boy took, Naruto could feel the unshakable confidence that radiated from the steps that he took. The imaginative water splashed from the steps of the boy covered in shadows. Naruto may have not realized it yet, but it didn't take long before he did. The boy soon revealed himself, walking out from the endless abyss. It was him. A boy about 5 to 7 years old looked at him, a calm look on his face as he gave Naruto a gentle smile that spread across his face. In all his glory, his blonde hair with black laces swaying back and forth as he continued to move forward. 1. I'm the perfect you. In midst of a dire crisis, he appeared before him. Whatever you desire, such things are possible. He stood on a railing, the night sky shining down upon his back. 1. Naruto widened his eyes, seeing his younger self appear before him once again. It had been so long since he last met him. He thought he disappeared. He thought he finally fixed the problem that he harbored. What was it now? I thought you were gone, disappeared in smithereens, commented Naruto, getting a nod from his younger self. Same here as well, but I guess some things didn't work out. I was gone, but not for long. I had soon manifested back in a form just a bit older than last time. Naruto narrowed his eyes. How could you still be here? My problems, they should all be fixed. His younger shook his head, a small smirk covering his young face. That's the thing, your problems aren't fixed yet. Naruto narrowed his eyes at such a claim being directed towards him. What do you mean by that? That shouldn't be possible. I've evolved into someone who is impervious to such imperfections. His younger self chuckled. He was being foolish. You've turned a blind eye to your fatal flaw as a human being, he said, taking another step before using his index finger to point at his forehead. As always, you've lost track on what's important. Who exactly is this person named Naruto? What is he? What is his motive? You speak of weakness, but there is one thing for certain. They stood face to face, their bodies wrapped in an unspoken solitude. You harbor a fatal flaw that is weakness. And that makes you evil. They could see the people celebrate with joyous expressions on their faces. It had just been announced that they had managed to seal away Naruto. Tsunade didn't order it, but the village had brought it down upon themselves to throw a celebration for the day that the demon was subdued. The Konohatan didn't voice their opinions. But such a sight sickened them to the core. This isn't a time for partying, said Sakura, voicing her thoughts towards the rest of the shinobi. The others shrugged their shoulders. It can't be helped. It is only natural for them to want to celebrate, no matter how dangerous it is. The rest nodded with Shino's words. They had sealed Naruto away. But they weren't so ignorant to ignore the blatant fact that the sealing wasn't nearly as effective as the village had thought. Jiraiya had told them long ago that while the method of sealing Naruto away was indeed very effective, it wasn't enough to ensure his demise. The sealing was merely a way to buy them some time to find a way so Naruto wouldn't be able to create the havoc that he so sought. They were on borrowed time, simply delaying what was seen as an inevitable event that will plunge the world in another darkness that clouds the earth for many centuries. I guess so, muttered Sakura. She loved the village, but there are without a doubt times where she is disappointed in the village as well. Was it wrong for her to do so? Maybe. But it's a feeling that she does get from time to time that happens when things that are not so black and white occur. Sakura or the others didn't seal Naruto for the sake of the village. They said so, but, for Sakura, at least, it's only the half-truth. Sure, Naruto needed to be sealed away so the world could be restored back to its former way, a world where Naruto couldn't emit and spread fear to the hearts of others. 1. But for Sakura, and maybe the others, she just wanted one thing to sprout from the battle that they had with Naruto at Mountain Graveyard. To figure out who exactly Naruto was. 1. Was his times in Konoha merely a facade that he wore? Everything that she knew about him became nothing but shattered glass. 2. Disfigured with no vivid end. That's why, she wants to piece them together. So she can have a clear image on who exactly Naruto truly was. She didn't do this for the village. She did it for herself. A selfish desire that scuffled behind, entangling her mind with a series of unfortunate thoughts. She just wanted her mind to be put to ease. And piece the shattered glass back together to gain a better understanding on the person named Naruto. Whether if he had a dissociative personality disorder, it didn't matter. Because, in the end, everything will be at ruins. Their borrowed time was running out quickly, and their ideas to Naruto sealed away was nothing but fumes. And as the days went by, the inevitable drew closer and closer, and everything else becoming a bygone of the past. Because the ruins will be the world. And the world will be at its end. And the end will be the world. 3. Evil. Naruto furrowed his eyes. What makes you think I have a weakness? He asked back, his eyes looking down on his younger self. His younger self dropped his smile, his exterior becoming stoic once more. He brought his hands back down, his hands sliding into his pockets. You've grown too arrogant of your own abilities. The power you hold made you become complacent, this is the result of your shortcoming. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly. 4. Naruto tried to say something, but was silenced by his younger self. It was weird, his control over his own space was almost abysmal. What could this mean? He was sealed, supposedly trapped in a cage that didn't want to be undone. But now his younger self appeared in this very plane that he existed, the same one that he owned. But his younger self was in control of everything. Who are you? Naruto growled, sending a glare at the mini-him. His younger self looked up, his eyes gazing, matching the glare that was being sent his way. A soft smile appeared on his face. I thought I already said the answer. Naruto noticed something that was different between them, but couldn't point it out correctly. It troubled him. I'm the perfect you. 1. He said the same thing as last time, but there was one major difference between the younger Naruto from back then and the younger Naruto now. He didn't falter with the idea of being the perfect version of Naruto. Bull crap. He couldn't accept such a bold statement coming from someone that is the byproduct of his flaw and weakness. Didn't that just mean that his younger self was also imperfect? Is it? His younger self asked, stepping a bit closer. He didn't realize it, but Naruto unconsciously stepped back, a feeling of uneasiness crawling beneath his skin. Because I think, it's far closer to the truth than you'd realize. This feeling heightened. He remembered this feeling. It was the same, or at least a bit similar to when he first met his younger self in his mind. The uneasiness and the feeling of inferiority was there, lingering in his body as if he was submerged in a body of water. His younger self analyzed Naruto's posture and the way he held himself. "I'm severely disappointed with you, Naruto." His younger self shook his head. Naruto widened his eyes. He now realized that he was now the one being forced to look up into his younger self's eyes. How did he get in this vulnerable position? Had he become so entranced that he didn't realize that he tripped? Or maybe he just simply fell. Naruto's mind went blank for a moment in time. He didn't. "No? You've become so weak," announced his younger self, his lips curling upwards to let out a gentle smile. His younger self was like a mirror staring into his soul. His younger self was mirror, showing him what kind of person his perfect self would look like. "You gained extraordinary power, and what did you do with it?" His voice ranged in his mind, the question repeating itself. "You let it consume you, making you turn a blind eye to reality." His younger stood over him, a stoic look shadowing over his face. Was this really the ideal version of himself? How could you be so foolish? He smiled, crouching down as he looked straight into Naruto's soul. His smile dropped, turning back to its original poker face. "Something so fatal should be fixed," said his younger him. He was the culmination, an ideal, of what an impervious him would look like. A person who holds no arrogance. A person who even the people that stood atop the heavens would admire. Fatal? Fixed? He questioned, his vision only being clouded by such words. Naruto did not know why, but those words of his struck something inside his body. It dismantled him in a way that he couldn't describe. And, as the feeling of loss shot through his body, Naruto just had to ask himself a multitude of things that questioned his own existence. Who is he? Who was he? What is he? What was he? Do you see now? You don't even know yourself. A twisted, but yet, calm look was on his younger self's face. "Do you think you can create change with only strength?" He pointed towards Naruto's forehead, his index finger pointing at the center. "That is weak thought. Do you think I can accept such a person? That's unacceptable." There was a certain truth in all of this. Naruto had taken strength, and as a result, devolved his mind, his mentality. But, this now leaves the question that has clouded and submerged Naruto's mind in the quickest succession. How? A grin appeared on the face of his younger self. "Good, you seem to understand that keen intelligence has always been your strongest attribute." Naruto was then reminded of all his achievements. Naruto had defeated Gaara through the use of his strategic mind, making the situation so Danzo couldn't interfere with his battle with Gaara. And so he could go all out without any repercussions. His strategic ways had faltered, becoming a relic of the bygones. His achievements before he obtained ultimate power was mostly due to his intelligence. Don't get him, his strength played part with carrying out his plans. But now, Naruto did everything with power, ignoring any idea of plotting a plan before engaging in battle. Luckily, the answer for this problem is rather simple. Last time, his younger self formed because of his inadequacies and was there to realize his power, his strength. His very existence was a hypocritical one. He came to existence because Naruto grew weak because of pursuing his ideal self, a person who wanted a family of his own. Now, he was preaching about needing a perfect state of tranquility and calmness in his mind, removing the arrogance that he harbored. 1. But, it was obvious to them both, that the existence of his younger self was one that had much flexibility. It changed, forming into something entirely different. He was an idea that had the attribute, S, that Naruto lacked in the most dire of situations. "We join hands once more," he said. His younger self smiled, outstretching his hand towards his older counterpart. Naruto saw the gentleness of his younger counterpart. He felt a bit of envy. Naruto began to outstretch his hand. You'll remember things that have been locked away by Madara and Yukari. Naruto took note of the words that his younger self had just said. Their hands locked together, the roughness of the original and the gentleness of his younger self coalescing all together. Naruto couldn't but let out a soft smile. To us, the people who shall stand atop the heavens. To us. In a fairy tale-like fashion, his younger counterpart slowly disappeared, being absorbed into body. Oh, and by the way, I could feel their chakra, so I decided to obliterate the chakra that they left behind. Naruto knew what he was saying, nodding his head as his younger counterpart fully disappeared into his body. 2. Naruto breathed, wisps of black, white, gray, and purple whirled around Naruto. He stared into his hand deeply, thoughts spreading. 1. Like before, the effects came to light simultaneously. He remembered everything now. In the real world, many days had passed, transforming into a week and a half since Naruto had been sealed away. Things were finally returning back to what they were before the calamity that struck the earth to its very core. For a moment in time, everything was rewinding back to its original state. At least, that's what it seemed like. The world wasn't as it was used to. The normal that they spoke of were times that was the product of endless conflict. But, even for a moment, the world stopped and entered a sudden calmness that washed over the world. Many celebrated the outcome of Naruto's defeat, but they were ignorant. The people who held real authority were scavenging for way to ensure the permanent disposal of Uchiha Naruto. It was a task that they had virtually almost no progress in. And they were already running out of ideas. The time they had managed to create was quickly running out. There had been no responses of Naruto and any attempts of him trying to break out of the Aphrodite cube. While that should be calming to their nerves, it unnerved them more than it helped them. Naruto being calm means that he was plotting from inside the seal. And, as the days went by, their guards tightened and sharpened. They had to be ready for the worst-case scenario, because it won't be long before another disastrous event occurs that will change the world once more. They could only hope that the worst has yet to come. 3 weeks later, Satsuki stood in the center of the room that Naruto had previously worked in. After some strings being pulled, she managed to get her hands on a map of Konoha. She had forgotten how large Konoha was. There was numerous streams of water that flowed through the entire village with serenity. The many trees and training grounds that existed inside the walls. Then there were the large farmlands. If I was Konoha, what would I hide Naruto in? Satsuki thought, her thoughts wandering from one end to another. Her face grew puzzled. Maybe in Hokage residence? She wondered, but her doubts grew. Sure, there were times where hiding things in plain sight was most efficient and most effective. But with something like this, hiding where Naruto was sealed in plain sight would be a blunder. They already made a mistake with the thing with the scroll of sealing. And well, things happened with the scroll of sealing. They knew better than to repeat a simple mistake like that. Uchiha Satsuki. Her eyes widened, her body jumping from being startled. She entered a stance, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a barrage of paper appeared all around her. Her Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, eyes narrowing at the abrupt volley of paper that danced around. Who the heck? She questioned, a figure forming on top of one of the metal tables that was littered with objects left by Naruto. I mean no harm. Satsuki narrowed her eyes, seeing a lady with light purple hair that brought together a bun at the top of her head, and a piercing just a bit below her bottom lip. 1. She wore an Akatsuki cloak. And who might you be? Satsuki asked. I am Konan, a former Akatsuki member. Satsuki kept her guard up, deciding to grunt just a tiny bit at what Konan had just said. 2. Yeah, I think I can tell that from your cloak. What do you want? Questioning, Satsuki's eyes roamed through the room, wondering if there were any signs of potential attempts to attack her. Like what I said, I mean no harm. Satsuki glared, an exasperated look on her face. I'm also a shinobi, I can't believe everyone's word because they could be lying, no. There was a moment of silence, but that was nullified with Conan's response. I see, touché. That is indeed a fair point. Although I doubt I could defeat you. Satsuki, while pleased by the subtle praise, decided to question her. How did you find me? I'm pretty sure Naruto did quite good enough hiding this hideout, and that is though Konoha managed to find us, of course. Satsuki had deduced that Konoha had managed to lure Naruto into their trap through a message. That meant that they had managed to find their location and withheld the information from the rest of the world. Satsuki had to be careful, or else her fate will be the same as Naruto's current predicament. No offense to him, but he had severely went into battle heavily unprepared. I told her. Satsuki turned around. A person came from the shadows, being engulfed by the luminescent light. Sasori of the Red Sand. I figured that you'd be trying to get Naruto out of Konoha, and she was seeking you two out in hopes of joining your side during all of this. Satsuki turned back around to Conan, her eyes asking for her reason. Conan caught sight of her questioning eyes. I have a grudge of my own. There is a person that is involved in this war, I don't know his name, and only his face, and I wish for him to lose. Satsuki stayed silent before asking another question. What did he do to you? Satsuki asked, trying to fish for more details on her grudge against a person that she hated. He killed someone that I cared about very deeply. This is my way, by citing the man who can defeat him, to finally be at peace once more. Satsuki saw a slight tear trickle down her face. Conan couldn't forgive herself for not doing anything. Even if it resulted in her dying in front of Nagato's eyes, it was the fact that she could have done something. Even if it was a tiny bit, and even if she would have died the moment they engaged in battle. Obito left her alive to suffer a fate worse than death. He left her to see the corpse of the closest person she was with rot. 1. Satsuki saw a look in her eyes. It made her guts twist and churn, and, by sympathetic instinct. So, when are you going to rescue Naruto from the shackles that try and bind him? Sasori asked, sitting on top of one of the metallic tables, his hands and eyes observing the materials that Naruto was using. In 2 days. 3 weeks earlier. He remembered everything now. Kurama, you there? Naruto asked, standing in the abyss that had water beneath his feet. He waited for an answer from the fox. Looks like you've grown a brain or two. What do you want? Kurama asked, yawning as Naruto stretched, holding his hand outward. This sealing technique is similar to the one that father used. So it's only natural that by letting out our chakra, the seal will weaken dramatically. Naruto could feel Kurama nod from within his body. Your talk with your younger self seemed to have opened your eyes. Naruto nodded his head, sitting down, and entering a lotus formation. I remember things that were suppressed, it's surreal in some ways. Are you sure you're not suffering from dissociative personality disorder? Naruto sighed, shaking his head back and forth. 2. Naruto clapped his hands together. I've strayed away from my goal and suffered unknowingly. I won't make the same mistake a third time. 2 powerful, and distinct types of chakra unleashed from Naruto's body. Because in the end I'll be the one to achieve. He smirked, looking up towards the black abyss above. Plus Nirvana. As far as looks go, you could become a supermodel if you tried. He looked at the woman in front of him. 1. They were about the same age, but one had a much higher reputation and was also brilliant in both talent and many other things. You're not so bad yourself, Asami-san. She grinned at the mention of her name. Does that mean I scored myself a date? It'd make a public outrage if the two of us were to date. Not that I don't mind. He eyed her, an eyebrow raising. Asami licked her lips, her arms wrapping around his neck. Sorry, but there's already 100 others trying to fight for my attention. He shook away from her grasp, turning around, his mantle fluttering from behind. I guess I'll just have to be the 101st trying to gain the unrecruited love of such a charming guy my age. She purred, making his eyes twitch. You seem persistent. 3. Of course, I saw one look at you and I could tell something was different about you. He raised eyebrow at such words. What can you tell? He asked, his interest piqued. She grinned. I can tell that through your visage of coldness and intelligence, a broken boy flourishes deep within. Her voice trailed away, teasing the boy that walked right next to her. Within what? A garden of loneliness. 5. Present. It was currently sundown and people were slowly receding into their homes. Naruto could see everything from within the Aphrodite cube. And he must say, the view from where he was located was rather breathtaking. 1. He could tell where he was from just the view that he could see. The range of his vision was everlasting, something that Naruto did not expect. To think they'd hide me inside the eye of one of the stone Hokage. Naruto thought to himself, seeing everyone in Konoha through the very good view that they had given him. 10. Well, it wasn't exactly the most perfect view. They had hit him just a bit behind the outer layer of the eye. This meant that his vision, while a bit distorted, was still pretty clear due to him just being a bit behind. He didn't know if this was a mistake on their part, but this gave Naruto a way to plot more freely. But he had to be wary of their intentions. Say, Kurama, do you think the cube is strengthening them? If my suspicions are right, then each time I release chakra, I would essentially be leaking it to the outside world while trying to make the seal more loose. He continued sitting in his lotus position. The last time he had released his chakra, it was only a light amount, so everyone in the outside world shouldn't have been able to sense it vividly. And so, Naruto decided to only release chakra by small increments so he could stay low. But things like those are no longer needed. If they were able to sense it, then they could only speculate. You seem to already know the answer, it doesn't matter if I say anything or not, Kurama replied to Naruto's words, dismissing them and went back to take a nap. My only question is, can they tighten the seal back to its original state? Naruto asked, unleashing a massive wave of chakra that would strengthen the entire village. 3. He didn't care. Him strengthening Konoha due to him wanting to fasten the weakening of the seal was trivial to him because such things lacked real importance. He had only a strong premonition. And that premonition of his was telling him that something was about to happen. Something tragic. 1. He's finally moving, said Jiraiya. He stood on the roof of a hot spring as looked at the direction of the cube of Aphrodite. Naruto had finally begun making his move known to the world. Everyone and everything could feel the gigantic pressure that Naruto was pressing down. Before, he could feel the slither of chakra that emanated from the cube, but couldn't pinpoint if it was Naruto's doing or just the cube of Aphrodite being itself. He now had a clear confirmation of it. The feeling, the one that circles around his body, the one that crawls beneath his skin and the feeling that it holds when it wants to leap forward. To kill him from the inside out. A nervous grin escaped his face. I think we should move Naruto's location, thought Jiraiya, regretting the fact that he couldn't stay to peep at the ladies who were bathing in the hot springs. I don't think so. Jiraiya widened his eyes. He moved to the side, landing on a body of water. Civilians stopped right dead in their tracks, seeing a person stand on top of the small bridge that helped people get to the other side. You were concealing your chakra rather well, said Jiraiya, looking at the man right in front of him. On the red railing of the small miniature bridge was a man with red hair. 1. His red cloak fluttered, a smirk appearing on his face. And guessing from the way you're acting, you're on Naruto's side. The man smirked, a grey-colored sand oozing from his body. That's right. The Queen had ordered us to protect the most important person in the battlefield. The grey sand formed wings on the back of his body. 1. He flew just a tiny bit in the air. The king. Sasori of the red sand had appeared before him, with a veil of iron sand trailing around his body with wickedness. The seal was weakening incredibly fast. Naruto, while couldn't see everything as clearly, could sense everyone around him with such great intensity. Crap! They're moving way too fast. Naruto mused to himself. This premonition of his was already starting to begin at an incredible rate. He had already analyzed what Satsuki was doing. And they were planning to pin down all the main forces of Konoha through sheer power. They lacked in numbers, but they were using their overwhelming strength to compensate for their lack of numbers. 1. I need a few more days before this seal is fully unraveled. Naruto cursed his luck, now finding himself in a troubling situation. Things weren't bad nor were they good. Focusing more clearly, Naruto could feel everything around him a lot more clearly. Pinpointing the exact location of everyone, Naruto decided to buy himself some time. All Konoha, will they be able to handle my strength? Naruto questioned, releasing an even greater wave of chakra into the entire village of Konoha. He was about to put his thinking to the test. To be able to siphon Naruto's strength would be greatly beneficial for all of Konoha. And this sealing was akin to the 8 trigram sealing technique. 9. So he decided to boost Konoha's morale. Even if it was a tiny bit. Releasing a combination of his chakra and Kurama's chakra, Naruto unleashed another wave chakra. And, as the chakra poured continuously into the village, Naruto oversaw everything, waiting for the effects of his work. What the heck? Sakura questioned, seeing countless civilians drop down to the ground. She stood on top of one of the rooftops. She looked towards the location of Naruto. 2. In the eye of the 4th Hokage. He had released both his and a large amount of demonic chakra into the atmosphere. The intensity of the chakra was knocking people out who couldn't handle it. 1. This included civilians, genin, chunin, jonin, and some of the weaker Envia Black Ops. Jumping down to the streets of Konoha, Sakura picked up a few civilians to rush them to safety. Sakura. She could see Ino yelling towards her from a distance. Nodding back at her, she could see Ino pick up as many civilians as she could see. Things were getting dangerous. And it'd be extremely bad if people got caught in the crossfire. Her and everyone else had expected something like this to happen. They just didn't know when. Naruto's lack of activity had confused them greatly, and it unnerved them so much that it made them paranoid in degrees that were absolutely terrifying. Hey! Her eyes widened. She looked at the civilians. Blood was escaping from their nose and their bodies. They were shaking uncontrollably. In horror, Sakura called out to Ino. 8. Bring them to me now. She roared towards Ino. Sakura looked at the bodies around them that were shaking with uncontrollable spasms. There's no medical equipment. I don't care. Just freaking give them to me. With a murderous order, Ino reluctantly agreed and placed the 2 bodies she was holding right in front of Sakura. Breathing, Sakura bit her thumb, a light amount of blood escaping from her thumb. Weaving through a set of hand seals, she bent down, her fingers landing on the rigid ground. A giant slug appeared. Quick! Divide Katsuyu! Responding quickly to her command, Katsuyu divided into numerous smaller slugs, traversing through the ground to attend to the fallen civilians. Crap! Their condition is getting worse. Naruto had released another wave of chakra, intensifying the uncontrollable shaking that civilians were feeling. 1. It isn't enough. I can only heal those within my range of capabilities. She had no choice but to depend on other medical ninjas to tend to their duties. They were in midst of a crisis. And, as unfortunate as it was, they could only save those within their reach. Crap! On me, I thought wildly, running outside. The night was blooming with heat. Her eyes widened in horror, seeing the barrier that had once been there, gone. When? How? On me, I thought, wondering how it was deactivated. Gaining an idea of suspicion, Unmei ran to Hinata's room, wanting to confirm her theory. Just magnificent. She mused bitterly. Hinata had managed to somehow find the way to deactivate the barrier that she had created herself through Fuinjutsu. The question was, when did she find the way to deactivate it? Where was the fatal mistake that she made that gave Hinata the access way to stop the barrier from being active? But things were going badly. Now that the barrier was gone, the increase of her being detected was greater than ever. It'd take some time before she could reactivate it again, but it'd give anyone with great sensing to pinpoint her location. But, all too suddenly, a wave of tranquil and demonic chakra made itself known in the atmosphere. Her eyes widened in horror. Naruto's eyes snapped open, turning sharp as he felt a presence that had entered his range. He decided to confirm his suspicion. You felt it, right? That chakra's signature. It was far, but not too far away that it wouldn't go unnoticed. Naruto felt Kurama nod. Yes, it's definitely theirs. It's far too familiar, Kurama responded, confirming his suspicions. Naruto clicked his tongue, knowing that he couldn't do anything in his current situation. 1. It'll have to wait until I'm out of here. Musing, Naruto knew he needed at least a day or two before he was fully released from the seal. He could feel many people around him fall, their deaths becoming an inevitable outcome. The weak civilians who survived were lucky that there were medical nins around, tending to them to the best of their ability. Otherwise, their condition would have worsened, killing them with no medical attention. Naruto sighed, having to accept everything that will happen from here on out. But they shouldn't try and get me so soon. I'd be only a flight risk to them in my current state. Naruto thoughtfully admitted, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. Things were moving rather shakily. And, as the piles of dead bodies accumulated, Naruto could do only one thing from here on out. To gamble it all and just simply move forward. 4. Satsuki snuck around the village, trying her hardest go to the center before going noticed. She traversed to the center of Konoha, using every nook and cranny to get to her destination. At the Hokage monument. Satsuki thought. It had not been so long since Naruto dished out a wave of chakra towards the village and the world. But she knew Naruto. Would this be what he wanted? Satsuki thought deeply, jumping one more time before being intercepted. A portal appeared in front of her, expelling a series of Aphrodite blades towards her. Instead of using Jiken, Satsuki dodged to the left, dropping towards the ground. I'm terribly sorry if Naruto finds this out, but he'd be a liability to us in his current form. It'd be too stressful trying to fight and protect him at the same time. Satsuki thought, dodging another Aphrodite blade. Would it be better to just stall until we can get him? Or is he able to get out of the seal all on his own? Satsuki saw Kakashi appear in front of her. His eyes were stained with anger. You know, it'd be better if you were to freak off, said Satsuki, smirking as she readied herself to have a duel with the man who had an implanted Sharingan. 5. She already knew his answer, but said it anyway. I can't let you through. Nichi, Kaiba, Tenten, and Shino gritted their teeth, grinding them together as a flurry of paper flew all around them. The heck is this? Kaiba growled, seeing a lady begin to form from the abundance of paper that flew all throughout the night. They couldn't do anything due to them having to carry the seizing bodies of civilians, but that seemed to prove to be a lost cause. 2. You seem to be struggling, an angelic voice full of neutrality said. Konan had finally formed after the constant barrage of paper that traversed throughout the village. She wore a kimono that was midnight blue, maybe almost navy blue. Her short light purple hair swayed back and forth as she lifted her hand, numerous shurikens made out of paper spinning around her constantly. I'll help you stop struggle. In an instant, the barrage of paper flew forward, thrusting with intense speed. Sasori sent a pillar of iron sand towards the sage. Perceiving it quickly, Jiraiya dodged it easily. A slight amount of sweat slithered down his face. To think there'd be another user of the iron sand, how'd you do it? Another veil of sand tried piercing his skull, but failed once Jiraiya flee to the side. Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Grinning, Sasori thrusted forward, using his wings of iron sand to propel him towards the Toad Sage. Using his arms and hands, Jiraiya wrapped his hands around a metal railing. Even though it was slightly corroded, it would be more than enough to temporarily use it to fend himself off. The sage swung the railing, trying to hit Sasori with the railing at incredible speeds. As expected, it failed very miserably. The ground ruptured down below, a burst of iron sand becoming spikier. Taking deep breaths, Jiraiya jumped backwards, using a metal sign to block off a wave of iron sand that threatened to pierce his heart. Too close for comfort. Though Jiraiya, landing on top of a building. Things were getting bad and he couldn't get close to Sasori without getting damaged. He understood what was happening, but didn't speak out on it. A blue orb of chakra manifested from his hand, conjuring into a powerful ball that swirled all around with such quickness. Sasori was in front of him, floating in the air with flapping iron wings. It's that technique. Sasori thought, remembering the time where Naruto had used the Raise Nan on him. And, to his knowledge, he never used the technique ever again. Jiraiya jumped to the ground, his palm pressing against the coarse ground. It hurt him to see so many dead bodies in the village that he protected. So he'll make sure their deaths aren't in vain. Debris obstructed Sasori's vision. Wasting no time, Sasori protected himself by cutting through the debris that threatened to make contact with his body. His iron sand became sharp, becoming deadly blades that effortlessly cut-slashed the debris that flew. With dust still obstructing his vision, he didn't know where Jiraiya was at. Cursing at himself, Sasori saw Jiraiya fly towards him, a spiraling sphere circling his hand. He outstretched his arm, attempting to hit Sasori right in the face. But that failed. Sasori, with his curtains of killer sand, struck Jiraiya's heart. A smirk was on his face, but that soon disappeared once Jiraiya disappeared, becoming a cloud of smoke. Shadow CLO. His words were cut off, a Raise Nan being thrusted into the side of his stomach. He felt no pain, but he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Sasori fell on the ground, his body rolling as dust got on his red cloak that covered his body. Jiraiya was just a bit above, his hand once again having a spiraling orb. Just before he could get hit, Sasori thought quickly and brought forth a shield of iron sand that clashed with the iron sand. A blue aura coalesced with his iron sand before they were both pushed back. A large explosion of dust exploded in the air. The epicenter of the impact destroyed buildings and annihilated many of the already dead bodies. Sasori grunted, getting up from ground and dusting his puppet body from any dust. Sighing with slight anger, he looked at Jiraiya, who was just about 40 meters away from him. "You're a dangerous one." Jiraiya summoned two small toads that rested on top of his shoulder. The Toad Sage talked to the two small toads before they got the memo. It didn't take long before red markings appeared on his face. He entered Sage mode. Sasori looked up at before a large grin appeared on his face. He tore off his red cloak, throwing it to the side. "I guess I'll also have to go serious," said Sasori, responding to the display of power by clasping his hands together, the abundance of iron sand wrapping all around his body. The sand attached itself to his puppet-like body, fully cladding himself with iron sand. "You've made a fatal mistake trying to fight me. Why do you follow Naruto?" asked Kakashi, attempting to strike Satsuki's head with his Aphrodite blade. Retaliating, Satsuki swatted the blade to the side, avoiding a direct strike. Huffing, Satsuki backed away, her legs splitting apart. "Why do you want to know?" Satsuki wove through a set of hand seals, unleashing a fireball that cut and thrashed the ground. "I want to know why you follow such a tyrant," he yelled, moving to the side, avoiding the fireball before he could be hit. 3. Watch your tone, Kakashi. Her tone was aggressive, but she maintained her poised attitude. She didn't take liking to his blatant hatred to Naruto. Even if Naruto was indeed a tyrannical person who sought peace through destruction. To answer your question, it's because he's the only one who can accomplish his way of peace. Kakashi summoned many portals that wrapped around Satsuki. Managing to dodge the blades through the use of Jiken, Satsuki saw Kakashi send her a glare full of untamed anger. And you believe him? Of course. Who am I to doubt him when he's accomplished things that could only be imaged by the likes of you people? A bit of anger leaked from her voice. Itaka had suffered because of them, she'd never forgive them for such thing. This invasion in Konoha will decide the frightening future ahead of everyone. Her body began to be entranced in Aphrodite essence. Every failure and shortcoming will culminate into one ending. It was clear to everyone in the village who are alive the gigantic importance the battle holds. Whether the village manages to survive doesn't matter. It's a lose-lose situation for Konoha either way. Just like the day of Naruto's sealing, this marks a special day as well. She smirked, a burst of chakra unleashing from her body. There was sudden change in her eye. 2. A purple eye with concentric circles appeared on Satsuki's eye. Kakashi widened his eyes at such a frightening sight. 18. The beginning of the end is here. You brought me out here for what? He asked as they sat down on a peepal. Numerous people were passing by them, looking at them briefly before continuing on their day. 1. They had recognized their beauty. The prettiness of their faces. This was the superficiality of humanity. A date, to temporarily fix your loneliness, she said, unknowingly fixing the strand of hair that threatened to cross her eyes. They locked eyes. He smiled lightly. Thank you. She noticed one thing about him that put her in a vast, but momentary daze as they stared at one another. His smile did not reach his eyes. She analyzed him, seeing the sadness that lurked behind those precious orbs of his. And she was sure that tears threatened to fall from those beautiful eyes. You're truly a kind person. 2. Sasori shot forward, the iron sand trailing all around him. His heart raced, the iron sand sharpening through his undying influence. He motioned his arms, the sand shimmering under the night's gaze. Like a swarm of dangerous bees, Sasori sent an onslaught of iron sand that sought to end Jiraiya's life. Dodging and moving back, Jiraiya wove through a set of hand seals before spelling toad oil from his mouth. Responding quickly to his movements, Sasori flicked his hand, a wave of iron sand turning into a tight barrier. Huffing, Sasori jumped to the side, a fireball being sent his way. He muttered a curse, anger swelling as he saw his iron sand light on fire. You little crap, Sasori said vehemently, discarding section of iron sand that had caught on fire. He was forced to back away once more, the fire that was spat on the oiled sand becoming brighter, flickering wildly. Sasori mowed to the side, a jaw-breaking punch just barely missing his face, the only area of his body that was not covered in iron sand. 1. His hand outstretching, Sasori kneaded the iron sand with his convulsed fingertips. Following his command, the iron sand remained steadfast, shooting forward to attack Jiraiya with intentions of killing him. Jiraiya stomped on the ground, the rocky textures jumping up. Kicking off of it, Jiraiya retreated before he could get caught in an everlasting attack. Regaining his balance, Jiraiya wove through a set of hand seals. With a wall of earth rising, Jiraiya barely managed to avoid a speeding needle of iron that almost pierced his eyeball. Wasting no time, conjured his next attack. This time, Jiraiya exploded with a gust of wind, propelling out of his mouth. Averting the iron sand, Jiraiya jumped on top of a food vendor. There was a large umbrella that was made with thin sticks that shaded off light from the vendor that sold their goods to the citizens. Flipping off of the food vendor, Jiraiya kicked it with his leg. 1. With the vendor being sent towards the man with malice afterthought, Jiraiya moved back once more, trying to buy himself time before backup appeared. He was badly matched with someone who could protect him in armor of iron sand. But such things don't matter, he'll persevere through the pain. He needed to overcome such an obstacle in front of him to keep on moving. 1. With spasming movement, Sasori pierced the cart of the food vendor, splitting the inside of it apart, revealing the contents that were left behind by the now dead citizen of Konoha. Kicking off the ground once more, Sasori used his iron sand as footing, using it as a way to propel himself forward. His hand, one that was covered in iron sand, convulsed, a spear of iron manifesting on his hand. It was double-sided, letting him rotate it around with relative ease. Twisting it around his body, Sasori tried slicing Jiraiya open, but failed once Jiraiya managed to dodge it by backing away. Freak! Jiraiya cursed in his mind, seeing a slither of blood dripping from the center of his chest. He dodged to double-edged spear, but could not avoid it fully. A gash was formed from the sharpened spear of iron. "You need to go faster," Shima said, advising Jiraiya to move faster to avoid being damaged by Sasori's abilities. Grunting, Jiraiya ducked down, jumping to the side. He was being forced to enter a defensive position, and it was getting harder to maintain such a thing. It angered him that he couldn't go all out, but the bodies of the dead citizens. It hurts him. Even if they were dead, he was entranced. It was as simple as that. Destroying the village was furthest from his intention. And destroying the dead bodies were something he did not like too much. Gaining a sudden idea, Jiraiya decided to test out an idea that he has just gained. Bursting forward, Jiraiya reeled his hand back, his eyes focusing on the eccentric Sasori that stood defiantly right in front of him. Sasori, his fingers wrapped around the iron sand spear, rose the spear upwards, outstretching it to his side. Using a concentrated amount of iron sand, Sasori was forced to unconceal the arm that was covered in iron sand. He transferred it to the spear, strengthening it, making it even stronger than before. Lunging himself forward, he matched Jiraiya's speed with a burst of adrenaline. Their legs, their bodies, they became blurs to the naked eye. Each step that they took, the ground shook, waking to their presence that seemed aggressive and demanding. The distance between them closed, their fist and or weapon nearly clashing. A grin appeared on Jiraiya's face. In a split second, Jiraiya's hand was encompassed by a raised nan. The swirl of chakra rotated in the palm of his hand, colliding with the iron sand spear that threatened to pierce his body intensely. From the unexpected blow, Sasori was pushed back, the raw power of the raised nan overpowering the swift full strike of the spear of iron sand. Blown away, Sasori crashed into a building. Gritting his teeth out of anger, Sasori knocked away the rebel that was about to fall on his body. Regaining his balance, he looked at his right arm. It was fully blown away from the destructive power of the raised nan. The arm that he had made himself was nothing but trash that held no more importance to him. "I guess I'll have to do this," mused Sasori, spreading most of the iron sand to his right side of his body, morphing a newly formed arm made of iron sand. It was going to be much tougher fighting here on out, but it wasn't something that he couldn't handle. Suddenly he looked upwards, the ceiling falling down as many gallons of toad oil dropped down. Dashing to the side, Sasori skidded a few meters before his body used up the scroll that contained the ability to grant him a water release jutsu for a short time. Outstretching his left hand, Sasori's hand unclad itself from its iron sand, revealing the funnel that hid behind the curtains of sand that clad his body. Timing it perfectly, Sasori shot out a concentrated burst of water that could cut through numerous buildings with pristine accuracy and elegance once Jiraiya landed on top of the toad oil. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya ducked, dodging water that cut through the entire building, collapsing it. As the rebel fell down, the two made break for their individual exits. Jiraiya went out the giant hole in the wall that was created when he blasted Sasori through with his raised nan. Sasori created an opening for himself to maximize his efficiency. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, landing on the dirt ground as he tirelessly looked for any signs of Sasori. It was only when he heard the noise of rustling sand from above did he get the idea where he was. What a lunatic! Jiraiya thought. His eyes looked upwards. A giant shadow was being casted over his entire being, his entire body. 1. It was a giant lance. 1. Sasori floated in the air on a small platform of iron sand. The lance was about 6 to 8 meters in length, stretching and in the medium of being thin and thick. 1. Throwing it down, Jiraiya backed away, the lance hitting the ground before dispersing into numerous needles that struck Jiraiya's body. 1. Coughing up blood, Jiraiya was forced to his knees. The iron sand that had pierced through his arms, chest, and leg fell down from his body. Spitting out another batch of blood, Jiraiya could see Sasori lower himself from his high altitude, soon landing back on the ground safely. Huffing, Jiraiya forced himself back up, the pain intensifying greatly with each movement that he made with his body. He wanted to scream out loud, to cry out because of the pain that was hurting every cell in his body. The iron sand retreated back to Sasori, lingering and dancing all around his body with smooth movement. He felt no pain, but he had severe damage done to his body that he had taken from Jiraiya's attacks. Needing time to recuperate his strength, Jiraiya sprinted inside a building of a random civilian that had died. The glass shattered, dropping into small, tiny pieces that landed on the soft carpet. The soft crunches with each step that he took on the shattered glass echoed in his mind. He could hear the swarm of iron sand that probed around the building, cornering him. He is running out of sand to use. Jiraiya thought, knowing that Sasori could at most only cover one side of the building. He had sacrificed his puppet arm, now having to use his own sand to create a makeshift arm made of his abomination. Running into the kitchen quarters, Jiraiya kicked the other side of the wall, destroying it effortlessly. Channeling chakra to the soles of his feet, Jiraiya attached himself on the side of the concrete wall. Scaling upwards, Jiraiya dodged the volley of iron sand that homed in on his body. Arriving at the rooftop, Jiraiya just barely managed to dodge a jab to the face from Sasori, fist clad in iron sand, by shuffling to the side. His fingers moved on its own, sensing the impending danger that trailed towards his face. Weaving through a set of hand seals, Jiraiya's mouth bursted with a whirl of endless wind. The wind cut through the invisible air. The wind was in a form of blades, cutters that acted like knives that could cut through anything. They were just wind, but they were dangerous. Cutting through the iron sand, Jiraiya managed to create the much-needed distance between them. Even as his body ached from the painful torment, he kept on moving, needing to preserve his chakra before he exhausted himself. From behind, said Fukasaku. Grunting, Jiraiya sidestepped to the side, iron sand sharpening, tearing through the atmosphere with such terrifying ease. Forming another raise nan, Jiraiya blocked the iron sand, making it blast away with ferocious force. His heart thumped out of his body, making him move out of pure instinct. As the fight continued to progress, a stalemate was bound to form. 1. A metal pole stood defiantly right next to Jiraiya. Using brute strength, Jiraiya lifted it off the ground. Although heavy, Jiraiya wielded it with such precision. Thrusting it forward, Jiraiya used it like a spear, ripping through the endless sand of iron in utter ease. In manic manner, Jiraiya used it to strike the ground. The footing beneath them shook, shivering in excitement as webs of cracks began to form ever so quickly. The ground below Sasori began to split apart. "You dang old man," Sasori cursed, jumping on the rising boulders that were caused by the old toad sage that retaliated against him. The iron sand unraveled around him. They danced through his influence, his wits. With precision, Sasori rose his hand up in the air, convulsing on command. Using not much thinking, Sasori made the iron sand travel on his skin, shimmering as it crawled on his body. "You look like a dang bug," commented Jiraiya, sidestepping to the side to avoid a direct hit from a claw of iron sand. Sasori's body was entrapped in iron sand, 4 leg-like piercers attached on his back. The sand grew, extending Sasori upwards. "I got this from that crap immortal zombie." A tight grin appeared on his face, appearing right above Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. The wind rushed all around them, churning to the beat of the battle. He had fought the late Kakuzu, and had seen him take on a conscious form where he ordered his own strings to move him with tendrils that resembled a spider. But, in the end, Sasori beat him up so mercilessly. Why? Because he used his own technique against him. Kakuzu, although essentially immortal, wasn't the only one who could wield and manipulate something akin to a living organism. Those two. They were identical. One could wield tendrils. The other could wield iron sand. Sensing the immediate danger, Jiraiya jumped backwards, his hand conjuring a raised nan to propel himself with equivalent force. Regaining his balance, Jiraiya was forced to move his head. With one of the legs of iron sand failing to hit him, Sasori continued his volley of attacks. "You won't be able to stop me!" Sasori screamed, clawing to the power that he held. Being able to fight toe-to-toe against a Sunin was a rather big deal. It's also a big deal when you can pressure them. And possibly destroy them. Naruto stood in the abyss of nothingness. He knew that he needed to fasten the weakening of the seal, but things are somehow becoming rather unfavorable for him. Not only are Satsuki and company moving way too fast for Naruto's own good, hidden variables are going to be being thrown out, being dished at him to only further complicate the situation. But there was one main problem. And that problem was reaching Nirvana. 2. He could feel himself gradually gravitate towards that incomprehensible state. But, at the same time, Naruto could also feel something. He felt it. He was still so far away from breaking free from samsara. What is it that I'm missing? He reached out to the abyss of a sky above him. It stood up, shadowing over the realm that he was in. 6. He was missing something important. He just didn't know what it was. "Is this all you have?" asked Sasori, slashing down on his prey as if they were a mindless bug that waddled on the surface of the floors below. Jiraiya grunted, picking up a metal pole to deflect the iron sand that pierced the pole itself. His muscles bulging, the toad sage threw the metal pole towards Sasori that stood afloat. "You couldn't be more further from the truth." Jiraiya kicked off the groan, lurching forward, outstretching both his arms. "Is that so? The show me what you got bench." Yelling, he saw Jiraiya conjure 2 raised nan on each palm of Jiraiya's hand. It was sad that he couldn't convince Naruto to master the raised nan. No matter how many times he tried, Naruto just left off and opted on letting a clone conjure it for him. But, seeing how Naruto was now, Jiraiya was glad that Naruto didn't pursue to perfect the raised nan to its fullest potential. That would have been too dangerous. 1. Feeling power surge through his body, Jiraiya felt a fiery heat burst all over his body. Blood leaked from all sides of his body due to the increasing output of the power that he was releasing. This was an incomplete jutsu that he had yet to perfect and did not try against Naruto due to him possibly being damaged due to it being incomplete. But, as the gears turned and the world churned, Jiraiya did not know why. There was an unquenchable feeling that rose from the deep pits of his stomach. This feeling was like a flower that bloomed with such majestic beauty. Sasori widened his eyes, outstretching his arms due to fear unconcealing itself, unraveling itself right in the cylinder tube that contained his heart. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, grinding them both together as he saw the endless swarm of iron sand making its way towards his way under Sasori's command. He jumped, 2 fiery blazes in the palm of his hand. This feeling that he was experiencing was odd to the old toad sage. He felt as though he could do anything. Fire release, blazing Odama raised nan. 3. As normal and demonic chakra entered the atmosphere once again, Jiraiya remained steadfast, destroying and lighting the endless swarm of iron sand into a fiery flame. Sasori further widened his eyes. "Can you take this?" yelled Jiraiya, hitting Sasori with the 2 giant, fiery raised nans that was blooming with fiery heat that could not be distinguished. In a blazing fury, Sasori was blasted away, his red cloak becoming nothing but smithereens. His puppet body crashed into a nearby wall, piles of rubble becoming known as it flew down. Jiraiya huffed, gasping for air as he felt the burning sensation all over his forearms. A light red covered his arm, stinging him with pain. Straightening his posture, Jiraiya decided that everything in this quarter of Konoha was now done. Turning around, Jiraiya was about to go. Not just yet. Aghh. Blood splattered on the ground, a long spike of iron sand piercing through Jiraiya's arm with such precision. Soon, the iron sand encased Jiraiya's forearm, picking him up before it slammed him on the ground. The ground shook, cracking with webs of cracks appearing underneath Jiraiya's face that crashed into the rough textures of the soil. Blood escaped his mouth, staining the ground even more than before. Fukasaku and Shima helped him up, pulling him away once another barrage of iron sand threatened his life. After a few moments, Jiraiya got back on his feet, the two old toads reattaching on his damaged shoulder. "Did you think that I was done?" Sasori asked, the right part of his chest open with numerous luminescent chakra strings attached to many things above. Jiraiya, although heavily injured, managed to look up. His eyes slightly widened. There were dozens, no, there were hundreds of puppets being manipulated by the strings that had been launched from Sasori's chest. He had managed to protect himself, just barely, to reduce the incoming damage that had rained upon just before by sacrificing some of the puppets that he held in the palm of his hands. And, as time seemed to slow down, Jiraiya saw numerous iron sand leak from the puppet's body. Sasori breathed slowly, the iron sand attaching itself onto Sasori's body. "'Cause I'm not through with you just yet, Jiraiya." Wings appeared on Sasori's back, numerous 3D shapes of iron sand formed, and the iron sand was just swarming all around him, entangling with smooth gestures. "1. So get ready because I'll be the one making it out of here alive," said Sasori, looking down on Jiraiya as they both readied themselves for the last installment of their fight. The Toad Sage. Sasori of the Iron Sand. They shall settle this here and now. Turning back around was no longer an option for the two of them because they view each other as undeniable obstacles that needed to be eliminated. "Let's do this," they said in unison. They rushed towards each other, their intent to kill bleeding into their brains. "You're meeting one of the strongest in the whole country," the man said, grinning at him with a wave of pride surging through his body and mind. "And mind you, she's quite young as you are, big shot." He took note of such words and entered the room that inhabited one of the strongest in the whole country that they stood on. "This is the leader of this group." The man splattered a name that he just barely took notice and just stood there, amazed by such a sight. She was beautiful, the young boy concluded. For a moment, he analyzed the attire that she wore alongside the calm and collected look on her face. A black turtleneck that complemented and magnified the way she held herself, and jeans that were as dark as the depths of a cave. "Welcome to my enterprise," she told him. He was brought back to reality. She was 4. They clashed, fire and sand colliding with one another. An explosion appeared, heat burning down numerous buildings all around them. "This is bad," thought Jiraiya, dodging a barrage of iron sand that hurled itself towards him at incredible speed. He whirled himself a raise nan, slamming it downward on the coarse ground. As debris launched itself from all sides, Jiraiya gained the momentary advantage and flitted away, sweat peeling off of his golden skin. Sasori dashed forward, a crazed grin appearing on his face. "Hey! You can feel it, hey! Your defeat is near!" He screamed, his speed increasing as the iron sand trailed behind him at insane speeds. 3. Jiraiya grunted, feeling the scorching heat that trickled down his neck. He jumped forward, a raise nan covered in flickering flames rotating in the palm of his hands. "Defeat? You're an arrogant guy." Grinning, Jiraiya squashed down the iron sand with ferocious intent, the iron lighting up in fire as it crossed the land with swiftness. Gritting his teeth, Sasori pushed himself away, letting the iron sand that had been caught on fire become nothing but trash. The sand dropped to the ground, the fire consuming its core like a parasite. Sasori jumped, attaching himself on one of the buildings that didn't get lit on fire. Their hearts beat in perfect harmony as they continued to fight. Sasori scaled through the walls of the building, the iron sand trailing all around him with such elegance and speed. Another batch of wings formed, letting Sasori become bird-like. Pushing himself off of the building, the wings of iron sand flapped, imitating the sound of real wings with a mixture of metallic movement harmonizing with each second and each time the wings flapped. As the puppets under his control attacked the old toad sage, Jiraiya took down each and every single one of them with such ease. Concentrating, Sasori let the iron sand roam around him, focusing it all on one point. Jiraiya huffed, seeing the item that hovered above Sasori as he looked down on him like a small ant. It was a massive shuriken that had a spike protruding out of its being. "You still have tricks up your sleeve, huh?" Jiraiya gasped, seeing the tired look on Sasori's face. He couldn't tell, but he could also picture the tired look on his face. This was a battle of endurance, and they were both reaching their endpoints rather quickly. 1. "But don't think that such a simple attack will beat me," Jiraiya announced, his hand convulsing to form another raised Nan. With Fukasaku and Shima quickly replenishing the lost nature energy, Jiraiya once again entered Sage mode. A rush of power trampled over his heart. The raised Nan let itself become consumed by the flames of the youth. The world lit once again, the burning passion becoming known once more. 3. Sasori's face became one with disgust. The coverage and raw power of the jutsu was overwhelmingly much higher than the shuriken that he had made from the mass of iron sand under his disposal. Breathing in and out, Sasori closed his eyes, letting the iron sand build up and cover the shuriken even more before he opened his eyes back once more. The shuriken grew larger. It originally was only 8 meters long in length, becoming a total size of 20 meters. The metallic noise was one full of screeching, rattling from the breathtaking view. 1. They jumped forward. Naruto breathed in and out steadily, remaining calm under all the pressure. The seal was weakening at an incredible rate now due to him constantly releasing a tremendous amounts of chakra. With each release of chakra, the seal weakened and weakened ever so slightly. And, just maybe, he might be able to break free from the seal in a couple of hours. This was just an estimation and was not a guaranteed chance of him doing so. Naruto released a bit of his power unto the world, the undoubtable seizing becoming something of a normality in this crisis. After a few moments, Naruto once again released another batch of chakra that stunned the world as they knew it. Naruto closed his eyes, getting a feel for everything that happened around him. He sensed fighting and all the conflict that was happening all at once. The winner had already been decided, thought Naruto, sensing the deteriorating state that both Jiraiya and Sasori had. Even though the latter could not feel pain, he also had a limit on what he could take. Naruto released another batch of chakra into the village. Satsuki threw a kick towards Kakashi, her leg latching on before Kakashi blocked with his hand, his palm feeling the pain being received from the power kick. Alternating her leg, Satsuki curved it, bending it as her knee dashed into Kakashi's abdomen, pain welling from inside his body. Never faltering, Satsuki twisted her body, spinning to enter a corkscrew before outstretching her leg, doing a downward roundhouse kick that had ferocious force behind it. His eyes were wide, just barely managing to back away before Satsuki increased her attack output. Huffing, Satsuki continued her assault. Placing her hand on the ground, Satsuki brought her body over, performing a broken cartwheel. Her foot hit Kakashi's face, knocking him back a few meters away in terrible pain. She has a variety of martial arts. Grunting, Kakashi wiped the blood that dripped down from his face. Where she learned it from was unknown, but Kakashi suspected that it came from Naruto. Grinning, Satsuki outstretched her arm, her hand convulsing to pull Kakashi in with an invisible force. "Hey, you didn't think that was it, did you?" Satsuki asked, kicking off against the ground to push forward towards the one-eyed Sharingan user. 3. Jumping just a tiny bit, Satsuki moved her leg, her knee bending as it flew towards Kakashi's face. Satsuki latched her hands onto Kakashi's head, grabbing down on his hair as she pulled him in to meet her knee. Aghh. He felt an intense amount of pain overwhelmed his senses. Satsuki grabbed Kakashi's arm, straining his joints before she threw him over his shoulder with only one hand. Satsuki stood above Kakashi, lifting her leg before attempting to stomp on her Kakashi's head. Unfortunately for her, Kakashi managed to muster up the power to block Satsuki's stomp, a wave of energy blowing through the air. Using a free hand, Kakashi wove through a set of hand seals before releasing a massive fireball through his mask, forcing Satsuki to jump away. Scowling, Satsuki bursted forward once more. Kakashi, reacting quickly, moved from the ground, tucking one of his legs underneath his bottom and using one of his hands to support his weight from behind. Using his hand as support, Kakashi pushed himself upwards, kicking Satsuki's sides to create more distance. Grunting, Satsuki caressed the area that she got hit, clutching it with concern. "That's was," she said, trailing off for a moment or two. "That's right, you're not the only one who know capoeira." Rushing forward, Kakashi threw a kick to the side, immediately being countered by Satsuki with a block. A forceful impact was made. Giving Kakashi leverage, pressed his leg further into the forearm being used to block his kick. Breathing heavily, Kakashi lifted his leg off the ground, using the flooring to twist to let his other leg move in with a swift kick. Satsuki gritted her teeth, grinding them together as she got pushed to the side due to the kick being pummeled into her face. Blood splattered out of her mouth, landing on the ground to stain it with a crimson color. Turning back towards where Kakashi was, Satsuki saw him engage forward, eagerly wanting to give no time for Satsuki to retaliate. Satsuki saw Kakashi move for a front kick. Front kick. Satsuki mused, moving to block the front kick. Just as Kakashi's kick was about to connect, his leg pivoted, changing direction. Hey? A fake. Suddenly in a quick flash, Kakashi's front kick had transformed into roundhouse kick to the side of the face. Her vision blurred for just a second, forcing herself to regain balance. Kakashi reacted quickly, using his and swung it underneath to perform an uppercut. The punch connected with her chin, launching her back just a few meters away. Once Satsuki regained her balance, a fireball was seen being hurled towards her, threatening to burn her to a frizzling crisp. Cursing under her breath, she dashed to the side, the wind rushing against her body as she moved with swiftness. Right after clearing her safety, she saw Kakashi appear before her. Remaining calm, Satsuki threw a left jab towards Kakashi's face, awaiting for him to scream in pain. That never arrived. Kakashi, managing to catch the incoming punch, moved to the side and steered himself away from the attack. In quick succession, Kakashi stepped through while not letting Satsuki have even a second of breather. It wasn't too long before Kakashi threw Satsuki on the ground while seriously straining her joints. Cracks appeared on the flooring due to the intensity of the throw. Aikido? Satsuki thought, dodging a stomp to the face. It wasn't too advanced, but it threw Satsuki off greatly. Flipping away, Satsuki got ready for the next attack on Kakashi's assault. Kakashi appeared behind her, taking her arm and pulled it. Satsuki felt the sudden burst of pain that covered her arm. She felt Kakashi bend the arm, his hand on her held, ready to snap it. Gulping, Satsuki felt Kakashi's arm motion away to reel back to ready his palm to snap her arm in two. Driving in, Satsuki made her move by launching herself upwards to enter a move that resembled an aerial, but a variation to where she did it in reverse, backwards. The arm that was locked jerked away, discolating in the process. Ignoring the pain, she used her other hand to perform a broken cartwheel. Her legs danced, hitting Kakashi in the face with chakra embedded into the solace of her foot. Kakashi gritted his teeth in the sudden pain. Satsuki regained her balance and took hold of her dislocated arm. With unfaltering bravery, Satsuki jerked it again, placing the dislocated arm back into its rightful place. That was a close one. The heck? Sasori asked. Almost all of his iron sand had been becoming bits of fuel that the fires of the flaming rays Nan had used to further its power. As a result, an explosion occurred that had destroyed many houses and had turned those who had already died into pure ashes. Jiraiya was on the other side, in a similar situation as Sasori. The burns on his arms had progressed into a terrifying degree and was seriously worrying. This was the final installment of their battle that will decide the outcome of this undying battle of theirs that has taken place. Their breathing was heavy, smoke covering the area with suspension laced in the atmosphere. Kicking off the ground, the deck cracked under pressure. Jiraiya saw Sasori land on the ground, forced to concede to the variety of flames that ate his iron sand away. "You're far too persistent, just die!" roared Sasori, anger engraved into his being. With the very little amount of iron sand that he had left, Sasori had to be more careful or he'll suffer a promising defeat. He stood still as the Toad Sage rushed forward towards him. As he drew closer and closer, Jiraiya threw a jab towards Sasori's face. Although fast, Sasori managed to dodge it with relative ease. Or did he? "Hey!" thought Sasori, a sudden force knocking him away as if he didn't exactly dodge the jab that was directed to his face. He formed a bed of sand underneath his body as he fell to stop any further damage. The heck was that? Sasori backed away, assessing the situation but could not find a reasonable explanation as to why he had gotten hit by the punch that he had dodged completely. Is it some kind of technique? He certainly knew that if they were to engage in a hand-to-hand combat here and now, he'd lose a soundless defeat. With his guard up, Sasori readied his iron sand that he had left. Jiraiya lunged forward, ready to continue his assault. He had been given an opportunity and he was going to take it and capitalize on such an advantage. "Remain steady," said Jiraiya, gaining nods from the two old toads that stood on both his shoulders. He threw another punch, but he quickly withdrew it due to the rattling sand that shook from beneath. Changing his direction, Jiraiya disappeared and reappeared behind Sasori, his hands tightly clenched into a wild fist. As the nature chakra oozed from the bottomless pits, Sasori reacted quickly. With lightning speeds, Sasori turned around, jumping back just a tiny bit before he materialized a spear of iron sand from the ends of the earth. Too close for comfort, Sasori thought, a nervous feeling edging behind the coin that lurked from the shadows. He saw Jiraiya jump towards him. Using his available hand, Sasori motioned it to command the iron sand to do his very bidding. A barrier of metallic sand appeared before Jiraiya, attempting to block his way. How lackluster this is," commented Jiraiya. Sasori widened his eyes, seeing a forceful amount of wind break through the barrier of iron sand. Fukasaku and Shima were responsible for such acts. Too quick for him to react, Sasori found himself being grabbed by Jiraiya's hands, latching onto his throat. He wanted to just grab Sasori's heart out, but it seemed as though he could feel the danger that radiated off of just a thought. He has iron sand all around the case, Jiraiya thought as he drove his other fist, one that was covered in second to third degree burns, into Sasori's stomach. If Sasori could feel pain, then he'd be feeling as though dozens of knives, swords, and spears were piercing through his body and skull all at once. "Hand enough yet, concede," Jiraiya yelled, driving his fist into his stomach once more before reeling it back to punch Sasori in the face. Sasori scowled at his words. "One. Never. How about you impale with that swirling orb of yours? Or are you too weak to take the life of someone you find useful?" yelled Sasori, clenching his fist as a veil of sand appeared before him. Clicking his tongue, Jiraiya pulled back, dodging the strike that would have killed him. He threw Sasori towards the iron sand. Quickly thinking, Sasori created a bed of sand that saved him from landing on the ground. Growling, Sasori launched an attack. Bullets of sand were flown towards Jiraiya. The sage's heart pounded as Fukasaku and Shima unleashed another wave of wind to deflect the bullets of iron sand. Ack! Jiraiya hissed in pain, feeling some of the bullets of sand that had managed to get through cut his skin with large gashes on his body and arms. Sasori appeared before him, kicking him in the side of his knee to make him drop down. Just as he was about to strike him in the face, Fukasaku and Shima intervened, blocking his attack. What strength! He thought wildly, being blown away with a few quick counters and 2 blows to his ribcage. Not only was Jiraiya a problematic man, but the 2 toads on his shoulder were also very problematic. This was very costing to him in a lot of ways, more than one. You. Why? Just die. Sasori yelled out of rage. He was wasting a lot of time fighting Jiraiya. Each time they exchanged blows, their chances of dying increased and the time fight also increased. Satsuki had said you'd be a piece of cake, that was a freaking lie. He rushed forward, the rattling iron sand trailing from behind him. Jiraiya huffed, splitting his legs apart. I guess she underestimated me that much to send a mere pawn in Naruto's game. A foolish decision that will result. His voice trailed off, letting the fresh air brush past his skin, swaying it back and forth. A spear of iron sand formed in the palm of Sasori's hands. This was the most efficient used for the iron sand. A small tanto would be good as well, but it lacked the range that it needed. A spear that he formed not only had the range, but also just as much sharpness and deadliness as a tanto. Jiraiya waited. He grinned. In a blunder. With a mighty grin, Jiraiya moved to the side, dodging the immediate danger. A raised nan formed, swirling with a brilliant blue that resembled Naruto's eyes. He reeled his arm, blasting a raised nan into his shoulder, destroying his other arm completely. He needed to keep him alive and well. The information that he could give was valuable and they needed it. Dang it! Though Sasori, yelling in his mind as he kicked Jiraiya away, making him crash down on the ground with forceful measures. His anger rose, making the iron sand come back to him. Using the last of his sand, Sasori made it a new arm that was reinforced with all the iron sand that he had left. This was last resort. But this was all he could exert. Jiraiya regained his footing, narrowing his eyes at Sasori as the reinforced arm of iron sand had fully come forth, forming into a perfect arm that let him move with his command. Get ready. For your death. With a wild yell, Sasori galloped towards the heroic, although perverted, toad sage that was threatening to end him. 3. He was conserving a lot of chakra that he wanted to save just in case things went wrong, but it seemed as though he'd need to use just a tiny bit of it to ensure his victory. Jiraiya got into a stance, getting ready for the punch that Sasori was going to throw. Sasori jumped upwards, curling the hand that was made with iron sand into a mighty fist. Jiraiya motioned his forearm, blocking the punch with ease. Sasori grinned. A feeling of pain ruptured from Jiraiya's forearm. He looked at his forearm and saw spikes of iron sand impaling his forearm fully. Hissing with disgusting pain, Jiraiya was thrown on the ground, blood shooting from his mouth violently. Jiraiya huffed in pain as Sasori stomped on his stomach, the torment reaching to every fiber of his body with relative quickness. Just before he could be finished off, Fukasaku and Shima struck the core of his body, sending him flying once more. Jiraiya got up from the ground, preparing for his next attack. I'll finish this with one last attack, thought Jiraiya, gritting his teeth with intensity. He closed his eyes, feeling everything around him all at once. He'll use everything that he had to usher in the destruction of Sasori. Opening his eyes back once more, Jiraiya spotted Sasori using everything he had as well. This is my goodbye to you, declared Sasori, looking at Jiraiya as he controlled numerous threads of chakra. He replaced with iron sand arm with the arm of one of his broken puppets. He managed to gather leftover iron sand that he didn't get to use, flying under his radar until this very moment. He coated his arm with the iron sand, forming a fist that was pure black. The fist enlarged, becoming larger in size. By the time he had fully materialized the fist that was just a bit below the size of an average house in Konoha, Jiraiya breathed in and out, his heart beating at a very fast pace. Saying nothing, Jiraiya formed a raised Nan that was just a few times smaller than Sasori's fist of sand. He felt the flush of power wove all throughout his body. In an instant, the two shot forward, the ground below cracking under their dominating pressure that they carried with them. They reeled in their arms, preparing for the seismic cataclysm that will occur once they collide their attacks with one another. This is the end. They both yelled in unison, their attacks closing in on each other. Inches away from clashing, Sasori saw Jiraiya smirk. His raised Nan flared with flickering flames. And thus an explosion occurred that annihilated numerous blocks of Konoha. The explosion disintegrated those who were already dead and destroyed the houses that were burning down to smoldering crisps. Ha ha ha. A gasp of tiredness entered the atmosphere. The smoke slowly cleared away, showing a lone Jiraiya standing all alone. Sasori was nowhere to be seen. He managed to get away, thought Jiraiya, falling to the ground, huffing and gasping for air. The fight had burnt a lot of his reserves and made him extremely tired. This was his win. His victory. 4. As expected, Jiraiya won that match, thought Naruto, sensing Sasori's chakra signature retreating away from the battle. 1. From the beginning, he knew that Jiraiya would win. It was an obvious thought that lurked within his mind that came true. Sasori got lucky he got saved. Even before they clashed, he could feel the chakra signatures of Satsuki's subordinates making his way towards Sasori. As if they knew he would lose. What a smart girl she is. He mused silently, closing his eyes to have a feel for the world around him. It didn't take long for him to sense a few new presences. 2. I see, it seems this will be a lot more wild than I had thought. He continued sitting there, releasing another batch of chakra before settling back down. The seal weakened even further. He could feel it. Only an hour or two before the seal was fully broken. Plus, just a few more hours until his return. Satsuki swung her fist downward, tearing through the air with relative ease. Kakashi moved to the side, catching the fist before kicking her knee to disrupt her balance. Crap! Thought Satsuki, growling as she felt pain rouse from her face due to a quick jab with Kakashi's left hand landing on her face. Regaining her balance, she outstretched her hand to use Shinra Tensei to push Kakashi back before latch onto her hair to do a diagonal knee strike that was laced with chakra. Huffing, she bursted forward, creating cracks under her footing. She gained a tremendous amount of speed, becoming so fast that it would have been impossible to track her movements if they weren't trained. He's able to track them, he got stronger. She felt strength oozing from Kakashi as he entered a stance that signified that he was ready for anything. Smirking, Satsuki appeared behind him, grabbing hold of his arm. Satsuki pulled on the arm, using her other hand to push down on the joints of his shoulder to lock him together. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He was about to use the backwards aerial that he copied from Satsuki when she got out of a similar hold, but was brought down with a downwards roundhouse kick to the face and side of the neck. Satsuki let go of Kakashi, avoiding a portal that shot out a barrage of Aphrodite blades that threatened to take her life in a slither of a second. They were barely using their abilities, opting to use their taijutsu that they had learned over the course of time. They had used their Sharingan's ability to copy techniques to further their combat ability. They weren't geniuses for nothing. This wasn't a battle of who had stronger abilities, but a battle on who had the better martial ability. It didn't matter how it was done, it only mattered how efficiently they used their techniques. 3. 5 seconds. Thought Satsuki, pulling Kakashi in with her Bancho Tenin. Smirking, she split her legs before she jumped forward, bending her knee. Kakashi was about to manifest a portal, but Satsuki interrupted him. Like a flying bird, Satsuki struck Kakashi's core with a knee strike. Wasting no time, Satsuki rose her arm, bending her elbow. With a feral grin, Satsuki struck Kakashi's shoulder with a downward elbow strike before kicking him to the side. 3. Being sent off, Kakashi regained his balance. Huffing, he unleashed one portal, a weapon being ushered its way out of it. Satsuki narrowed her eyes. Bow staff? Satsuki thought. It wasn't a regular staff, but it was a staff that was completely made up of Aphrodite. She was surprised that Kakashi even bothered to learning combat techniques that weren't just straight hand-to-hand. 1. I'm rather exceptional with staff like this, spoke Kakashi, doing a one-handed figure-8 spin before doing a two-handed figure-8 spin and twirling it around his body, spinning it behind his back. 1. Enough with your boasting. Satsuki had enough and just rushed forward, readying herself for the exchange that they were going to do. Unlike a normal staff, the Aphrodite staff was a lot more flexible in use. It was almost impossible to break it under many normal means. That's why Kakashi was able to freely use it without worrying about break it. It gave him a limitless amount of freedom under his fingertips. Satsuki saw Kakashi thrust it forward, attempting to Satsuki in the eye. Reacting quickly, Satsuki's eyes flared to life, and her body moved accordingly. Moving to the side, she dodged the poke with rather ease. But this was simply not the end of Kakashi's mayhem with the staff. Kakashi smirked under his mask, moving the staff in a diagonal direction. Diagonal strike. Satsuki felt the force of the staff hit him with a diagonal strike. She hissed in terrible pain, backing away before she felt another series of pain hit him with a thrust to the stomach. He placed the staff on the opening of his mouth before he bit down on the staff, using his teeth to grip down on it with tons of power through his mask. He lowered his body, entering a negativa position. Kakashi used one of his hands and one of his feet to support his weight accordingly. He thrust it upwards as Satsuki was just regaining her footing. He kicked Satsuki to the side in the form of a roundhouse kick. Capoeira again. Satsuki grumbled internally as she saw the combination of his skills at the bow staff and capoeira. Regaining his balance, Kakashi brought forth his staff out of his mouth and twirled it around his body once more. Using both of his hands, Kakashi drew closer to Satsuki with one big leap. Spreading his hands from one point to another, he did a downward strike towards Satsuki's shoulder. Twisted his body, Kakashi hit her on the side of the face with the front side of his foot. Pushed back, Satsuki was forced to keep her distance, trying to analyze methods to get around his staff techniques. She could try and use her Rinnegan techniques. But that'd mean I've used everything in my arsenal to try bypass it. She thought, concluding this as inferiority on her part. But there were so much more than just the simple concept of inferiority. She just wanted to break through everything in his arsenal, leaving him completely broken like before. She wanted to show him a simple concept. That he still couldn't defeat her. Even through the veil of martial ability that he held, it still wouldn't be enough outclass her ability in every shape and form. Splitting her legs apart, Satsuki got ready to continue the battle between the few prodigies of the world. Readying herself, Kakashi jumped off the ground, the wind rushing all around him with insane quickness. You say you're exceptional with the staff. A grin broke out of her face as her Mangekyo Sharingan spun with wildness. Her hands moved from point to point, slamming it down to do another downward strike. Hey, do you think things like these work twice? She asked, grinning as she brought it upwards, blocking the staff with the sole of her foot. Of course not. A portal manifested from behind, an Aphrodite blade being thrown towards the prodigious Uchiha that turned out to be an obstacle that stood in his way. Satsuki felt the wind tear way, forcing her to move to the side, but this turned out to be a fatal blunder on her part. Bow staff technique, cross strike. With swift movements, Kakashi motioned to the side, doing a cross strike that hit her on the side of the stomach. An immersive pain appeared, the combined forces of the staff and the coating of chakra to deal massive damage. Blood shot out of her mouth, bringing her away, and was forced to retreat for a moment before she felt a strong force poke her on the ribs. Satsuki gritted her teeth out of pain and anger. He maneuvered his hands, spinning around the staff, doing a front spin. He soon did a figure 8 spin before twirling it behind his back. Analyze. 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 Satsuki thought. She hadn't bothered to learn any bow staff techniques due to not having a staff of her own. Even then, she thought it was rather bothersome to try and find a staff to just learn something that she was sure that she wouldn't ever use in a real battle. 2. Kakashi rushed forward, preparing his body for another attack. Satsuki got into a stance, preparing for the worst to come. Shifting her body, she jumped forward, disappearing before reappearing right above Kakashi. Her fingers curled, forming a fist that held a mighty aura of power. Satsuki suddenly saw a portal manifest right beside her. Her eyes widened as she tried to change her body's direction midair. "Foolish," said Kakashi, faking the portal and instead shooting the staff upwards, poking her in the stomach before he twisting to deliver a spinning crescent kick that shocked her side with Greta pain. Satsuki crashed to the ground. Kakashi ushered forward, bringing forth his leg to the air. He dropped his leg, attempting to deliver a traditional axe kick to Satsuki's skull. But he was too slow, allowing for Satsuki to dodge it swiftly before entering a negativa position. She moved, tucking one of her legs before releasing a mighty kick that resembled a downward roundhouse kick. 2. Satsuki huffed, jumping forward as Kakashi fell down. A frightening grin that reeked with malice appeared on her face. Leaping just a few inches off the ground, Satsuki twisted her body, entering a wheel-like spin as she fell down, doing a wheel kick that hit Kakashi's stomach with pure annihilation. Kyakushin. Kakashi thought wildly, feeling himself being pulled up with the intent of malice afterthought. Doing a one-hand shoulder through, Satsuki threw Kakashi on the ground, causing numerous cracks to appear underneath his back. Satsuki quickly caught the staff of Aphrodite that wandered off of Kakashi's hand. "Was this how you do it?" she asked, grinning as she did a figure 8 spin and a basic spin with both her arms. With grace, Satsuki jumped upwards, aiming the staff downwards at its original owner. Bow staff technique, poke strike. Satsuki savagely struck Kakashi's chest before she withdrew the staff and spinning it with great elegance. Satsuki brought forth both her hands at the bottom of the staff. "Meh, using a staff isn't just for me." It didn't take long before she elevated the staff, acting as if it was a sword that struck from the skies above. Sword imitation, downward slash. Acting as if it was a sword, Satsuki shot it down, striking down on its original owner. After the second strike, Kakashi nulled out all the pain. With quick maneuvered, Kakashi shot his leg up, shoving Satsuki away with crazy force. Grinding her teeth together, Satsuki saw Kakashi move towards her. "Let's test this thing out," Satsuki thought, twirling the staff. Jumping forward, she met Kakashi halfway through. He rose his knee, attempting to do a basic knee strike to the abdomen. But she was prepared. Knee strike. Imitating him, Satsuki rose her leg, using her knee to block Kakashi's knee strike with relative ease. Satsuki wielded the staff, rising it to the level of the torso before doing another attack while blocking off Kakashi's knee. Bow staff technique, cross strike. Satsuki shot the bow staff to the left, just barely missing Kakashi. Sweat trickled down their necks as their conflict continued. Close. His thoughts were cut off, the Aphrodite staff that was laced with a bit of chakra stabbing him on the face with flitting movements. Bow staff technique, poke strike. Satsuki withdrew the staff, throwing it away out of pure boredom. She rushed forward, engaging in the hand-to-hand combat that she was very familiar with. Kakashi copied her, also moving towards her with unimaginable quickness that shattered the normalities of the world that they existed on. For a moment, they became a blur. Their legs met, both attempting to do a basic front kick to deal the needed damage to each to other. Satsuki smirked, dropping her leg so she could properly grab onto his forearm. She pulled the arm, elevating her other arm so her palm could be placed on Kakashi's chin. Simultaneously, Satsuki pulled on the arm while she pushed Kakashi's chin away from her, locking him in a problematic position. Biting his tongue, Kakashi whirled a portal out of the air, shooting out a dangerous blade of Aphrodite that flew at incredible speeds. Clicking her tongue, Satsuki was forced to dash away, dodging to the side as the Aphrodite blade landed on the ground, striking it with ferocious power. Should I? She thought, wondering if she should pick up that blade of Aphrodite, but that option was immediately torn away because of Kakashi pulling it back into a portal. Kakashi shot forward, kicking off the hard ground with adrenaline pumping through his veins. He threw a straight punch towards Satsuki, who dodged the punch with a fast response. She felt a wave of wind rush past her. Kakashi wasn't done yet, and backed away just a tiny bit so he could lift up his leg upwards, flying it across to the other side to do an inside crescent kick. And, as expected, Satsuki also dodged that with ease. Once his leg landed back on the ground, Kakashi immediately capitalized on Satsuki's momentary safety and shot a regular roundhouse kick to the fist, swaying her back at incredible speeds due to his forceful output on the singular kick. Satsuki regained her senses, her eyes narrowing out of annoyance. Her arms tensed as she was forced to lift them up in the air, forming an X that blocked a strike from above. Due to the collision, Satsuki was budged a tiny bit backwards due to the intensity of the collision that had occurred from the block and the strike that Kakashi committed. Thinking quickly, Satsuki slithered her arms, grabbing both Kakashi's forearms in a tight grip. He tried to get himself out of it, but only found himself to be grounded in place as he landed on the ground. The grip on his forearms became tighter and tighter with each second that passed. "Hey, the Sharingan is able to copy movements and jutsus," she said, saying a very well-known fact about the Uchiha's dojutsu that many would crave to have and wield for their own. But what is the extent of such? You're able to copy many types of martial arts and jutsus, but here's a question that can be of substance to you. Satsuki loosened her right leg. Can it replicate the extensive flexibility of a person? A grin broke from her face as her hands tightened its grip even more than before. 1. Kakashi widened his eyes at Satsuki's movements. Satsuki leaned forward, lifting her leg behind her far beyond a person's regular range of motion. It was bent, reaching up to her neck. Satsuki outstretched her leg, leaning in even more so the attack would land with perfect accuracy. Scorpion kick. Kakashi was knocked down, his knees hitting the ground. Satsuki smirked, letting go of his forearms before kicking Kakashi's face upwards with another kick. Satsuki pulled Kakashi back, her arms latching onto his hair. As he gripped his hair tightly, Satsuki sent a basic jab to his face. Bending her elbow, Satsuki struck his face once more with an elbow strike. A devilish grin broke out of her face as she did another elbow strike to Kakashi's ribcage. Her Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly under the precious gaze of the night sky. Back fist strike. Satsuki unraveled her elbow, her arm movements becoming nothing but a speeding blur as she struck Kakashi's chest with an unraveling strike from fist. Satsuki reeled back her arm, shifting her fist into a flat palm. With aggression, Satsuki pushed Kakashi back with unstoppable force that made Kakashi spit out blood that stained his mask even further. His eyes bulged out in endless suffering. He crashed on the ground. Satsuki appeared above him, her leg lifted just inches away from his stomach. A merciless feeling surged through her body, stomping on his body without any remorse bleeding into her body. Just before she could stomp another time, a speeding blur came crossing her, sending her many meters away. Satsuki grunted in frustration, regaining her balance soon after she crashed onto the surface of the ground. "You," Satsuki said, looking at the person right in front of her. Kakashi got up, caressing his abdomen area with a blossoming concern burning through his body. "We've been trying to find you for forever, Hinata, where were you?" he asked. gritting his teeth as he walked beside her. Hinata just stood silent, her dark blue hair swaying back and forth. She wore the eye patch that Unmi had given her to cover the lost eye that she was missing due to Naruto's act. That was his way of showing mercy. I was found by a kind lady, but I knew you all were in danger because she told me the contents of the ceiling and that it isn't permanent. Kakashi widened his eyes before he narrowed them back down. Hey, that's classified information. Only those very well trained in Fuinjutsu and hold a vast amount of knowledge about it could know of such contents. Satsuki heard those words and were intrigued on who this mysterious lady was. But such things did not matter. Yes, but that's not important. What does is to defeat Satsuki right here and now. She yelled, conviction laced inside her voice. Another wave of chakra entered the atmosphere. 3. Yosh. You're back. A yell of enjoyment appeared from afar. Rock Lee and Niji appeared right beside the two of them, a grin on the former's face. Satsuki smirked at them. It seems reinforcement have arrived in the nick of time. How convenient for you, Kakashi. It seems clichés are true after all. For now at least. The prodigious Uchiha split her legs apart, ready to duel with them to the very death. 1. This will be your end, Satsuki, Kakashi announced, outstretching his hand to summon a variety of portals all around Satsuki. Plus. She grinned in response. Is that so? Well, give your best shot. That beatdown of yours was only just the very beginning. Her Rinnegan flared to life alongside her Mangekyo Sharingan. With wicked speed, Satsuki rushed forward. Satsuki appeared above Rock Lee, her leg extended into an axe kick that was aimed towards him. Rock Lee looked up towards her, his hair swaying with elegance. Satsuki wouldn't lie, Rock Lee was much better at taijutsu than her. 1. She copied all the techniques that she got with her Sharingan. Be it from enemies, allies, or from other sources, she copied almost all of them. And while she was exceptionally good at using these various martial arts, she wasn't a master at any of them. Satsuki had learned many martial arts. From Aikido, Judo, Capoeira, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, and Kyokushin Karate, etc. 6. But that was where it stops. She copied them, she didn't perfect any of those styles at all. Satsuki was just very exceptional at using them. A jack of all trades, master of none. That's where Rock Lee differed from her. Born with the inability to use ninjutsu or genjutsu, he only had taijutsu to lean on from the beginning of birth. He may not have any talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu, but he was extremely good at taijutsu. His speciality was in taijutsu. That meant that he had mastery over this realm of combat even more than someone like Satsuki, and only Naruto could ever hope to keep up. In taijutsu, Rock Lee was unparalleled. That's why in a battle of just pure taijutsu, aside from Naruto, he'll always be the absolute winner of it all. Rock Lee grinned. Satsuki widened her eyes, the leg that was performing an axe kick bent down, her knee springing into action. Hey! His speed. Satsuki thought. She had caught what he did, but it took her a few moments to fully register what he had actually done. Without weights weighing him down, Rock Lee had shot his foot upward, hitting the back of Satsuki's knee so the axe kick would turn into a useless knee strike that wouldn't hit. Grinding her teeth, Satsuki tried to use Jiken but failed miserably. Before she could use it, Rock Lee had appeared right beside her, twisting his body to kick her with his calves. Satsuki was shot away, hitting a nearby house that had inhabited former citizens of Konoha. Her body ached in pain as she got up and regained her footing. Do they know about Jiken? She thought, her Aphrodite armor trailing all around her body, enthralling it with the purplish-black membrane-like armor that suited her finely. No, that was just pure speed. Satsuki mused to herself. Rock Lee had completely blitzed through the formation of the dome. Not only were you able to shield yourself with chakra to protect yourself from the dome of time, but there was another way to stop it. If someone was fast enough to beat down the wielder, then the formation of the dome would stop. But Rock Lee hadn't known this and was just plain fast. 1. Kakashi came from above, destroying the ceiling as he came crashing down with the staff of Aphrodite in between his fingertips. Bow staff technique, poke strike. Kakashi shot the staff downwards, wanting to destroy Satsuki's skull with the staff of Aphrodite. Satsuki dashed to the side, meeting Hinata's kick to the side. Crap! Satsuki internally cursed at herself. Gritting her teeth, Satsuki saw numerous dead bodies laying on the floor, blood trickling down from their noses. Rock Lee came crashing into the house, sending a jab towards Satsuki's face. Thinking quickly, Satsuki threw one of the dead bodies upwards, letting Rock Lee impale the person's body with ease. Blood splattered on their faces, painting their clothes with the familiar crimson color that they grew to hate over the course of their life. Shinra Tensei. Satsuki pushed everyone away, destroying the whole building and many others with one singular move. She grinned as her surroundings were remade. Satsuki looked at Rock Lee. His speed is far too dangerous. 9 months ago he was barely able to keep up even in his 8 gates. Now he's many times faster than before. Satsuki mused to herself, maneuvering her forearms to dodge Hinata's attack. She's trying to join lock me? Satsuki wondered internally, countering all the attempts that Hinata took to try and join lock her, or at least strain her joints. Jumping backwards, Satsuki attached herself to the wall, destroying the ceiling so she could have a new entryway in the new apartment complex that they had managed to enter. Now on the second floor of the complex, Satsuki narrowly dodged a downward smash from Kakashi's staff. Satsuki was about to move, but 2 hands appeared from behind, locking her down with a tight hold. Rock Lee? Satsuki saw the arms that stuck out of the wall. Rock Lee had attached himself from the wall outside so he could do a surprise attack. He had struck his hands, piercing the wall with strength alone. Kakashi moved forward, attempting to do another poke strike intended for Satsuki's skull. But that all crumbled down once Satsuki released another wave of Shinra Tensei to push the 2 shinobi back. Satsuki stretched her arms, easing the pain that she was experiencing. Her arms were severely strained due to Rock Lee's strong grip. But that wasn't enough to bring her down to her death. Hinata suddenly appeared from above, her fist reeling back. Satsuki looked upwards, seeing the dark blue hair moving back and forth with soft swiftness. Satsuki did the same, also reeling did her fist back. Satsuki swung her fist, doing an uppercut strike, but this did not come without consequence. Not only did Hinata get hit, but Satsuki also got hit at the same moment that she hit Hinata. Her fist. Satsuki was bewildered at the feeling. There was a clear difference between how their fist connected and how it felt once their fists did get connected. Satsuki had thrown an uppercut strike with aggression, and Hinata could also feel that aggression ooze from the strike, acting as a residual outcome. But Hinata's punch was much different. Satsuki had saw the aggressive intent radiate from the outstanding fist, but she could only feel the gentleness of the punch. But it was a hurtful one as well. A hurtful gentleness, that's what the punch was. Thrown back, Rock Lee shot forward and appeared behind Satsuki, doing a jumping knee strike that struck Satsuki's back with unbearable power. Satsuki gritted her teeth, crashing on the ground with pain spreading all across her body. I've underestimated them heavily. She thought to herself, just barely managing to roll to the side to narrowly avoid a deadly stomp to the face. Satsuki got up from the ground. Her eyes trailed all around wildly, seeing the 3 shinobi rush towards her at incredible speeds, with Rock Lee being the fastest one and the one closest to her. Satsuki split her legs apart, unfurling her arms out, convulsing her fingertips to jerk and curl under her very command. Banshao Tenon. 1. The invisible force that they came to know pulled them in. Their bodies moved without their will, floating in the air as the invisible force jerked them towards Satsuki at admirable speeds. Lightning shrouded Satsuki's hand, covering the entirety of her palm and fingers with her very strong affinity to lightning. Chidori Nagashi. 1. Clapping her hands, a wave of lightning surged through the peaceful air, entering the atmosphere at breathtaking speeds. The three brilliant shinobi were unfortunately caught due to still being pulled in. Aghh. Satsuki heard screams of pain as they dropped to the ground, gasping for air. Satsuki stood in the middle of them, her heart beating as she looked at all of them with a few glances here and there. But they quickly shook off the pain, knowing that they had few more seconds before Satsuki could use another Rinnegan technique. Increasing their power, Kakashi and Hinata disappeared and reappeared right in front of Satsuki. Kakashi ducked down, using one hand to enter a broken cartwheel. Hinata, deciding to be more efficient and less flashy, shot her leg upwards, doing a regular roundhouse kick on Satsuki's face. "Heh," muttered Satsuki under her breath, her forearms appearing to block off the two attacks being directed at her with ferocious power behind them. Downward roundhouse kick. Satsuki widened her eyes, completely caught off guard once Rock Lee had appeared behind her, doing a downward roundhouse kick that forced her head to hit the ground. Blood escaped from her mouth, landing on the web of cracks that they all stood on together. A scowl appeared on her face, noticing them lift their feet to stomp her head into the already destroyed ground. Growling, Satsuki's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, activating Jiken while she had the chance. Time soon stopped, all three of them being frozen in place. Wait, they were almost able to coat themselves with chakra. Satsuki had noticed them flare their chakra, seemingly trying to coat themselves. She remembered this feeling because she found this out the first time she had managed to finally freeze Naruto in time. Although it was purely because he was off guard, she still managed to freeze him. That was where she could feel the chakra that was there for only a split second before Jiken fully nulled it out. They don't know about the ability. Was it out of pure instinct that they did that? Did they sense the danger? She questioned, releasing Jiken once she jabbed them all in the face with a back fist strike following it up. She huffed, still feeling a bit of pain arouse from her back. Satsuki looked at them, entering a stance, showing that she was ready for the duel to continue. "Come on, and show me what you got." "Hey, Kurama, are you ready?" Naruto asked, standing up from his lotus position that he was in for the past few hours. Things were now starting to become more vivid. 3. "Of course I am. I'm tired of being in this crap hole of place," Kurama said, referring to the ceiling that Naruto was caged in. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. "Everything's coming together. The unexpected variables are drawing near and are becoming more and more predictable." He clasped his hands together, releasing another wave of chakra into the atmosphere. There was only 30 minutes left until he was released from this stagnant prison that he was kept chained for a whole month. And he had 20 minutes before the seal was so weak that he'll be able to summon a few clones outside of the seal to break him free from the eye of the fourth Hokage. Just a bit longer before the main event. "It seems that this was your limit," said Konan, her wings of paper flapping with majestic grace. The moonlight shines down upon her as she stared down on the people that she defeated. Her landed on top of the ruined houses, her kimono fluttering from the sudden landing that she had taken. She turned around, leaving the unconscious bodies of her foes behind. Satsuki rushed forward, the ground cracking beneath her fury. All their hearts thumped out of their chests, the nervousness ticking like bomb. Weaving through a set of hand seals, Satsuki released a combustion of flames that took form of a head of a dragon. The flames flickered brightly, the heat trickling down bodies. Moving to the side, they dodged the attack, an endless amount of smoke entering the air. They cursed under their breath. That move was just a ploy to obstruct their vision. Satsuki dashed into the smoke, entering a negative position before using her arm and hand to push herself off of the ground to knock away Rock Lee. Satsuki disappeared. She appeared behind Kakashi, doing an elbow strike to the back before shooting her arm up in the air. Satsuki brought it down and reeled it back. Palm strike. With the quickness of her arm, Satsuki struck Kakashi's back once more with her palm to deal massive amounts of damage. Sasuke disappeared into the clouds of smoke before appearing to the side of Hinata. She was about to jab her in the side, but the Hyuga managed to dodge. 360 vision. Satsuki had forgotten about the Hyuga's dojutsu and their useful ability to see in almost 360 vision. But Satsuki had forgotten such detail and did not heed. Satsuki was taken aback by such thing and did not see Rock Lee's incoming front kick that hit her to the side. The Aphrodite armor protected her finely, but she could still feel the pain appear on the side of her body. Satsuki breathed in taking the pain that overwhelmed her thoughts. Satsuki pulled everyone in, using Banshao Tenon to use the invisible force that she was able to control. Dispelling the pain out of her body, Satsuki shot forward, kicking off the ground and rushed towards Kakashi at brilliant speeds. Although unable to control his body, Kakashi was able to manifest numerous portals that surrounded Satsuki. Clicking her tongue, Satsuki used Jiken to bypass such a trivial ability. Once time roamed once more, Satsuki had a Aphrodite blade in his hands that he had stole from one of the portals that shot it out at terrifying. They continued to be pulled in, it only stopping once two large gashes appeared on Kakashi's body. Satsuki jumped slightly off the ground, kicking Kakashi to the side. Landing back on the ground, she blitzed forward, her eyes blazing with mysterious fury. Using Jiken once again, Satsuki seemingly disappeared and reappeared behind them all, giving them a diagonal cut on their stomach and back. Her eyes flashed, electricity surrounding with gravitating intensity. Using Jiken again, Satsuki frozen time over. Appearing beside the two frozen figures of Hinata and Rock Lee, she placed side of the hilt on her mouth, biting it down tightly so it didn't fall down. Outstretching her arms, Satsuki grabbed both their heads, holding them both in a very tight grip. She lowered her body, smashing their heads on the deck. Time moved once more. Kakashi got up from the ground, heavily wounded. Shooting towards Satsuki, he maneuvered his so an array of portals would manifest all around her. Jiken. A bubble of time was created once more, stopping the barrage of blades that came running towards her. Satsuki took all the blades and averted their direction. Once time moved once again, the blades were now moving towards Kakashi without even a loss of speed. Kakashi widened his eyes, a bead of sweat falling down as he narrowly dodged the blades that came after. Satsuki was about to stop time again, but soon found herself flying away due to a punch that landed on her face with a heavy amount of weight and power behind it. Hinata appeared from behind Satsuki, grabbing the vest that she wore and threw her on the ground cracking under her body. Gate of pain. Pain shot up, bursting with torment in every corner, and every cell in Rock Lee's body. He gasped out in pain, the aura combusting at such a terrifying amount of power. Rock Lee disappeared, the ground rupturing due to the insane speed that he was going at. He appeared above Satsuki. She reacted, throwing a kick that she aimed towards him. He disappeared. Widening her eyes, Satsuki tried to use Jiken but was denied once Rock Lee appeared behind her, doing an elbow strike to disrupt her and weaken her. Without losing any momentum, Rock Lee did a knee strike to her spine. Due to the overwhelming force and power he used, Satsuki was thrown like a rag doll. Satsuki tried moving away, but Hinata didn't let her, shackling her down with a jab to the stomach before jabbing her in the face and doing a powerful uppercut that had that feeling of harmful gentleness. Kakashi appeared from above, lowering his axe kick, the heel of his foot hitting Satsuki's face with no remorse behind the kick at all. Her back hit the ground again, blood rushing from her mouth and nose quickly. She gritted her teeth, getting up from the ground. She ducked, moving to the side to dodge Rock Lee's punch. Need to recover. Satsuki thought, just barely avoiding another attack from Rock Lee. Gritting her teeth, Satsuki went inside a nearby apartment complex. She hadn't expected such the dramatic increase in power from Rock Lee, it completely turned the tides of the battle against her and in their favor. She deeply breathed, gasping for air as she thought of a plan. Satsuki navigated through the apartment, seeing how the inside looked like as the three shinobi cornered her, surrounding the outside of the apartment with keen security. Scratching up a half-assed plan, Satsuki held her stomach, caressing it due to the many attacks that she managed to endure. Satsuki wiped the blood that dripped from her nose and jumped to attach herself onto the wall. She calmed her breathing, slowing her heart rate considerably. "Be careful, she's hiding out here." "All right." Satsuki heard Kakashi and Hinata's voices echo through the building. She prepared herself. Closing her eyes, Satsuki focused on her sensing abilities, pinpointing their positions as accurately as possible. 3. Hinata is to the left. Satsuki thought, moving to the corresponding position. There was a fatal flaw with position that she was in now. "I'm not in the weak point of the Byakugan." The weakness of the Jujutsu was at the back of the neck, but her current position would place her just a bit above the weakness. She only had one shot. The door busted open, a singular foot entering the room with a lot of caution laced in just one action. Satsuki held her breath, waiting for the two to enter the building. And as soon as they did, Satsuki jumped down and activated Jiken to freeze time. Pulling every tendon, every muscle in her body, Satsuki efficiently struck their head's head with a quick, but deadly jab. Another jab to the back. A downward roundhouse kick to the face. A palm strike to the face, neck, arms, and chest. She wasn't done yet, reeling in her arm to do one final attack. But this was immediately cut short, her eyes widening. "It stopped?" Satsuki questioned, seeing the bubble of time retract suddenly and the ceiling above cracking due to a powerful entity coming from above. She soon realized that the reason why the bubble of time stopped working was due to Rock Lee. He had dodged the formation of the Jiken before it could completely nullify him in one place. This meant that he was now able to react to the incredible speed of Satsuki's Jiken. The technique was now useless against him. Satsuki gritted her teeth, using Shinra Tensei to push everyone away from her. Well, almost everyone away from her. Rock Lee had managed to completely endure the invisible force of the Banshao Tenon, appearing right in front of her before punching her in the gut. Blood spilled from her mouth. Blasting away, Satsuki crashed through many houses before stopping and crashing down. Satsuki gritted her teeth. This was so pathetic of her. If she had just went all out in the beginning, then she wouldn't have been put into such a troubling situation. "I've become too much like Naruto," Satsuki thought to herself, getting up from the rubble and walking outside in the brilliant night. "This is where it ends," said Kakashi, holding his gut as he and the two others gathered right next to him. Satsuki spat out blood, staining the ground with crimson color. "You, sure?" she asked, grunting as the pain continued to shadow over her entire being. Every step she took, wanted to pass out. This was the consequence for not going all out in the beginning. They readied themselves, entering a stance. Satsuki didn't bother doing a stance, her body aching in too much pain for her to even move correctly. Just as the three shinobi of Konoha were about to move, they froze. The entire village frozen. Doom. 4. Their eyes widened as they felt immense pressure appear from above. Their heads, slowly but steadily, shifted upwards, their eyes widening even further. Destruction. They saw something that shook them to the very core. They dropped everything that they did once they saw what was above. Satsuki tiredly smirked. Ruin. They stared, an object glaring at them from above with a mighty aura surrounding it. It pulsated with chakra that bore fangs of hatred. An Aphrodite cube floated above them. It remained there, floating atop as it looked down on them as if they were nothing but glaring trash. They had realized on what was happening. Naruto had undid the seal. And they had no way to reseal him. Wisps of etheric aura radiated from the cube, soon transforming into a wavelength of pure chakra that shook everything that surrounded it. Kakashi tried using Kamui to teleport it into the pocket dimension, but it failed due to the chakra fighting back as if they were alive and or being controlled. It didn't take long before a portal began to manifest itself just a few inches away from the Aphrodite cube itself. A hand appeared, clawing itself up. 1. The portal grew larger. A full arm appeared from the portal, pushing itself upwards. The portal grew larger. 2 arms manifested from the portal. The portal grew larger. Hair appeared with blonde hair with black laces. He shot up, fully rising from the portal and landing on the ground. They stood in terrible fear, crawling underneath their skin. Naruto ignored them, instead walking towards Satsuki. She slightly smiled, crashing into his arms as he carried her in a bridal style. He kissed her forehead tenderly. 3. I'll take care of things from here on out, he said, summoning a clone that he ordered to take her away from her. Sighing deeply, Naruto turned around, a look of indifference on his face. He took 1 step, and the others took 1 step back. You've managed to free yourself, a voice said. Jiraiya appeared right next to the 3 fellow shinobi with 2 toads on his shoulders and deadly burn marks on his forearms. 3. Naruto stayed silent. They soon realized why they were so oddly fearful of Naruto in this moment than in any other moment that they had experienced. He had undergone a change. Unlike all the other times where they knew he wouldn't take them seriously, they saw the clear difference between then and now. It was like a night and day difference. He was taking them much more seriously now. By the time this fight is over, one of you will die, Naruto announced, unleashing a wild amount of chakra. 1. He took a step. God. She outstretched her hand, attempting to do a handshake with the person in front of her. The boy looked at the hand, questioning himself. 5. He looked up, seeing the face of the person that was trying to do a handshake with him. She was beautiful. But that was not the reason why he was hesitating to shake the girl's hand. It was something much more than just a pretty face. That face of hers. It reminded him of everything that he had lost, everything that he had sacrificed for his selfishness. It reminded him of his failures. 1. And most of all, his regrets. But he shook her hand anyway, giving her a soft smile to mask the aching heart that he was experiencing at this very moment. He took 1 step, the ground below him shattering under his mighty presence that seemed to have enough pressure to crush a person into 2. Naruto walked slowly, his power intensifying every step that he took towards them. After some time, Naruto took a stance that signaled them that he was ready to completely annihilate them. Naruto narrowed his eyes, disappearing and reappearing right in front of them as blurs whirled all around them, after images created with just his pure speed alone. 3. So fast. They all thought. Even when he was in such a weak state, he was able to do this much without even needing to break a single sweat. He appeared from behind. 8. They barely managed to react, shifting their bodies so they could attempt to dodge Naruto's strike. He breathed deeply, using Zetairyudo to stop them in their tracks. Naruto pulled his arm back, reeling it before unleashing a devastating blow to Rock Lee's core. Without missing a beat, Naruto struck Rock Lee's elbow, pain overwhelming him as he was blasted away. Naruto used Juden, activating it as a shroud of electricity surrounded his eyes that sparked with true strength oozing from his body. Jumping forward, Naruto calmly analyzed their positions. Naruto saw many portals surround him. But he did not heed such thing. Careful. He's exerting much more power now, Kakashi announced, trying to gain distance by distracting Naruto with an array of portals that shot out strings. 1. Strings. Where the heck? Kakashi had no time to think no longer and just went with the endless flow that illuminated the waters below. 2. Too slow. Naruto calmly outstretched his hand out, his hand stretching and his fingertips scrunching to stop the strings from advancing with the use of Zetairyudo. He disappeared. They widened their eyes. They couldn't see him. Before, there was a blur that signified that he was much faster than them, but now, things were much different than before. 1. They weren't able to even see him move. With tremendous force they were blown away, small gashes appearing on their bodies as Naruto jumped appearing above them. All they saw were flashes of red. Naruto brought down his hand, using Shinra Tensei to bring them down to the ground, webs of cracks appearing due to the powerful force. Naruto landed down and walked towards them. And, as quickly as they saw him, he disappeared. To them, Naruto was like an invisible man who they could not see. One that snuck up from all sides, attacking them to their deaths. Naruto appeared in front of Hinata, the wind blowing aggressively behind as he created havoc from just his speed alone. Hinata widened her eyes, trying to strike Naruto to the head but failed due to being too slow to even follow him. He blocked the strike with his forearm. And then she was thrown on the surface of the ground. It all happened so suddenly. Hinata could feel a large strain on her throat. Naruto had hit her on the calves and ankle to disrupt her balance momentarily. He then used his hand to grab her neck. "Will you die first? Or will you prevail under the solemn gaze of the shadowing night?" he asked, tightening his grip on the Hyuga in front of him. To him, everything around him was in slow motion due to his unconquerable speed that he held between his fingertips. She saw the look that was on his face as she struggled to breathe under his grasp. A look of pure evil. 2. And as quickly as she saw that look on his face, her head was thrown, crashing into the ground with terrifying force. "Oh, you're still alive." Naruto stood above, standing still as Rock Lee blitzed towards him, a fist of anger being aimed towards his face. It would have landed, if he wasn't so slow. Underneath Naruto was a wall of earth that rose from the depths of the ground, letting him avoid the direct contact of the punch that hurled his way. He looked down on Rock Lee, appearing behind him to deliver an axe kick to the back of his spine, ushering him downward. Blood splat from his mouth, shuffling on the ground as it stained the ground with the scent of danger that lingered with insanity. He was coming with the intent to slaughter them all. Under the hands of God, they were nothing but specks of dust that were minuscule before him, and they couldn't see such a person that existed. Because God is everywhere. 5. Naruto pulled those not close to him with Banshao Tenin. The invisible force did not yield, pulling those unworthy in its eyes towards Naruto. Jiraiya and Kakashi could not move. Naruto jumped, splitting his legs to perform a scissor kick to their abdomens. All they could feel was the unrelenting pain that crossed them with no mercy. They staggered, their eyes dilating at the torment. Naruto remained calm. Hinata had seen a look of evilness on his face, albeit, not exactly the look of evil that one would normally imagine. Maybe it was through a semi-type of enlightenment, but Naruto could feel an even greater force welling up inside of him as time went on and on. 1. Naruto strode forward, the ground shaking beneath his footing. It was as if the earth was scared of the abomination that stood over it. Like a flame that flickered on a candle, melting it as time went on. Naruto wasted no time, pummeling them with no remorse. Blood splattered, further, staining Naruto's cloak and hands with filthy crimson. He was always far too smart, even for us. An uncontrollable monster of pure intellect. His potential and power was limitless. But his intellect was scary. It made us scared. 2. Naruto jumped, his body gliding from above. They all got up, their eyes blinded by Naruto's figure approaching them. He was fighting them on a stomach that hadn't for over a month. And he was easily able to still overpower them with unmatchable ease. They were powerless. Because they were fighting God. 2. Naruto landed on the ground, stomping his foot on top of the ground to shatter it whole. Naruto smirked, holding his hand up in the air. He held on finger, his index finger, in the sky. A Hotoke appeared on the index finger that he was using. It shined brightly, the brilliant hues shining with such force and power. And Naruto stood under it, his body engulfed by the power that he held. It was simply beautiful. And they were witnessing such beauty right in front of their eyes. Naruto shot it forward, annihilating everything in front of him. Everything around him was crushed under his power, unable to keep up with the short lengths of his devastating power that he held under his fingertips. Drib. 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 Blood dropped, trickling down his body at incredible speeds. All he could feel was the abyss that replaced his arm. Jiraiya staggered down, dropping on the ground. He cursed himself. His left arm was now gone, detached from his place due to the hotoke that sliced it down. Unlike the others, he was hit with a direct contact of the hotoke beam. 4. And that costed him an arm. Naruto walked through the endless smoke and dust, his silhouette bringing a sense of dread to those that opposed him in every way possible. Naruto dashed out of the dust, trailing against the ground path. The footing below shattered under his pressurizing presence, entangling them in a fleet of power. All they saw was the rush of wind, their bodies blown back from an unexpected blow. Blood escaped from their mouths. Naruto rushed up in the air, his clothes fluttering from the breeze that pressed against him. He gathered his thoughts, thrusting down a punch down towards the Konohanins. Naruto kept his barrage of attacks, never letting them have a moment to breathe. And they couldn't do anything about it. All that happened, all that occurred, was a complete domination that stained the sky a bleeding red. It was an annihilation. An abomination. A massacre. It was all these things. Naruto stood over them, blood cladding his clothes. He stood still, his hand trickling with the blood of his enemies. He was a monster. A monster that was far too intelligent. "How was your stay in Konoha?" asked Unmei, a bead of sweat trickling down her head. Things were getting far too nasty. 1. And she currently had to deal with things that were unexpected. "It was adequate," he said, responding to her question as the boy kneels before her. It wasn't long since Naruto had been freed, and she was still working on trying to get the seal to work again. That was troubling to say the least. You managed to fool Danzo in believing that you were an ally for the longest time. And the same goes for Naruto, but he won't make the same mistake again. She stared at the pale boy that continued to kneel. There's already a traitor amongst his team, he already made the same mistake. The boy in front of him was a double spy that snuck up on everyone. 7. Don't foolishly think that Naruto doesn't already know, Sai. She gave him a warning on such thoughts, knowing that Naruto was far too cunning to fall for a simple trick. Sai was supposed to be under the Koda Amatsukami. Or at least, that's what others thought. 3. Long ago, Unmei had placed a seal that resisted such techniques. Cause one could not be too sure when going into unknown territory. Such as route. You may have fooled him once, but him falling for such a trick twice? That's not him. He nodded at Unmei's words. You were lucky that he didn't realize you betrayed him. If he did, then you would suffer a horrifying fate. Unmei reminisced of a time. Did you know that one time, in the thick winter, Naruto stumbled upon 2 shinobi, one male and one female, and observed them for a few minutes, eventually making himself seem like a lost kid who was starving to death in the winter. She looked at the window. They took him in, letting him stay in their cabin that they had built. He then continued to observe them for a few hours, noticing that they were unbelievably close to each other. He also overheard them talking about a person chasing after them. She sighed. 2. And that was when he realized that the prey that was hunting, they were incredibly fragile, too weak, filthy beings. He waited until they were separated, and killed one of them. He killed the female due to seeing how very attached the male was to her. He said he was horrified when the man saw her hanging in front of the cabin, her blood staining the snow a beautiful red. She shook her head at Naruto's horrifying methods. 1. The man buried his wife, mourning her death, but Naruto did not let him move on. Once he buried her, Naruto dug her back up, putting her back into the house to make the man remember. The cycle repeated, the man growing sadder and sadder, becoming crazy in the end. Due to his delusions, he forgot all about Naruto and spat out nonsense. That's when Naruto learned that they were missing Nin that had turned traitorous to their village, Iwagakure. And also how Iwa sent a shinobi after them to take them out. But this left the question. What happened to the man? Oh, him? Due to the man going crazy, he drew pictures on the wall of the man that Iwagakure sent to track them down. It didn't take long for Naruto to use a henge to transform into him. He barged into the cabin as the man, and killed the man. But as the story ended, there was one question that was left untold. How do you know all of this? Sai asked her. Is it not obvious? It was silent for a few moments. I'm Naruto's grandmother. 10. They laid down, heavily beaten down by Naruto's fists. They could barely breathe, and their bodies were slowly losing consciousness. That, or they were just simply meeting their end. Their death. And the person that was leading them to such end was Naruto himself. They breathed heavily, their gasps ragged in unquenchable pain. How disgraceful was this? They were few of the strongest shinobi of Konoha, and here they were, pathetically beaten down by just one singular person. It made their heart ache in self-disappointment. The ground was stained with their individual blood. It showed them their incompetence in their ways of fighting such an obstacle. Jiraiya staggered slightly, getting up after mustering up the will to do such a thing. Naruto eyed the toad sage that stood defiantly in front of him. 1. You're resilient. Jiraiya huffed, resisting the urge to just drop down and give up, but that wasn't him. He won't let such a thing happen. Ha! You said you'd take us more seriously, is this what you mean? Playing with your food. Naruto nodded, not denying the fact that, while he's saying he'd take it seriously, wasn't even going at his fullest. But they couldn't blame him. You all wouldn't handle it. TCH, is that compassion I hear? He spat out a vile amount of blood. He was inches away from losing everything. No, it is not. This is merely a merciful me. He dropped into a stance, his face staying in its calm and collected look with elegance. But since you're just moments away, I'll honor you with only martial arts. Naruto rushed forward, appeared in front of Jiraiya. The toad sage gritted his teeth, his perception not being able to keep up with the speed that Naruto had traveled. He was forced to back away slightly, but this did not go as planned. Naruto appeared even closer than before. Jiraiya had no way to escape his grasp. The grasp of God. Naruto maneuvered his leg, lifting it up before hitting the side of Jiraiya's knee. Forced to drop down, Jiraiya could feel Naruto grabbing hold of his head, a knee striking him in the face. He could barely feel his body, crashing down as Naruto picked him back up. Strike! 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 Naruto struck his body with numerous strikes, blood flowing from his mouth. He grabbed his usable arm, straining it by joint locking his elbow and shoulder. The others tried getting in his way, but Naruto used Zettai Ryudo to stop them right in their tracks. They couldn't move, their bodies frozen. Before Jiraiya could get up, his head was slammed on the ground with a downward roundhouse kick that ushered more and more blood. Naruto stood over him, stomping on Jiraiya's arm. Ack! He screamed and screamed in excruciating pain. The others were released from their imprisonment, their bodies dropping. They wanted to move. But they couldn't. Because Naruto's presence was far too suffocating. 3. Jiraiya's arm was snapped, and Naruto had stepped on that snapped arm. Naruto had used Jiraiya's elbow to carry out the maneuver. 1. Naruto stared down, his face full of indifference. He did not show a shred of emotion towards him. They were enemies. No. Kakashi appeared in front of him, holding a bow staff that he had picked back up, doing a poke strike towards Naruto's heart. Naruto grabbed the staff, redirecting it away. He then grabbed Kakashi's face, slamming it down with ferocious power. "You monster!" Hinata yelled, using her palm to send a wave of shredful air that was aimed towards Naruto. He did not react. He extinguished the jutsu with Kenjin. Rock Lee approached him at fascinating speeds, but even then, such attempts failed ever so miserably. Naruto could not be stopped. He sighed. 1. It seems they minutes away from arriving. Naruto pushed everyone away except for Jiraiya. He lifted his foot, placing it above the downed Jiraiya. "Any last words?" he asked Jiraiya, whose blood was completely drowning him. The old sages were many meters away, unable to help Jiraiya due to being shook off his shoulders. Jiraiya gasped. He felt an impenetrable foot glower over him, its menacing aura radiating with overwhelming presence. He wanted to scream. He wanted help. But there was no help. They were just too far away, and far too slow to stop the inevitable fate that was glaring brightly at Jiraiya as gallons of blood dripped and trickled down. Ah! His body, it was numb. He couldn't feel a thing. The pain that he was suffering from, he couldn't feel it anymore. He had become completely numb to it all. As he stared down on the ground, he saw a reflection of himself via the blood that had been spilled. Himself. He looked so pathetic, he thought. All the blood, sweat, and tears that he sacrificed to get to this point was seemingly all worthless in the end. Because here was he now. Looking at his disfigured face. He was facing the doors that leading to the concept of death. He wanted to cry, but the tears did not become free from the cages of his eyes, or maybe they did fall, and that they were just blending in with the thick red blood that drowned his face. Nevertheless, the others tried getting up, their fears turning and churning as they rushed forward. But it was no use. They were all pushed back with Shinra Tensei. They were unable to overcome the invisible force, forced to watch Jiraiya groveling before the devil himself. "I'm disappointed in myself." He could feel the chakra signatures of the others around him. Jiraiya looked to the side, a solemn smile on his face. "Goodbye everyone." Squash. And just like that, Jiraiya's head was stomped into the ground, his brain splattering all over the ground and dyeing Naruto's combat boot with red. 6. The others, they couldn't say anything, but their eyes were dilating under the traumatizing sight. They were shinobi, and they ruthlessly killed those who they did not care about. But they couldn't say the same thing when those close to them dies ruthlessly themselves. They were hypocrites in the end, just like everyone else. 1. Naruto was no exception. But their heart was aching at the oozing blood that dripped down from his brain. Naruto looked at them, some blood on his face. He wiped it off with the sleeve of his black long-sleeve button-up shirt. Naruto walked towards them, his feet leaving imprints on the ground through the use of Jiraiya's blood. Naruto appeared in front of Hinata. He knocked her out. He appeared in front of Rock Lee. He knocked him out. He appeared in front of Kakashi. He knocked him out. And, as Kakashi's vision grew dim, he saw a man stand over the pile of rubble that looked down towards Naruto. He had many people around him. There was a floating being above him. Obito? He questioned, his body collapsing as he fell unconscious. "Ah, Obito. To think you'd come here." He looked to his side. Naruto saw Naga standing right next to him, and the former commanders of Route 1. Basilisk and Leviathan. He looked further. Kisame was also with him. But the most surprising person was the person that was furthest to the right. His short red hair swayed under the moon's gaze. The subordinates of Satsuki were incapacitated right next to him. "Ah, it seems you were traitorous." Naruto stared at all them, glancing every few seconds. He remained calm, his composure not shaken even the slightest. "That's right," Sasori said, his puppet arms reattached to his body. He, Leviathan, Basilisk, and Kisame jumped down, the ground shaking. 3. Surprised. Naruto smirked, shaking his head to the side. You couldn't be any more further from the truth than ever. I had anticipated your betrayal since the beginning. Have you ever asked yourself, why did he want me to join him? He asked, walking towards them. Hey! What was this feeling that was coursing through their hearts? They were supposed to be cornering him, but it seems he was cornering them. Because I was strong? He questioned. A soft smile appeared on Naruto's face. Absolutely not. You were simply easy prey. You were a person who could be easily be swayed by a demonstration of power. And nothing has changed. He took up his mantle, sealing it away. It was only a matter of time before I got rid of you, because you've already far exceeded your usefulness long ago. He had originally used him to sniff our information on the Akatsuki. But the Akatsuki were no more. That meant Naruto didn't need him anymore. Sasori grinned. Things won't be as eas. He was cut off, Naruto appearing in front of him. In a flash, Sasori felt something impale him. Hey! He questioned, seeing Naruto's arm jabbing through his chest. Naruto reeled his arm back, a case in his hand. 1. It was his heart. Ah, but it will be. Naruto clenched his fist, destroying the case and the heart that was alongside it. Sasori collapsed on the ground. He had died as quickly as he had recovered. 3. It's a shame that you had to end this way. Naruto saw the others rush towards him. He shook his head, outstretching his hand out. Zatirido. 1. They stopped right dead in their tracks, unable to move any further. Naruto unsealed his Aphrodite blade, cutting the heads of the 3 off. Now, since that is over, shall we get to the main course? Naruto asked, looking up towards Obito. He saw the being right above him. He sat in a lotus position. He wore green and white robe that was incredibly fancy looking. Behind him, a ring of jade floated. 1. I've come to kill you once and for all. He grinned as he jumped down. Naga followed alongside him. Naruto felt a strong power radiating from him. You've been a thorn on my side for far too long. And with the power that I have now, I can now make such thought turn into fruition. He strode forward. I've gained a new ability, and with such ability, I summoned the Jade Emperor to give me just a tiny fraction of his power. He appeared in front Naruto. 2. Naruto widened his eyes at the speed. It matched his own. With it, your end is near. Naruto maneuvered his arms, using his forearms to block the blow. A surge of pain traversed through his forearms. Strong. Naruto thought, opening his arms and redirecting the fist away to deliver a blow to Obito's stomach. Being forced away, Obito analyzed the situation thoroughly. Naruto also analyzed his current predicament. He saw Obito's eyes, they were devoid of any true purpose. He could feel the intense need of killing him radiate from his body. Oh. It seems to that way. Naruto thought, rushing forward with calm composure. He needed to bring forth much more power than he was using now. Because Obito was now equal to him. Do you feel it? My power has increased to the point where you'll even struggle, you'll fear me, and you'll beg for my mercy. Naruto narrowed his eyes, amused at such a statement. His attacks hurt, but the way it seems to me, he has only had this power for a short time. It must have been when he defeated the leader of the Akatsuki when he got it, so about 8 months or so. Naruto saw the exceptional way that he was wielding his technique. He must have ignored all types of basic training and focused all his time on just obtaining permanent power of the ruler of heaven. Naruto mused, reeling his fist back. 1. The way it was right now, Naruto knew he would probably lose due to the unfavorable circumstances that were stacking against him. He's using much more power than I am currently. That means that he doesn't care about what happens to the world, but I do. The world needed to be perfectly intact so his plan could become fully realized. And, to Naruto, he could see the lack of care in Obito's eyes. If they continued to fight, Obito would probably just destroy the planet without care. Naruto's thoughts raced as he backed away from wood sprouting from the ground. 1. Naruto glanced at Naga. Ah, forgot you were here. This is much more unfavorable than I had originally thought. Naruto sighed internally, seeing the wood morph into long hands that were trailing towards with at a steady pace. Naruto decided to conserve his chakra and just simply imbued his leg with a small ounce of chakra before he outstretched to send a massive wave of power, destroying the wooden hands that wanted to take him down. To fight at my fullest, it can't be here or anywhere. Naruto was punched in the gut unexpectedly. He gritted his teeth in pain as he regained his balance. Obito was taking it up a notch. Think, Naruto. Think. Where can I fight him without any restrictions? Naruto asked himself, wondering where he could fight Obito without holding back. 1. Near the ending of the book, there is a situation that forces the knights to fight on the moon. I know, you might be wondering how people could breathe in space. That's where the myth comes in. There was a belief in the olden days that only the people that were strong could breathe and move normally in outer space. Just like the theory, or myth, it stems from one's beliefs. The people that once saw this as true thought that the strong can breathe in space and the lack of gravity not affecting them because they were acknowledged by the rulers of space, whoever that is. Naruto remembered the time where he told Satsuki of the book that challenged the plausibility of humans being able to breathe in space due to them being acknowledged by the transcendent beings of space. I see, it seems I'll be the first to test that theory out. Naruto's thoughts were disturbed, being forced to dodge a combo attack from Obito and Naga. 2. Gnashing his teeth down slightly, broke through tendrils of wood that tried entrapping him. Naruto used Shinra Tensei to push the woods away. That can't stop me! Yelled Obito, grinning as he countered the invisible force with an invisible force of his own. Naruto's Shinra Tensei was soon pushed back by the opposing force. Naruto widened his eyes, taken aback. He's increasing his power again. Naruto could feel a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This was far too troublesome and was proving to be very difficult already. If I take hold of him, I can bring him to the moon if I go at light speed. Naruto thought. He was still relatively new at utilizing such incredible speeds. 1. But he would only be moving at a linear direction. Nervous? You should be. Obito appeared above, his fist reeled back as overflowing power was shooting out of his fist. The Jade Emperor simply looked at them with much indifference. Naruto backed to the side, his face bewildered as Obito made the ground explode under the oppressing power of his fist. Naruto was blown back, debris of rubble pressing against his skin. Naruto shook his head, a few cuts appearing on his face as he landed back on the ground. Hey, are you almost done? Naruto asked Kurama. He heard a snort appear, echoing inside of his mind as he continued to fight Obito and Naga. TCH. Almost there, just be patient, Kurama told Naruto, getting a nod from the young Uchiha. Naruto still had a lot left from him, and could still go more. Alright. I did all the calculations and just decided to just wing it. This is a major gamble on my part. I'm trying to test out legend that was only used in fiction. Naruto moved forward, power exhilarating from his body. Obito widened his eyes. Stay back! He yelled, getting into a stance. But it was too late, his face being clenched by Naruto's hand. All he could see was his vision warping. Naruto launched themselves upwards, leaving a large crater on the ground as he moved from one point to another in under a second. Crash! They landed on the moon, a large explosion appearing, tearing off a small chunk of the moon due to the massive force that was produced. 1. A large appeared, blowing the two away. Once the smoke cleared, the two could be seen getting up from their respective parts. Naruto soon realized it. The theory, it's real. Naruto thought to himself. He stretched his body, getting ready for a whole new battle to terraform the moon fully. 1. This meant that they were acknowledged by those who ruled over the unknown abyss of space that lurked every corner. Naruto glanced at Obito and saw that a number of strings were on his back, reducing the damage done by the impact of the sudden attack. You still have a lot in you even when you were sealed for a month. Obito wiped a bit of blood that was dangling off his mouth. Naruto wiped off blood off of himself as well. Did you really think this will be a cakewalk? Naruto asked, striding forward. Obito matched the walk, also striding forward. The darkness of outer space loomed over them as they got closer and closer to each other. They felt a dominating presence washing over them. They looked up, stopping in their tracks. Your fight amuses me. Two humans fighting over who is right and who is wrong. And I already see it all, the outcome of the fight and the victor of it all. And once I see it, I'll simply make myself disappear. Naruto analyzed the way the Jade Emperor spoke. It was both gentle, but also a bit playful. But there seemed to be a domineering aura that surrounded him. It made him look even stronger than before. Like a splitting image of myself. Albeit, he isn't as arrogant as me. Naruto thought, but things were much different now. His arrogance was almost abysmal in size, soon ceasing to exist. Naruto breathed in and out, his eyes redirecting back to Obito. To think he managed to gain a small fraction of his power. Naruto could tell that the Jade Emperor, or Yu Huang as the books like to call him, was holding back his pressure by many times. 1. Or else they would have simply died without even batting an eye at him. This reminds me of that time. Naruto mused, looking at Obito and making stern eye contact with the man who was able to rival him in power. To think you'd be able to fight me equally, but things will remain the same, you will lose here and your life shall vanish without even a trace. Naruto let his Aphrodite armor unravel before him, cladding his body with the thick black and purple membrane-like substance. Ha! Still talking so big when I'll be the ruler of it all. Isn't it poetic? I gained the power of the man who rules over the heavens, only for me to rule over all of Earth. He grinned, numerous portals appearing behind. There were hundreds of them, each having endless amounts of strings. They shot forward, trailing all around the space around them. In the fictional books that many people have read, there was said to be a country named China in a continent called Asia. There is a term in that country that was a key concept in their mythology and in the ancient religion that they had called Taoism. 1. Tian. It was a concept that, if translated, would give the word heaven. There was said to be 36 layers of heaven, Tian. It was also said that Yu Huang was the person who ruled over it all. What a difficult opponent. Naruto thought, staring at the strings that were soon attaching itself onto Obito's body. His body turned into something as white as the glistening snow. Obito was siphoning the power that was held between the depths of the strings, enabling him to go even faster than before with an increase in power. Obito got into a stance, a serious look on his face. Naruto could tell the look that was on his eyes, it was a look of no underestimation. Even when he got the increase in power, he still had lingering doubts of defeat. Naruto into a stance, a grayish aura appearing out of him, wrapping all around him, becoming a ribcage. His eyes had traces of lightning all around it. The ground around them ruptured under their strength overflowing, gaining a spiritual form. He's now an incarnation of Yu Huang, the Jade Emperor. How much strength has he given to him? Naruto thought, keeping his heart calm. It wanted to burst out. Not of fear, but of pure excitement. Clash. They disappeared and collided fists, the moon's surface terraforming under their movement. Naruto stepped back, blocking a fist that sent tremors all through the place. Naruto lifted his foot, power oozing off it. As quick as a flash, Naruto performed a crescent kick that hit Obito in the face, forcing him to back away slightly. He spat out blood. Obito gritted his teeth, jerking his hand forward, a devastating amount of strings lashing out forward, its speeds going over 500 times the speed of lightning. 4. Naruto disappeared, knowing that the strings were most definitely able to place a dent on the simple ribcage. That is, if he didn't elevate the power. 2 arms appeared, forming on the side of the ribcage, and a skull forming, acting as a head. Naruto convulsed his hand, making his Susanoo stretch its arms to the side. At the blink of an eye, the Susanoo clasped its hands together, clapping them together to create a shockwave that forced everything back. Obito included. "You think that's enough to stop me?" Obito asked, getting up from the ground as he huffed from the sudden pressure and rhythm of the battle. "Of course not." Naruto smirked, an invisible pull appearing, trying to pull Obito in. He narrowed his eyes at Naruto's attempt to pull him in. That won't work, Obito thought, wondering what Naruto was planning. He obviously showed a demonstration earlier, showing that he can resist something like Shinra Tensei. That included the Banshao Tenin. Crash! Suddenly, a ton of rubble came hurling towards him, hitting his back and forcing him to go forward. Naruto responded to this by rushing forward, his speed making him look like a man who was invisible. He could not be seen, but Obito was different. Due to the increase in power, his perception and his ability to simply perceive things was ultimately increased tremendously. He could see Naruto's actions clearly. Obito reeled his fist back, destroying the wall of rubble at the back of him. His body strengthened, letting the strings of speed coat his fist with such delicacy. Naruto kept on pushing forward, outstretching his Susanoo's hand, curling it into a mighty fist. Soon, their fists clashed once more as another explosion occurring. Crap! Naruto thought, pain engraving as he and Obito were blasted away. Crashing on the moon's footing as he felt his arm sting in pain. The fist had managed to plow through the Susanoo due to him leaving it unprotected. And it had costed him, his arm gaining a direct hit. Naruto got up, a part of the sleeve that covered his forearm had been torn off. He felt his arm sting from the pain as blood dripped down with quickness. Naruto looked over, seeing Obito also injured just as much as him. But, even though they were injured, they felt perfectly fine. No, it was more appropriate to say. They felt better than ever. Fixing up his Susanoo, Naruto disappeared, leaving trails of crackles as he appeared from behind. His Susanoo clasped its hands together, swinging it down due to Naruto commanding it to do so. Obito grunted, hoisting his foot, just barely managing to dodge the 2 hands joining together to do a down swing. A shockwave that rippled all throughout the place occurred, a few stings of pain appearing. Under his influence, Obito guided the strings, letting it dance under the beat of his heart. They pushed forward, forcing Naruto back due to the overwhelming amount of strings that were looking to slice his head open. Naruto used his Susanoo to punch the ground, making the ground rupture and let out many piles of rubble to enter the atmosphere of space. The rocks floated in the air, letting Naruto to easily change their trajectory. Naruto saw Obito outstretch both of his hands, letting out a Shinra Tensei to push the floating rubble back towards Naruto. Quickly responding, Naruto copied what Obito had done, pushing his arms outwards, his fingers tensing as he let out a Shinra Tensei of his own. The incredible forces collided with such intensity that it leveled the moon once more. 1. Sparks appeared as Naruto felt his clothes sway, sensing Obito rapidly approaching him. Looking into the future, Naruto could tell where he would eventually end up. 1. There. Naruto thought, shooting his arm upwards to intercept a kick from Obito. As they clashed once more, Naruto could see the entangling strings connecting, becoming stronger due to it increasing its power by solidifying itself just a tiny bit. Naruto attempted to back away, but the strings soon caught him, wrapping around his wrist before he got slammed down to the ground. He was soon thrown out towards the deep depths of outer space. "Got ya!" Obito exclaimed loudly, making Naruto grunt as he was thrown on the ground before being thrown towards the deep depths of outer space. 5 seconds. Naruto grumbled internally as he outstretched his arm towards the moon's surface. There are many options that he could do, but the most efficient one would be this. Banshao Tenon. Naruto focused his power on a singular point, the moon's surface, and used it as a catalyst for the next step. The strings that were dancing under the palm of Obito's hand were trailing towards him speedily. But they were too late. Making a small portion of the moon's surface as a catalyst, Naruto was pulled forward due to his Banshao Tenon technique, just narrowly dodging the strings wanting to take his life away. Naruto landed on the ground, rolling as Obito sent numerous prickly spikes of earth towards him. It was odd. They both weren't going all out. Even this fight right is merely a simple taste of what they could do. Naruto shot his fist forward, snapping all the spikes in pitiful pieces. Obito rushed forward, ignoring all the spikes. He appeared in front of Naruto, his foot raising. The kick was most certainly going to be fast. But I've already foresaw such a thing. Naruto thought, already knowing that this would happen due to the future that he saw. He had made his anticipated attack even before Obito thought of doing it. Their legs clashed, the ground shaking. Naruto placed his hand on the ground, feeling the coarseness rub on his fingertips. He alternated his leg, slamming it against the side of Obito's face. Blood spilled from his face, making his face turn into one filled with bitterness and sourness. Even to this day, no one knew of Naruto's ability to see the future. It was an ability that only he knew, and no one else. Unless you counted Satsuki, but she's an ally. 5. Naruto breathed deeply, backing away and blocking an onslaught of Obito's attack. He internally grunted in pain, numerous tremors penetrating through the membrane armor, hurting his appendages. Knowing that he needed to get out of this nasty situation, Naruto weaved through numerous hand seals with a singular hand. A wall of earth appeared, slowing Obito down. The strings hardened, tearing through the wall of earth with relative ease. With killing intent in his eyes, Obito rushed behind Naruto, his fist crashing into the back of Naruto's body, sending him away. A rush of pain accumulated all throughout Naruto's body, making him grit his teeth to ease the pain of his body as he came crashing down. But that did not stop him. "You're not going all out," Obito stated, glaring at Naruto with undisputable anger rising from the deep depths of his body. "Do you think you can defeat me without going all out?" He questioned, his power increasing. It seemed as though his power was increasing even more. He had been given 2% worth of power from the Jade Emperor, and he still couldn't overcome the likes of Naruto. It angered him knowing that if he hadn't tried making a contract with Buddha, he wouldn't have been in such a situation. 9. A situation where he continued to struggle in. "Because I'll tell you right now, you won't stand a chance if you don't go all out." Obito's power flared with such life, oozing out of his body with such overwhelming power. Now, Obito was now using over 40% of the 2% that had been given to him. Naruto huffed silently, lifting himself up as he could feel the pressure all the way from he was currently at. He was tired of all the nonsense that Obito was spouting towards him. They were simply trivial and showed Obito's feeling of inferiority that he had against Naruto. It did not anger him. It was simply amusing to him and his ears. "So it seems," Naruto said, speaking softly as he breathed in and out. "As the way things are now, if he didn't go more seriously, he'd eventually die." Naruto unsealed his blade, a rush of adrenaline coursing through his body. His Susanoo was long deactivated, he himself knowing that he did not need it. Ah, what a contradiction that was. Naruto huffed and breathed, his body feeling the coursing power that rubbed against his veins. He kept his calm look with his calm composure. If he wanted to see more of his power, he'll get it. Naruto stepped forward, his power sprouting like a blooming flower that was full of life and transcending beauty. The moon shook. 3. Naruto rushed forward, imbuing his blade with lightning chakra. The blade of Aphrodite had sparks of electricity, flaring to life as incredible power flitted from the blade. Naruto appeared above Obito, swinging it down with elegance, the same type of elegance that he had copied from Mifune. The same type of elegance that he stole from him. Obito decided to block it with a Shinra Tensei, knowing that he'd most certainly sustain a lot of damage if he had tried blocking it with a traditional way. So this was ultimately the best option for him. Naruto was pushed back, his blade unable to reach Obito as he moved to the side. He was now pushed away from the surface of the moon. Obito appeared in front him, his fist almost colliding with Naruto's face. Banchao Tenin. A sudden wall of rubble appeared before he could touch Naruto, intercepting him in the process. Naruto had pulled a wide and thick amount of rubble from the moon. Naruto used this to his advantage, slicing through the rubble, his blade aimed towards Obito's heart. Having had used his Rinnegan recently, Obito was forced to block it. He forced his forearm to move, blocking Naruto's blade from piercing his heart. A large ash appeared, blood trickling down his skin. But this was not enough. Before he could react, Obito felt a smoldering amount of pain rise from the depths of his body, blood spitting out of his mouth as a kick had been delivered to his side, making him crash back down to the moon. Naruto summoned a clone, the clone appearing just a bit to the side of him. Knowing what to do, the clone latched his hands on Naruto's shirt, throwing him down back towards the moon as safely as possible. "Hey, do you think you can handle this?" Naruto asked, a savage look on his face as his body rapidly closed in on Obito. Zatairito. With 5 seconds passing, Naruto had disabled Obito's ability to move for such a tiny bit of time. Spark of tendrils sprouted from his blade, shooting from all sorts of directions. Naruto pushed his Aphrodite blade forward, using Shinsekai to see into the future. How unfortunate! Naruto thought, seeing many strings move, shooting from all sides to form a shield that was over 10 meters long. He was displeased. This was the future that he saw. Even though he had used Zatairito to disable a person's movements, the technique itself could not disable a person's thoughts, their will. So Obito had internally ordered the strings without needing to use any movement. Naruto's blade and Obito's strings clashed, a violent explosion appearing. The endless dust slowly but surely disappeared, revealing two perfectly fine shinobi that did not get hurt by explosion even the slightest. There was no scratch on their bodies. Obito's strings had strengthened in durability under his command. This protected him from the explosion and prevented him from gaining any injury. Naruto simply used Shinra Tensei to not only block out the explosion, but to also push him away from the explosion. Even the most quickest of thoughts were the most effective. Naruto dashed to the side, numerous swords being ushered out of the hundreds of portals that surrounded him and Obito. Naruto grunted, feeling the pain from some of the weapons that had been thrown towards him. Deciding to end this suffering, Naruto disappeared, reappearing a split second later at the same spot once all the weapons were gone. Under the second that he had been through, Naruto had annihilated all of the swords that were threatening him. This guy, we're completely even. Naruto thought to himself, gritting his teeth as he saw Obito appear in front of him, a blade in his hands that curled over it. He had gotten this blade from one of the portals that he was able to conjure. Naruto backed away, splitting his feet apart as he jerked his hand forward. His hand convulsed, curling intensely. Zatairito. Naruto made Obito freeze, not allowing him to move. Before he could even command his strings to defend him, a leg that was coated in both Aphrodite and chakra rushed to his side, kicking him. But Naruto was not done. Reappearing at the speed of light, Naruto latched his arms on his string-covered chest, tossing him on the ground with unbearable impact. 1. The floorings cracked, trembling. Naruto lifted his arm up, tearing through the atmosphere of space as he was about to completely annihilate Obito's skull. But Obito had reacted quickly, managing to command his strings to wrap around Naruto's arm, throwing him to the side. With the strings still attached around his arm, Naruto was thrown on the ground, Obito mimicking Naruto's techniques. Obito got up, gritting his teeth. With pain coursing through his body, Obito conjured 2 wooden spikes that were unbelievably sharp in the way that they were designed. Wood release, cutting technique. Obito rushed forward, inserting the wood inside the surface of the moon. Before Naruto knew it, numerous roots were sprouting from the ground, acting as if it was the moon's surface. Can he speed of the aging process of nature? Naruto thought, wondering if he had such a power within his arsenal now since he had gotten power from the Jade Emperor. Although it was rather strange that the wood itself was able to grow roots, was that a part of the wood release ability? Or was this an extension of the wood release technique? Whatever it was most certainly dangerous. Obito manipulated the roots, entrapping each of the roots with a thick layer of white strings that accelerated and intensified the rough power that it had. Naruto huffed, gripping his blade tightly, imbuing it with wind. As wind chakra flowed through the Aphrodite blade, Naruto decided to continue his move. Motioning his Aphrodite blade, Naruto held it close to him, blocking many of the roots that were covered in speedy strings. Clash! Naruto jumped back, waving his blade down to tear through the strings and roots. As beauty linked with the blade, elegance was the only thing that could be seen as Naruto wielded the blade of Aphrodite. Slash! Naruto cut down another entangled string-covered root, making it all fall down. Naruto could feel sweat drip down on his head, feeling the pressure of this battle. But as the fight would continue, Naruto knew of one thing that was true. Only in the midst of a heated battle does one's strength and will truly evolves, leaps made and limits broken. Naruto remembered these words that he had told Satsuki. As this battle continued, their limits will be pushed to the test, eventually breaking their limits, causing them to evolve. But the question was, who will hit it first? Whoever breaks through their current limits will make them the winner of this brutal battle. Naruto skidded back, just barely blocking a speeding root. Landing on the moon's ground, Naruto launched himself to the side, using his blade to cut down the roots that were pushing towards him with unrelenting speed. Naruto lengthened the power of the wind that was imbued in his Aphrodite blade, its body of Aphrodite shimmering with exciting power. How long? Naruto asked. 10 minutes. Just be patient. Naruto nodded to Kurama's words, knowing that he can without a doubt fight more 10 minutes and more. Naruto made the ground crackle, swinging his blade once. All the roots were destroyed. But Obito was not so easily deterred by just a thing happening. In fact, this hardly startled him at all because this was as expected of Naruto. If he couldn't do anything like this, then that would have been very disappointing. But they were still holding back a considerable amount. Naruto stabbed the ground with his blade, making it rupture under the powerful blast of wind. As the rubble floated in the endless abyss, Naruto lifted his foot, kicking it forward, pure power and speed behind his footing. Obito outstretched his hands, curling it to conjure wooden structures. A wall of wood appeared, blocking the rubble of the moon with pure ease. Dashing to the side, Obito cleared the dust and smoke, his eyes blazing as he used Banshao Tenon to pull Naruto in. Naruto was not startled, resisting the powerful force that intended to pull him back. But he already saw the future, and he already knew what Obito was aiming to do. Twisting his body, Naruto slashed down the strings that were about 600 times the speed of lightning. Naruto dashed to the side, avoiding a spike of wood that Obito wielded. 3. Naruto used Zettai Ryudo, freezing Obito in his place. Quickly moving, Naruto shoved the blade of Aphrodite towards Obito. TCH. Didn't you already see what happened before? Obito roared, his strings connecting to form a shield that protected Obito from the blade. Naruto grunted slightly, feeling a sting of pain as he felt tremors enter his body. Obito not only formed a shield, but had formed a fist made up of fully strings. And he had ordered it bash it to the side of his arm, knocking him away. Biting his tongue down, Naruto prevented himself from letting the trembling pain to get to him. Naruto regained his balance, feeling a punch land on his face. Due to it being the only area that was unprotected from his Aphrodite armor, Naruto felt a bit of blood spill alongside a smoldering amount of sting due to the strings. Thrown back, Naruto could feel the pain quickly move along his veins, coursing with such unavoidable quickness. Naruto realized his predicament. The tide of the battle has switched. Naruto thought with sourness, feeling the strings wrapping all along his arms and legs. Due to him being hit the first time, Obito had managed to land another hit before he could land back because of his incredible speed that he now had gained. Naruto gritted his teeth, a slither of blood shifting out of his mouth. Now being held up, a grin appeared on Obito's face, creating numerous fists that were made up of fully strings. He reeled it back. The difference in our abilities are far too great now, Naruto. He yelled, using the fists of strings to jab Naruto's body with incredible speeds. The battle was now on Obito's favor. A favor that was humongously advantageous to him. And it will continue to pull towards his advantage even more if Naruto doesn't get himself out of this situation. As the pain grew more unbearable with each second that passed by, Obito's grin grew larger and larger. His win was already nearing, he thought. As blood trickled down his face and pain drowning his body, Naruto regained his senses as more punches came crashing into his face. With unshakable resolve, Naruto used more of his power to push everything away from him. Obito tried resisting, but somehow could not resist it and succumbed to the Shinra Tensei. Naruto huffed deeply, dropping down to the moon's surface, dyeing the ground with blood. He was certainly on the losing end of the battle. 7 minutes. Naruto heard Kurama's voice ring and echo inside of his mind. He nodded, huffing deeply as he shook off the pain and stood back up. He saw Obito's grin as he got back up, his strings dancing all around him with smooth beauty. So my victory is already within sight, good to know. Naruto could sense the arrogance oozing off of him. 1. Hey, do you think you've already won? Naruto thought to himself, stalling to regain some of his senses. Naruto gritted his teeth as a bit more blood dripped down. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Do you think you can still beat me? Naruto panted, seeing Obito's grin remain steady. Do you not see? You are unfit to fight me any further. As time goes on, this fight will stray further and further from your side. This is my complete victory. He yelled, stating as if this was the truth, and to him, this was such a thing. To him, this was the truth. Naruto let out a small smirk on his face, wiping the blood off of his face and wiped the blood that was slithering out of his mouth. Is that so? Naruto questioned. But would you believe me if I said that you are merely a pawn within this grand game of chess? He breathed calmly, getting a feel of the atmosphere around him. A pawn? How preposterous are you? Did the damage mess your brain up? Naruto's smirk widened just a bit further. Is that what you think? Or has the power made you delusional? This is a battle between Madara and I, you are merely a stepping stone for me, Naruto said, letting power flow through his veins with such swiftness. An angry look appeared on Obito's face, replacing his grin that was full of arrogance and complacency. Yet. Who do you think you are? Do you think you still can defeat me? Even after all the freaking pain you just took from my attack? No. He roared with such anger, easily aggravated that he was still being treated as if a bug. Of course, that Rinnegan's power is only limited to one's imagination, no. Obito suddenly froze, wondering how he knew of such a thing. That's why. I'll kill you right here and now. Naruto unleashed overflowing power from his body, ushering out a new age of strength before their very eyes. Cause I am the person who will lead the world to its end. Naruto rose his hands, a sudden pressure shadowing over them. Obito widened his eyes, seeing a many large shadows being casted over him and Naruto. The heck? He still has this much power in him. Obito thought, turning around to see many spherical figures come hurling towards him at great speeds. There were not only 2, not only 3, and not only 4, but 5 large meteors coming his way. 6. Obito looked back on Naruto for a few seconds. He's not tired at all. Obito thought, his strings rattling in excitement. Obito looked back at the meteor that was many miles away. And all of them were many times greater than the 2 meteors that Naruto had previously summoned long ago. 1. Can you handle this many? Naruto asked, a tone of condescending laced inside of his voice. Obito gritted his teeth, releasing another wave of uncontainable power. You dare underestimate me? This is nothing but child's play. Howling, Obito outstretched his arms out, his hands convulsing under the sudden pressure. Naruto looked at what he was doing, amused at his way of doing things. Those strings are most certainly very versatile, but they more efficient when it comes to speed and piercing power, like an assassin in the troubling night. Naruto mused, watching Obito's attempt to destroy all 5 of the meteors. Their techniques were much different. Naruto's were much more destructive and could level many planets in mere minutes, maybe even mere seconds of exerting his true power. Obito's, while they can rival Naruto at his full power, is more useful when it comes to assassination. Naruto watched as Obito created thousands of scaly creatures came to life, bursting with power. They were made up of the moon's rubble. Annihilate everything. He ordered the Leviathans, their serpentine bodies bursting forward as he controlled them just as well as his strings. He armored them up with his strings, increasing their strength and speed by many times. They became a blur in the naked eye, piercing through the 5 meteors, making a beautiful explosion occur in the deep depths of space. Ah, so he opted to using that. Interesting. Naruto thought, his heart beating at a rapid pace. Naruto saw Obito turn around, a smirk on his face. It'll take many more to defeat me. Obito said, the thousands of Leviathans swimming under his oppressing power. That was most definitely a close one. If even 3 of the meteors were to collide with the moon, Obito didn't think the moon would survive at all. Very well then, Naruto muttered, raising his hand once more. Normally, the cooldown of a Rinnegan technique would elongate if the magnitude of the attack is so wide. But Naruto managed to make it to where it'll always stay be 5 seconds no matter the magnitude of an attack. This was all the result of training with thousands of clones non-stop. Get ready, because I can continue for as long as I need to, Naruto warned, his palm unwavering with strength as many more meteors came hurling from behind him. 5. 10. 13. There were 13 freaking meteors that came hurling from the cosmos, the body of mass wanting to completely annihilate everything around it. 1. A small, troubled grin appeared on Obito's face. All right. I'll destroy that filthy look on your face. Obito yelled, jumping forward, his strings dancing all around him as his many Leviathans followed suit. Naruto stayed silent, letting the trails of power making fascinating trails all around his body as he jumped forward with such quickness. They quickly closed the gap between them. Spark! Spark! Naruto imbued his blade with lightning, the tendrils dancing with such elegance as they got closer and closer every second. Obito created a blade from the slithering strings, increasing its durability by making it thick in width. 60%. They clashed, their respective blade clashing. Naruto summoned a clone from behind to take down any Leviathans that came towards them. Naruto leaned back, barely managing to dodge the string blade. A few cuts appeared on his face due to some of the ever so increasing power. Naruto ducked down, sweeping Obito, making him break down and stagger, giving Naruto enough time to cut through the strings, giving him a large gash on the center of his chest. Naruto backed away, a spike of wood rousing from the ground. A Leviathan came towards him, its body covered in strings. It shrieked in pain. Naruto completely sliced its body, leaving it in no return. He only had 7 meteors left. Naruto grunted. Summoning dozens of clones, Naruto sent them off to finish off the remaining 1,000 Leviathans that flew through the air with their scales that radiated white strings. Obito gritted his teeth. He's using his clones to distract the Leviathans. Obito thought bitterly, now knowing what Naruto was about to do. The remaining 7 meteors came towards them, hurling with such speeds that the loudest of shockwaves begun forming. 1. A few of he meteors were destroyed due to some of the Leviathans managing to slither through his clone's defenses. But it did not stop the march of time. The march of the meteors remained unchanged. With 4 meteors left, Naruto disappeared, gliding in the air as all 4 of the meteors came crashing on the moon's surface. An explosion occurred. 1. 2 figures shot up to the sky, blazing through the smoke and dust with such ease. Obito stood on one of his Leviathans. Naruto stood on top of one of Obito's other Leviathans, managing to tame the beast that roamed with such ferocious intent. Below them was a moon that should have been fully destroyed, but somehow survived the impact. And it was fully intact. How is that possible? Is it Naruto's doing? Obito thought, wondering if Naruto had done something that let the moon to continue be the moon. And he was right. He used a planet-sized Banshao tenon to continuously pull the entire moon together, making it so where if a part of the moon was destroyed, the Banshao tenon technique would automatically fix the error and pull the said rebel back into place. 1. Now, go, you dang serpents, Naruto ordered, tapping on its rocky head so it rushed forward. His clones had tamed hundreds of Leviathans that followed behind him. They had recognized him as their master instead of Obito. But this did not deter Obito in the slightest, making other Leviathans from the revel of the meteors that floated all around them. Naruto's clones dispersed. They all rushed forward. Naruto jumped up, more meteors coming through, not making Naruto tired even the slightest. Jumping off the serpentine monster, Naruto appeared in front of Obito, landing on the head of the Leviathan that Obito stood on in the speed of light. Using his arm, Naruto sent a jab towards Obito's face. Easily dodging such an attack, Obito countered by redirecting Naruto's fist to the side. Their respective serpentine creatures clashed, shockwaves forming that shook all throughout the moon, entering the cosmos. Like taking 2 birds with 1 stone, the many meteors crashed into the many Leviathans, annihilating a whole lot of them while Naruto and Obito continued to fight. Naruto jumped up, twisting his body as his blade shimmered with lightning. Obito backed away, just barely dodging the blade that was swung at light speed. The serpent that they stood on broke due to the electrifying shock. Naruto jumped backward, hurling a meteor towards them so he could attach the solace of his foot on the very side of one of the meteor. Obito appeared behind him, a fist of strings coming towards his back to send him to the endless abyss. Already seeing the future, Naruto spun his body, deflecting the string fist away with ease. A spark appeared, flashing as they continued to fight in incredible speeds that transcended those of a regular of human. Naruto was pushed back, having to have had to block the attacks due to the numerous distractions being placed before him. Feeling a bit of pain, Naruto had to push himself off the meteor, going back down to the moon as he sent the meteors towards Obito. Naruto huffed. How long left? 4 minutes left. Naruto nodded, backing away as swarms of Leviathans came rushing towards him. Naruto grunted, slashing them all down in a single swing. But more came, their bodies entrapped in the beautiful strings. I guess I must stall a little bit more. Naruto thought, knowing that to fully do this he'll have to increase his power. Naruto shot forward, his eyes blazing with life. His Sharingan twirled under the gaze of the Jade Emperor, his limitless talent unraveling before them all. Naruto appeared above Obito, his blade expanding with nigh limitless amounts of lightning chakra oozing off of it. Obito widened his eyes. Just before the blade could hit him, a panicking Obito dashed to the side, rolling due to the unexpected encounter. Doom. Destroy. In a single swing, Naruto's blade crashed into the moon, splitting it in half with such ease that it made Obito sweat profusely. Naruto summoned a clone, his clone appearing behind Obito. 2. The older Uchiha widened his eyes, being thrusted towards the real Naruto. If you truly are the man who can rule over the earth, then this shall test your resolve. Naruto's eyes were one that resembled a killer. They were in between the moon that Naruto had been sliced. If you survive here, then that means you are more than just a trivial pawn in my grand game. Naruto outstretched one of his arms out, using Banshao Tenin to pull the moon together. You dang fool! Naruto wondered how Obito was going to get out of here. Will he get out of the moon through pure speed? Or will he destroy it all? Naruto disappeared, his body warping, shifting under the great speeds of light. Obito gritted his teeth, feeling anger rush through his veins. Any second now his body could be crushed by the two halves of the moon, completely destroying him without any effort. Naruto appeared on top of the moon, continuing to push the two halves of the moon together as if they were playthings. Obito. Are you this weak even after gaining power? He questioned, his clothes fluttering under the pressurizing power. If that's so, then what you have is only superficial. If such thing is the only reason you can fight me toe-to-toe, then... Naruto's voice trailed, his eyes darkening. Then you have no right to fight the Honored One. 1. The Jade Emperor observed what was happening and the words that Naruto spouted from his mouth. It seemed as though the two were so engulfed in the fight that they had forgotten all about him. The Honored One, hey? The Jade Emperor thought, mulling over the words that Naruto had said. A small smirk appeared on his face. I see, so it's like that. He thought, seeing a sudden shake occur. Naruto felt a sudden force press itself against his Banshao Tenin. He kept calm, his heart beating at a steady pace. So this is your answer, muttered Naruto, Obito appearing right in front of him. He had used Shinra Tensei to push against his Banshao Tenin, slowing down the force before the moon could crush him. Naruto gnashed his teeth down, a fist drilling in his Aphrodite-covered abdomen, pushing him back many miles away. Crashing on the ground, Obito appeared from behind, attempting to stomp on Naruto's head. With sweat dripping, Naruto was forced to block with his blade, stopping the stomp before it could reach his face. But this did not stop Obito, opting to use his strings to form a fist that shot down towards Naruto's stomach, blood gushing out of his mouth as he staggered. His guard broke, his blade lifting off of his grasp. A grin appeared on Obito's face, many hands appearing around him that pummeled Naruto to the very ends of the moon. Shinra Tensei. Naruto, while heavily injured, managed to push Obito away with a strong push, annihilating his fists of strings before they could make contact with him once again. Blood rushed out of Naruto's mouth. You speak utter nonsense. Obito yelled, wings beginning to form behind his body, expanding as they flapped with such existence. I won't accept your words that contradicts mine. Just because you got an upper hand for just a few seconds, does not mean you exceeded me. Obito roared, his wings forming numerous beams using its kinetic energy that it had held for so long. Because once I am done with you, the earth will be mine. With no one standing before me, I'll be its ruler. A grin appeared on his face. Naruto knew what Obito had in mind. Since Obito could only receive bits and pieces of a heavenly being's power, Obito planned to accumulate and stack on the tiny bits of power. This will be done by gaining the power of other godlike entities. So the 2% will become 4%, then a 6%, then on and on and on. Although he'll only be able to do this for so long since he had to sacrifice something in exchange for it. Like his lifespan. But that could be fixed. If he gained enough power, he could essentially live forever, his lifespan becoming trivial and irrelevant, and he'll be able to gain limitless amounts of power. But once he does gain a lifespan that could not be depleted, he'll have to be careful with it and not let the extraterrestrial beings know of such a thing. Because if they did, then he would suffer the consequences of such a crime. I'll be the ruler of everything. Nothing will be able to stop me. Obito wanted to be remembered by the past, and those in the future. 1. He'll solidify himself as a deity that transcended all of reality. By becoming a deity, he'll be able to control everything. To be remembered, he'll kill everything in the present, replacing them with new humans. Because the people of the present are the most dangerous people, they simply hold a powerful weapon that can bring doubt. The truth. And the new humans will be brought to life, thinking that Obito was what created everything, the entity that created the multiverse out of nothing. I'll be what everyone perceives as God. 1. The wings that made Obito afloat had conjured a beam of pure light. An attack that was not only as fast as light, but was as deadly as a sun exploding in your face. 1. Naruto could see the beam suddenly shoot forward, its speeds greater than anything humanity could ever achieve. 2. But as the beam of light and speed was speeding forward, Naruto could only see it as a trivial obstacle. A small smirk appeared on his face as everything came back to life all at once. I bring forth. A powerful shimmer was made known, brightening as Naruto calmly split his legs apart, his eyes perceiving the beam of light in slow motion. The blade that can cut even all of existence in half. 1. Naruto rose his sword, his hotoke slithering all around it, becoming a light coating. 5. If it were to directly make contact with the blade would simply shatter. So Naruto conjured an idea so that he would just coat the blade with the power of the hotoke instead of directly infusing it. The beam of light, the artificial star, it was broken in half, an explosion occurring that plowed through the moon, destroying it in the process. Naruto fell due to the moon breaking. 1. Sweat formed, trickling down his face. Naruto could feel himself falling all throughout the heavens. Quickly thinking, Naruto pulled a meteor underneath him, acting as a way to stop his falling. The moon is destroyed, how unfortunate. Naruto thought, knowing what he has to do. Obito flew towards him, his wings flapping. Speeding with great speeds, Naruto moved to the side, avoiding a beam of light that would have destroyed his body. 1. All of existence in half? How admirable, but that won't be possible because I am that existence. Obito roared, his wings shimmering with power. Naruto jumped forward, his legs destroying part of the meteor. Gliding through space, Naruto jumped on some of the rubble, traversing through the deep depths with elegance and speed. Disappearing in a flash of light, Naruto appeared in front of Obito, his blade glaring with purple and blue hues. The colors were luminescent, reflecting off of his beautiful azure eyes. Can you dodge this? Naruto asked, standing on top of one of the large platforms of rubble. Swinging it forward, Obito just barely managed to dodge it, one of his wings of strumming light annihilated, forcing him to land on one of the platforms of rubble. Explode. From afar, many light years away, hundreds of stars exploded upon contact of the hotoke that Naruto's Aphrodite blade had shot out. 3. Naruto breathed, his body strained as he was being pushed to his limits. Obito grinned his teeth, using his strings to form another pair of wings. You impudent and persistent fool. Get out of my way. Obito flew across Eden, his wings flapping as he dodged beams of hotoke. Quickly thinking, Obito brushed past the meteors that attempted to crash on his body, annihilating them with quickness. Grunting, Naruto leaped, galloping all throughout the heavens. Naruto shifted his body, cutting through a beam of light that had manifested from Obito's wings. Naruto glided, stalling as he brought forth more meteors from the depths of space. Naruto landed on one of them, unleashing a beam of hotoke from his Aphrodite blade. Naruto stayed steady, huffing deeply as he cut down light. Obito widened his eyes, unexpectedly hit in the stomach, his body piercing through the entire mass of the meteor. Gritting his teeth, Naruto spat out blood. 1. Naruto brought himself back to his senses, seeing Obito grasping his throat. A look of murder was on his eyes, an intent of pure killing lying dormant. This is your end. Obito yelled, a beam forming above his wings. Naruto clicked his tongue, already forming his next attack. Quickly thinking, Naruto stopped all of Obito's movements with Zettai Ryodo, letting him break free from Obito's shackles. Naruto defied his death, galloping all throughout space. Obito gritted his teeth, a growl exiting from his teeth. With anger rising from all corners of his body, Obito turned around, outstretching his arms out, his hands convulsing with uncontained anger. His eyes bulged out of his sockets, power rushing through his veins. With a single push of a button, all of the meteors that were gathered, they all shattered. This caused Naruto to once again fall, his body shifting under the heavens' gaze. A small smirk of triumph appeared on Naruto's face. Just as planned, Naruto thought, throwing his blade up, its beauty entering the cosmos. Leaping through rubble to rubble, Naruto dodged beams of light. With this, Naruto jumped off of one of the pieces of rubble, his body spinning as he churned in the darkest night. He outstretched his arms, jerking them to his side. Banshao Tenin. Exerting his power, Naruto's body crackled with unparalleled talent and power. His blade came back towards him. Summoning hundreds of clones, all of them had blades of Aphrodite that had a good amount of Hotoke coating its body. Knowing their purpose, his clones pushed themselves forward, resisting the power of the Banshao Tenin as they fended off all of the beams of light that crossed the cosmos. With the combination of all of the rubble that had been in the atmosphere of space, a new body of mass had been formed. A new moon has been created. Naruto exclaimed, standing on the newly formed moon that he had manifested from the depths of his limitless potential. 3. Obito floated from above, his wings flapping. This moon was much larger than the last one. It was a combination of all the meteors that had been destroyed and the previous moon that had been destroyed under the pressure of the clash between the blade of Hotoke and the beam of light. 7. Unexpectedly, Naruto outstretched his hand out, a Hotoke beam appearing. Crackle. Slit. Due to his tiredness, Obito's wings were destroyed, forcing him to fall on the new moon that Naruto had created under his madness. 1. They both were tired, their limits already broken many minutes ago. Naruto panted, his tiredness becoming known. It was only inevitable. He was repeatedly using techniques that were straining to his chakra reserves and his entire body in general. Hey, done yet? Naruto asked Kurama, waiting for an answer that he was waiting for. I've been done minutes ago, you've been too caught up in fighting him. Naruto nodded, a small smile gracing his face. Staggering, Naruto managed to stand up. Obito, it seems this will be the end. It's quite saddening that you won't be able to see the end that I desire, Naruto said, straightening his posture. TCH, is that rather ignorant of you? The person who shall create the end will be not you, but me. Naruto heard Obito's response. So you want to keep on saying that until your death, it seems. Naruto breathed deeply, his body strained from the fight. So be it. With unshakable resolve, Naruto felt something inside of him flare to life. A yellow color shot up from the depths of his body, unraveling and entrapping him with a golden beauty. 5. It flickered like everlasting flames. His eyes became orange and slitted, replacing his azure eyes. He could feel all types of negative emotions that surrounded him. 1. It ranged from Obito's feelings all the way to some of the people on Earth. His whiskers-like marking became much thicker, and a mantle that resembled his teal cloak appeared over his shoulder, clasping down. Through the unraveling of his seal, Naruto gained a new power that shall let him overcome the obstacle in front of him. Through the constant exertion of Kurama's chakra, the seal naturally weakened, letting it become breakable over time. Naruto gritted his teeth, life consuming him. Can you keep up? Because God shows no mercy to those who are unworthy of its eyes. Naruto looked down on him as a replica of Kurama formed, becoming as large as his Susanoo. The tails shimmered, flowing, and waving in space. Not done, a grey aura started appearing, his Susanoo wrapping around his Kurama replica, acting as if it were armor. If only I could use the Aphrodite to cover the whole thing. Naruto thought. It was unfortunate, but he didn't exactly plan for this to have happened. Naruto, you resilient freak, Obito muttered. Even though he only had one Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still able to use the Susanoo. But that was not only it. Due to the Jade Emperor's power coursing through his veins, Obito was able to use the complete version of his Susanoo. On top of his Susanoo, Obito used all of his strings to form another armor that surrounded it with such elegance. This was their final methods to victory. Whoever could last was the winner of it all. Naruto had a double-sided blade that was long in length on the tail of his Kurama replica. With apparent quickness, Naruto's avatar disappeared, appearing above. The tails swung down, swishing at incredible speeds. "Don't think you'll win!" Obito roared, outstretching his Susanoo arms, numerous strings of hands appearing to its side. Unleashing a volley of attacks, they clashed attacks. 2. Everything shook as they continued to clash under the gaze of Yu Huang. Naruto used the wing of his grey Susanoo to back away, the double-sided bladed spinning due to the maneuvers of the tails. Naruto ordered his avatar to lift the tail that held his double-sided blade, pointing it downwards. Naruto pressed it down, aiming it towards where Obito resided. Shifting his arms, Obito made his avatar move away, dodging the blade that struck the moon. A large dent was formed due to the weapon. Obito's avatar floated in the abyss, a large beam of light appearing. Perish! Roaring, Obito sent a beam of light towards Naruto, wanting to completely annihilate Naruto in every shape and form. Huffing tiredly, Naruto brought the blade back, perceiving the light beam in slow motion. Coating the blade with the Hotoke, Naruto deflected the beam of light before it could come in contact. An explosion occurred. Even through the endless amounts of smoke, the two tore through the smoke, flying many miles upwards from the surface of the new moon. Obito formed a blade of his own through the use of his strings. Clash! The two clashed weapons, their collision reverberating all throughout the cosmos. Naruto flew upwards, using the legs of his Kurama replica to kick Obito's replica away. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Obito retaliated with a slash of his blade. Seeing the slash of the blade, Naruto shot himself to the side, the wings of his Susanoo flapping with grace. Naruto ordered his tails to lift up, a Hotoke beam appearing. Explode! Just like before, many stars exploded upon contact with the Hotoke beam, becoming nothing more than nothingness once the Hotoke had dealt with it. Naruto felt blood rush from his mouth, his body strained as every cell in his body burned with pain and torment. The same could go for Obito. Naruto flew even higher, using the tails of his Kurama replica to deflect the many attacks that Obito had tried to do. Naruto felt sweat trickling down his face and soon down his neck. "Is that all you go?" Naruto asked, aggravating Obito. This was a lie. Naruto was certainly feeling the pressure that was being placed on him. It made his mind go wild. This feeling was not fear, but just stress. Naruto was being pushed right through his limits, making achieve a new level of power. Only in the midst of a heated battle does one's strength and will truly evolves, leaps made and limits broken. Remember this. His limits were broken and had made humongous leaps of newfound power. Obito swung the blade of strings, leaving trails of overflowing power during the process of it all. Naruto backed away, just barely dodging the blade of strings. Obito clasped his hands, sprouts of wood coming from his body. As it grew and grew, a dragon had been formed made from wood. Its body flowed with power, a terrifying roar able to make even the mightiest of human grovel in fear. Naruto back away, cutting down the dragon of wood. In result of that, Obito had gained enough time to appear behind Naruto and pressed his blade of strings down on his avatar. Being thrown away, Naruto managed to regain his balance, motioning his avatar to the side to avoid a beam of light that crossed outer space. The blade did not create a crack on Naruto's avatar, but it did do damage to him. Naruto drew near, the wings of his avatar flapping with elegance. They clashed blades, a reverberating shockwave forming that shook everything around him. Naruto did not waver even the slightest, backing away spinning the blade before entering another volley of attacks. Obito replicated such actions, managing to counter each attack with an attack of his own. Their power was quickly nearing. But they did not give up, completely shattering their limits with such ease. They wouldn't falter, wouldn't waver, for even the slightest of reasons. Blood leaked from their faces, the pressure of their battle completely changing the way things were. This battle was important. A new age will be formed. Naruto. 1 minute left. This is only the first time you used this. Kurama warned, getting a nod from the Honored One. He understood what this meant. I'll end this right here and now. Naruto yelled, a rush of blood flowing through his veins. Naruto breathed, his body tightening due to the strain of the battle. It made his body rattle in pain and excitement. Their eyes met, their stern look clashing with imminent fury lurking from the other side of their eyeballs. Their bodies felt as if it was about to detach from them, leaving them to simply exist. Naruto lowered his avatar, floating in even footing with Obito's avatar. Obito's ethereal warrior floated with strings of armor, glazing with fiery rage. This is your end. Obito yelled, large sphere of light appearing right above the Susanoo's head. It was completely made up of light, blinding those who were unworthy of seeing its beauty. Strings wrapped around the beam of light, furthering its power even more than before. Naruto replicated this gesture, motioning the 9 tails that slithered and swayed from behind him. Naruto breathed deeply, an ocean of power overflowing, building up at a focal point. His tails had gathered, pointing towards Obito as a sphere of positive black and negative white chakra formed at the tips of the 9 tails. Naruto held his arms out, a large amount of Hotoke coating the sphere that was about to collide with the beam of light. Baijuyu Bomb, version Hotoke. 2. Obito stared at the bomb. D. Obito yelled, roaring as he prepared to launch his attack. In unison, the 2 warriors shot their attacks forward, colliding and clashing before an explosion that even those light years away could see occurring. Their avatars disappeared, their bodies flowing down. The smoke covered their bodies as they fell down, completely hiding who had won. After minutes and minutes, the smoke slowly cleared away, a clear victor standing over the loser of the great battle. It seems you couldn't handle it, the victor spoke, his hair flowing due to the influence of the residual power. His body ached as he breathed and breathed, gasping for air. You were certainly the strongest person I've faced, he continued, the Jade Emperor disappearing out of its own self-interest. He was done here. The outcome had been decided from the beginning. But in the end, you couldn't defeat the Honored One, Naruto said, his body hurting from even standing. It had been so long since he had been pushed to his absolute limits. Due to it, Naruto had almost forgotten how thrilling a fight could be. Obito could only look at Naruto, his life fading away as his vision blurred. Naruto continued to stand over the man who wanted to become something out of his reach. Something like that, it didn't suit him at all. Naruto stayed silent as Obito's life faded from the existence of the universe, forever lost. He had been defeated. He had been killed by the man he despised the most. Uchiha Naruto. Naruto looked down on Obito, bringing his blade to his heart. The sharp tip of the blade rested on top of his chest, before it pierced the heart. With this, Naruto had ensured Obito's death. What a magnificent battle that was! Naruto turned around, seeing a golden man floating in a lotus position. It was Buddha. 3. Naruto stayed silent, seemingly unaffected by his presence. He had long since sensed Buddha's presence ever since he had been in the cub of Aphrodite. You. Naruto muttered quietly, his eyes narrowing. With Obito's death, the condition have been met. Naruto widened his eyes, a sudden feeling washing over him. 1. The moon shook. Buddha summoned a coffin that held a certain man inside of it. Naruto froze, a thought coursing through his head. Why so soon? He had this thought coursing through his head wildly. Naruto saw the old relic of the past laying inside of it. Uchiha Madara. 1. He wanted to fight Madara, but it was far too soon for this to happen. He had wanted it to happen during the war, but it seems as though things will be taking a large detour. Thump. 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 Naruto could hear the thumping of the heart, not from his, but the only other person other than Buddha himself. Madara. Naruto stood there, his eyes latched on his grandfather. A grunt could be heard from the man residing in the coffin, sudden life blooming from inside the depths of his body. His eyes twitched, slowly opening to reveal the two Sharingan eyes that he had took from Father Uchiha many years before his death. Uchiha Madara. 5. He had been revived. 1. The final act begins. He stood in an empty abyss that was far beyond a regular plane of existence. His clothes were as white as snow, his face as beautiful as a field of swaying flowers. 9. He was an entity that simply existed with power that could annihilate all of existence. A simple being that could not be contained through simple means. Things like the multiverse was simply trivial and abstract to humans. 1. But to him, no matter how many layers it had, 1 or 2 or maybe even an infinite amount, it does not matter. He was like an Aleph number, an uncountable set of numbers, but in this case, an uncountable set of power, and intelligence. An omniscient, an omnipotent being. 1. He had appeared all so suddenly, in front of those who had existed even before the creation of everything. As a fragment. He stood on the top of everything, a boundless ruler that stood without purpose, without reason. His devoiding purpose was to destroy, to collapse. To humans, he was a mystical being. But to the people who reached the heavens, they knew him as an entity. The collapser of reality. 4. Madara's eyes opened, his Sharingan flaring to life. He held his arm up, pushing against the clear coffin. How long has it been? Madara asked, getting out of the coffin. He adorned a suit of armor that was the color red. Naruto stood, worried of the person who stood in front of him. He could feel the untamed power that he had. 1. 12 years since you have died, Buddha said, looking down on Madara as he looked around the area. Madara caught of Naruto standing many meters away from him. A small smirk appearing on his as their eyes locked. An amused smirk appeared on his face. 1. You've certainly grown. Naruto was a prideful person, but he could tell what kind of trouble that he had gotten into just right after Obito had died. 1. And you've killed Obito, as expected. I expected no less from someone who bears my blood. As he spoke, Naruto couldn't help but question the way he was talking. 14. It was as if he had known this would happen. Did he plan Obito's death? Naruto thought, narrowing his eyes as the atmosphere held an unbearable silence. He was arrogant, and that caused him to make mistakes. Naruto could almost laugh. Him? Talking about arrogance. 2. Wasn't that a bit funny? Madara looked down, seeing the eyes that Obito bore in his sockets. It's rather fortunate that you didn't destroy that Rinnegan, it was mine. Madara looked around, assessing the situation. It seems he made terrible use of it. Madara disappeared, reappearing at the same spot with the Rinnegan that Obito stole. 1. Do you know where the other one is? Madara asked Buddha. It seems as though the boy had hid it in a jar that resides in the pocket dimension that he has with his Sharingan. And just like that, Madara reappeared with the Sharingan of Obito. Replacing his eyes, Madara had one eye with a Rinnegan and another with Obito's Sharingan. A portal appeared, a jar that an eye resided in thrusting out of it. He's clever, but it wasn't enough. Naruto saw Madara replace Obito's eye with his own eye, placing it in the jar instead of the former. Just as he finished replacing the eye, Naruto quickly disappeared, appearing in front of Madara. With swiftness, he swung his hand, curling them into a fist. Crash! Naruto widened his eyes, gasping in pain as his Aphrodite armor receded back to the ring that he had on his finger. Madara had caught his fist with such ease. and in turn, pummeled Naruto's body into the moon's surface. 1. It seems as though you aren't in it, Madara spoke, his voice telling a cryptic message. Naruto felt a foot crash into his stomach, blood gushing out of his mouth. He was thrown away, crashing on the ground. It would have made everything difficult if you were in such a state. Naruto got up from the ground, regaining his balance. He huffed in tiredness. Naruto was without a doubt not in a condition to fight right now due to him just getting out a recent battle that took a toll on him. But he could feel the difference in strength between them. It was unbelievably high. Even if he was fully recovered, Naruto still would have stood absolutely no chance in defeating such a man. 4. That was how much stronger he was. Sorry, but I'm a bit rusty as of right now. Naruto felt his abdomen ache in pain. He was in disbelief at the level of power before him. Madara looked back at Buddha. Commence with the plan, Madara told, getting a nod from Buddha. Naruto widened his eyes at a sudden burst in power. The universe shook. 9. Buddha outstretched his arms out, power releasing from his palm with such majestic smoothness. Naruto felt his breath get taken away. This was only a slither of his power. 1. The left hand was aimed towards the earth, and the right hand was aimed towards the empty space right next to it. With a single thought, another celestial body that was identical to Earth had appeared right next to it. Naruto widened his eyes. A new Earth had been formed. 3. It was just as big, and there were various patches all over it. But there was a clear difference in the Earth that Buddha had formed. It did not contain the elemental nations. 1. But even now, things were far from over. Within minutes of coming back to life, Uchiha Madara was already so close to creating a world that he perceived as perfect. 26. Whatever you did up until now, it was completely child's play. You were always, despite being incomprehensibly intelligent, the most childish person at heart. Madara stood still, letting his words instill in Naruto's mind. You are nothing in front of me. Madara appeared in front of Naruto with blinding speeds that Naruto could barely keep up with. 3. A mere speck of dust that is in front of the man who will stand above all of creation. Naruto widened his eyes, a shockwave forming all around his body. He was completely outclassed in every way possible. Excluding intelligence, of course. I've already have things set up, and it won't take long before only those who are worthy and hold strength survive the things that is thrown at them. Madara pointing towards the second Earth. And their new home will be there. That's why. I'll let you live. Maybe a few broken bones, a fractured rib, and a river of blood, but you will live. 1. And then you will do everything that you'll have to do to reach me. To kill, to sacrifice, to even start a war that will shake everything, even existence itself. His finger continued to point towards the second Earth. And as you do this, I'll be waiting for you, on the throne that will stand above all of heaven and earth. I'll be waiting. His voice trailed. 1. At my empire. At my Eden. 2. Madara's hand curled, forming a fist that struck Naruto's core, batting himself away from his sight, and was sent back to Earth. Madara turned back towards Buddha. How much can I exert right now? Madara asked, walking back to Buddha with confidence oozing from his stature. 8% of it. But it will take you some time before you can even use 10%. Madara nodded, knowing that it'll take time to retain his full strength. How much percent before I can start using your abilities? 80%. 1. This was rather problematic. I see. Well, it seems I'll have to resort to my second method since it'll take too long for me to get your abilities. Buddha nodded, understanding his way of planning. The second favor had been completed. Madara looked at his hand. It seems Naruto managed to take the jar. 3. I looked at the skies above, seeing a new Earth glaring right beside them. She had a look of indifference as something shot down from the sky. "It seems you are finally back alive," she muttered, her voice low and quiet. 2. Naruto landed back on Earth, his body completely aching from within. Blood flowed from his face and body. His body was completely shattered. It was difficult to breathe and he was barely managing to stay conscious. Kurama was trying hard to heal Naruto at an exponent rate. "It hurts, everything hurts," Naruto thought, his thinking completely numb to his surroundings. He gasped and gasped, his breathing hitching due to even everything hurting. He couldn't tell what was around him, but all he could experience was unmistakable pain that would not end. "Stop, stop, 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 stop," Naruto repeatedly thought, his mind blanking as the torment completely override his way of thinking. Blood spurted. It did not take long before he lost his consciousness, passing out due to the unbearable pain coursing through his shattered body. "Wake up, idiot," a voice said, calling out to him. He wanted to respond, but only an aching pain was known to him. "Hey!" The voice called out to him once again. "I told you to wake up." He felt a sting on his face as his eyes remained closed as he felt the slap linger. His eyes forced himself awake. "Where am I?" Naruto asked, his body needy for air. He tried moving again, but only an unmistakable wave of pain remained him clamped down. "Shackled. In my hideout." Naruto's eyes were blurry for a second before he finally regained his vision, assessing the things around him. He saw the person in front of him. Naga. 1. He was helping him recover. Why? That is the question that Naruto wanted answered, but he stopped before he could ask it, the words lingering in his tongue. "How long?" Naruto felt his body hurt with every inch of movement. Naga turned around, his face covered in his signature mask. "About an hour or 2. I'm surprised that you woke up rather early, and your body is healing at a tremendous rate." He got a bottle of wine. He offered a glass. "Want some?" Naruto shook his head, grimacing as he did such a gesture. "I don't drink. And you shouldn't either." Naga suddenly froze before the glass of wine could enter his mouth. He looked down towards the injured Naruto. "When? The moment I saw you at the Cage Summit, it was rather obvious. I've always sensed an exaggeration with you." "What was your name again?" Naruto asked, a small smile on his face. He was healing rather quickly. What a terrible person. Naga thought, wine entering his mouth. "Oh, that's right, your name was." His voice trailed, a look of trouble plastering on his face. Naruto wanted to point at him, but his current condition said otherwise. Naga moved to take off his mask. "Yoni you." 16. He removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face of a young man. His features were soft, but it held a serious look behind it. "Miss me?" A smirk appeared on his face. "Not even a slightest," Naruto responded. "You pulled a chair from the side, sitting on it as he sipped on the wine without care. Did you know that these Hashirama cells granted me a very high tolerance to intoxication? You don't have to worry about me saying weird things." Naruto looked at you. 4. "How long have you suspected me?" Yu asked, his eyes trailing around Naruto's injured. It was rather gruesome. "Since the beginning. You were always weird, and you immediately disappeared out of nowhere in Konoha. No one suspected a thing. But it's not that simple when it comes to this world." He leaned back, pain bursting to life. "People forgot about your existence, I didn't. You, a person who was supposedly in love with Satsuki. Although unbelievably fake, you made it very believable." Yu smiled into his glass. "If I couldn't do something so simple, then I wouldn't have been able to be a spy for Orochimaru." Naruto nodded, finally being able to move his legs. "Crap." Naruto grimaced, sitting on the edge of the bed that was inside of the cavern that you resided in. If I may, I'll be posing a question, what do you desire? You questioned, wondering Naruto wanted. He raised an eyebrow, his body tensing. Peace. Something as fleeting as that is something breathtaking. Let me rephrase my question, what is your method in achieving such a thing? Naruto did not answer, opting to stay silent. That remains a secret. Naruto did not say his method, wanting to keep it to himself until the very end, or at least only between Satsuki and him. So it seems. Naruto got up, staggering as you moved to the side. He noticed Naruto trying to get out of the cavern. Already trying to go. Naruto nodded, a pained expression on his face as he limped forward. You couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's current state. There are things I have to do. Say, can I ask you another question? You asked, looking at Naruto's back that was covered in bandages. Naruto took his button and wrapped it around his shoulders. Naruto nodded, keeping a passive look on his face. Would you hate me if I revived the 4 previous Hokage? Naruto looked at you, a small smirk on his face as he shook his head to the side. 2. No, go for it. I'll take on anything this world throws at me. Naruto did not move. He looked at you with a pained expression. I think it's time for me to ask a question now. You got a look of curiosity on his face as he looked at the young Uchiha in front of him. Did you enjoy your stay at Konoha? Naruto asked. You stopped moving, thinking back to the times he was at Konoha. It was rather embarrassing, his persona he means. But he was spy, and his duty was to be fake, to create something more artificial than something real. It's funny, but I did enjoy my stay there. Even behind all of his complexions, Yu was most indeed a simple person with the needs of a simple human. He was born in a nameless family in the dangerous Fire Country. But he found himself in the grasp of a madman, Orochimaru. He wasn't an experiment, but he was a spy that Orochimaru took in, seeing his ability to be able to blend in with the common people. He hated it there. But he found a way to cope with himself in Konoha. He saw the many people who were constantly bettering themselves, especially Naruto. He, like many others, was envious of Naruto's talent, the same talent that he was reluctant to use until he had grown into his mid-teenage phase. He thought, I wanted something like that. Naruto raised an eyebrow, nodding his head as a small smile appeared on his face. He found you as an interesting person, an interesting human. Oh, and that jar that had that one Sharingan I let fate decide its destiny. Even though the message was rather cryptic and did not tell the full truth, Naruto understood it perfectly. 2. I enjoyed my stay. I guess your 5 minutes awake here was rather pleasing. Yu took the sip on his glass of wine, pouring himself another glass as he looked at Naruto's back, his long-sleeved button-up fluttering from behind. I'm interested in this future that you desire. Yu gained a soft smile, looking away as he indulged himself further with the wine that he had. 3. Satsuki looked out in the window, seeing the large celestial object floating overhead their own planet. Her body was pain as Naruto's clone placed the bandages on the table beside the couch. They had only arrived just a mere dozen minutes ago, many difficulties being made due to Satsuki's injuries. Satsuki thought, a plume of smoke appearing due to the clone dispersing itself. She wanted to swat the smoke away, but her injuries were far too unbearing. The door to the house flew open. You look like crap, Naruto voiced his thoughts, an expression of pain making itself known due to the injuries he had suffered just a few hours ago. Stop slacking off, Naruto said to Kurama, getting a growl in return. 10. I can say the same thing to you, responded Satsuki, grunting in pain as she positioned herself for a more comfortable manner. Naruto did not respond, walking towards her. Naruto sat on the table beside the couch that she had to lay on. Take off your upper garments, Satsuki's face distorted. 4. You're rather blunt. Naruto shook his head as Satsuki obediently obliged. He yawned tiredly as Satsuki took off her bra, her breasts gravitating downward. 22. Turn around and lift your hair up. Listening to his orders, she did what she was told, turning around and lifted her hair up. There was no awkward feeling involved. They were there for each other since their early childhood, even if Naruto was rather harsh to her for the first year or two. If they were awkward in intimate situations like these even though they had been close for many years, it would mean they weren't comfortable seeing each other in vulnerable states. Didn't know you were provocative. Naruto gained an amused smile, wrapping the bandages around her body. I can say the same thing for you, Naruto shot back, quieting Satsuki's trap. He had used the same line as her to stop her right dead in her tracks. There was a sudden quietness. Naruto studied Satsuki's eyes. You seem to have something troubling you, talk to me, Satsuki. She stayed quiet for a moment, but she relented and decided to talk to him about her troubles. Satsuki had once again been charmed by him. I feel like a dang failure. Naruto's face distorted, a frown appearing on his face. 2. How so? I could have beaten them so easily, but I didn't. I not only undermined their abilities as individuals, but I undermined their abilities as a whole group. Naruto felt her voice linger for a moment before continuing. I grew powerful, unbelievably so, and I got too arrogant. 1. And you feel as though you are a failure because of it, yes. Satsuki nodded, not denying the fact that he almost died because she intentionally held back due to her undeniable arrogance. But there was something missing. And because of it, I had to be saved by you once again. It hurts. Naruto. The fact that I have to keep being saved like a pathetic princess from a fairy tale. She clenched her hands, forming a tight fist. 2. I don't want to be such a person. I want to be someone like you, you know, with unshakable resolve and the ability to do anything I want. I want to be that kind of person. I don't want to be one being saved all the time, it's just so frustrating. Naruto mulled over it for a few seconds before nodding. I've influenced her far too much. Naruto thought, looking into Satsuki's eyes. He outstretched his arms, latching it around Satsuki. 1. He pulled her into a gentle hug. Why would you want to be someone as pathetic as me? Naruto asked, making Satsuki freeze into place. Naruto tightened his grip around her. 1. Don't be like me. Don't be the same as someone who you love or admire, be your own person. Don't try to make yourself seem something you truly aren't. Naruto let out a gentle smile. Naruto could feel droplets of tears streaming on his shoulder, staining his shirt with dampness. But Naruto did not care the slightest. Let it all out, Satsuki. He lessened his hold, hugging her in a more kind manner. Satsuki eased into his shoulder, sniffling as tears swayed. 1. Because the one thing I hate more than losing is... His voice trailed, their bodies coalescing as he hugged her under the stars. Seeing the one person I love be sad. 7. A single tear trickled down his left eye. A week had passed, and the news of Naruto being unsealed gave birth to calamity. The world had once again been thrusted into a wave of chaos once more. 4. The devil freed. And a new earth in midst of it all. 1. Due to Naruto being freed during the same hour, people naturally assumed that it was Naruto who had created the earth that floated right next to them. 2. But they did not know of the person who had truly created it, Uchiha Madara. His existence was unknown, but he was there, watching over them in the empire that he had created through Buddha's power. It had been already a week, and Madara still couldn't use more than 8% of Buddha's power. Things were tightening, and things were getting strained. When will you commence with your plan? Buddha asked, already knowing the answer but wanted the answer to come out of the person who was forging it. 2. When Naruto comes back. challenging me once again, I'll beat him a second time. If he dies, then he dies, but if he lives, he'll come back again. Madara stood confidently on the moon, suppressing his power so the people of Earth won't be able to sense it. As if they were able to sense it anyway. But he couldn't be so cautious. After all, his mere presence was very dangerous, swaying from all angles. And he'll come back over and over and over again, his power increasing as time goes on. But it won't be able to compare with my future strength. A terrible grin appeared on his face. And he'll fail each time, his hopes and resolve crushed underneath my palm. And without a doubt, he'll be broken for all eternity. He'll eventually turn over his ideals over to me. Buddha remained stoic, his body radiating majesticness. 1. And if he doesn't? Then I will make him cease to exist. Buddha nodded, seeing as that was an acceptable answer for him. It was a rather sadistic plan, but it may work if Naruto breaks. But that won't be possible if he reaches Nirvana. What will you do then? He asks, also already knowing the answer to it all. But that won't happening because I won't let him reach such a state. Can't you just seal his memories once more? Buddha shook his head. 2. It seems you have forgotten, that breaches the contract. It seems my memory was rather foggy. I've only been revived for about a week, so mistakes often happen due to foggy memory. Buddha stayed silent, watching the two Earths from afar. But, nevertheless, I assure you, Naruto won't reach Nirvana. No matter how close he is still too far away. 1. Cause he is missing the most important thing. He understood what needed to be done to achieve Nirvana. But he couldn't achieve Nirvana even if he understood the concept of it. By liberating oneself from the concept of rebirth, one is extinguishing their desire, their reason for staying in this realm. 1. Madara could never do such a thing to himself. His desire was a fuel to move forward. He wanted to live and not die. He didn't fear his previous death due to him knowing that he'd eventually come back to life. But he isn't that much of a simple person. He, like Obito in some ways, wanted to be the epitome of everything. They don't want a virtuous kind of peace, not even the slightest of form. He wanted to rule, but not in the same way that Obito wanted to rule. Obito wanted to be perceived as an almighty being who is held by a pedestal, worshipped by everyone. Madara would create order, and it was as simple as that. To stand above all of creation, he will be the one who shall instill the concept of power to those who desire to live on the second earth. And he will be their ruler, and will guide them for all eternity. That was his idea of peace. That's your 10th cup of ramen already. Slow down. Naruto continued eating, ignoring Satsuki's words altogether as he continued to eat the cup of ramen. 4. Naruto shook his head. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in a while. Satsuki narrowed her eyes, nodding her head slowly. 1. Yeah. I can see that. You've eaten more than I've ever seen you eat days. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, humming in agreement. 1. Satsuki sat right beside him, drinking her coffee. She took a glance at Naruto as he ate his ramen. It had been a while since they were like this, since Naruto was sealed for quite a long time. She took in his features. Satsuki was puzzled. Naruto was without a doubt a handsome person, but the word handsome doesn't really fit how Naruto looked like. His face wasn't exactly that of a handsome man. 28. It was rather difficult since she never perceived Naruto as the handsome type. It didn't fit how he truly looked like. If one were to look at him out of battle, one could truly see the type of face he held with such overwhelming confidence and power. He was pretty. And it wasn't too far off to say that he was indeed beautiful. 2. So, your grandfather has come back alive. Naruto nodded his head, his body seemingly remembering the brutal experience that he had when Madara beat him close to death. And you don't think you can beat him? Naruto, while displeased, shook his head to the question being held on the platter. No matter how unfortunate it is, I can't beat him even at my strongest state. To overcome his strength, I'll have to train constantly. Sasuke grew slightly curious. How many clones are you using to training right now? She asked, wondering on the lengths that Naruto would go to achieve Madara's power. A few thousand and counting. I won't waste any time at all. I'll close the gap between the two of us in the following 2 months we have left. He was concerned if he was able to do it or not. 1. Satsuki saw the uneasiness on his face. She squeezed his shoulder. I'll be here every step of the way, Naruto. He softly smiled at her words, touched by her kindness and tenderness. But she too had a troubled look on her face. Are you going to follow through with your grandeur plan? She asked, her fingers and body tensing as Naruto looked at her. Naruto looked at her. Yes. It's inevitable and is the only way to ensure peace. 21. This is a dangerous game you're playing, be careful. Naruto nodded his head, giving a slight peck on the lips before getting up from the chair. I will. This plan will work. They exchanged looks, their eyes reflecting off of each other. The two both understood each other with just simple contact. They understood their concerns and feelings. Going somewhere? Naruto nodded his head, putting on his teal mantle over him. He looked back towards Satsuki. 1. I'll be meeting someone that I haven't met in a long time. Ask some of my clones to train you while I'm gone. Naruto soon disappeared from Satsuki's sight. Satsuki huffed. You're a dang idiot. You all should be fine now, you'll be able to go by the today, Tsunade said, gaining nods from Kakashi, Rock Lee, and Hinata. They had severely hurt by Naruto's abilities. Naruto had completely desolated Konoha, terraforming a lot of the village into pure trash. And, no matter how long, she hated how powerless she was during all of it. Tsunade was trapped, having to heal everyone due to people dying left and right. The constant downpour of chakra had caused people to die, and they struggled to save those who were chosen to live. Each time chakra had been poured down, the situation grew worse and worse, the medical abilities of those expert in the fields having to bring more than just their best to save those closest to them. And, even then, their will to resist the dangerous chakra was low, overpowering them each time. Thus heightened the mortality rate to high levels. Over half of Konoha's civilian to genin level population was annihilated due to pure chakra alone. It had destroyed them from the inside out, their bodies unable to bear with the extreme exertion of chakra. She only disappointment. Not to the people of Konoha and the shinobi that resided within it, but at herself, for being unable to save everyone. She was their Hokage, their leader. But she failed her duty to protect them all in midst of danger due to inadequate abilities. She couldn't save everyone. She couldn't save Jiraiya. 2. She watched as she saw one of the people she treasured most, laying on the ground, his head shattered, and everything inside of it was weeping and soaking the ground with crimson. She sometimes questioned if becoming Hokage was truly the best choice for her. This was one of those times. No matter how much she tried, only failure lurked behind her. It terrified her. The others saw the solemn look on her face as she walked out of the room, leaving them to their bottomless thoughts. Kakashi clenched his fists. We failed, again. He could feel his own burning anger bleed into his body, fueling him with unrefined rage. The other two stayed silent, quietly agreeing with him. They had failed miserably once again. His strength was far too oppressing for them to comprehend. They had regained their consciousness many minutes after Naruto had disappeared, fighting Obito. Although Kakashi seemed to have been the only one to know that Naruto had been fighting Obito. But he knew better than to believe that the man who was once a comrade was still that same comrade with the same ambitions. And things have changed, so many things changed. Obito had most definitely died fighting Naruto. He didn't necessarily know how much stronger Obito was, but he went off the basis of how strong Naruto was. He was unbelievably strong. And they were sure of it, because Naruto was and still is a persistent man. Not to mention that there was not only a new moon shining down, but also another earth glaring at them from afar, paralleling their own earth with such similarities. Their views and ways of perceiving the future had now been warped even more than before. 2. Was there even a chance for humanity to prevail against such a monster? If there was, that chance was nothing more than a small grain of sand amongst the salt. They wanted to overcome Naruto, but they didn't have the abilities to overcome Naruto. Naruto was proving to them that he was indeed untouchable to human norms. It was unreachable for them, and the gap between them will widen. But they had no choice but to strive forward. Because that's the only thing they can do, to move forward and let the stream of time flow through them, letting the river take them to their destination. Whether they fail or not will be determined how much they persevere. "We need to get stronger," said Hinata, breaking the silence between them. The other two quietly nodded their heads, agreeing with her even if it was a shallow attempt to lift up their spirits. The only way to gain enough strength to at least stand a chance towards Naruto would be to not necessarily train, but to make it so where their powers make leaps and bounds in a short amount of time. "I'm still so inefficient when using it," Hinata thought, thinking back to her times back at where Unmi resided in. 3. She was getting stronger. Her technique with taijutsu was improving. And as she elegantly fought against the air, Hinata was treading lightly, getting closer to the epitome of martial ability. While she can't hit as hard as Rock Lee, her technique and prowess at using taijutsu were reaching his level, soon becoming just as good as him. And similarly, she was closing in on same type of ability that Rock Lee possessed. "Lee, please, teach us how to properly use the 8 gates." To be truthful, Hinata had already knew how to access at least 5 gates out of the full 8 gates in total. 2. But it simply took too long for her to activate them. She didn't have the experience that Rock Lee or Guy had when entered gates. Hers was merely a byproduct of her impatience. It was the only way, she thought. To reach a higher level of power, this was the only way to overcome such a large margin of the gap between them all. A desperate attempt this was. But a rather good method. The only question was, can they do it? 4. Yu stood in front of Kabuto, his mask on as they face to face. The latter had a face that resembled a snake, and a tail that hovered from behind. Yu had someone unconscious in his grasp. "I got what you need. Here." He threw the person towards Kabuto, the body crashing down before rolling to his side. Even though it was rather dark, one could decipher who the person that had been kidnapped by Yu. Mitarashi Anko, the old student of Orochimaru, and a bearer of the curse mark. 3. People who had the curse mark were rather important. Not only were they one of the few that managed to live through the entire process, but they were also people who held a bit of Orochimaru's consciousness. This meant that, if prepared, someone can essentially bring back Orochimaru from the dead through the use of the chakra that is left behind through the curse mark. "Do it as quickly as possible," Yu ordered, pointing towards the unconscious Anko. "How impatient you are. To think someone who used to be below me is now ordering me around like some kind of servant." Kabuto turned towards Anko. His tail slithered right in front of him. Outstretched his arm out, grabbing the tail that hovered right in front of him, and he ripped out a large amount of flesh. He took the flesh and pressed it against Anko's neck. The flesh attached itself to Anko's skin, sticking to it as if the flesh was a part of Anko's body. The curse mark reacted to it, the mark glowing in orange-red. Kabuto put his hand on her neck. Evil releasing method. A flash of red appeared, and a snake that was abnormally large appeared, its mouth opening as it extended forward. There was sign of movement inside of the snake once they could hear something that was akin to squeezing jelly begun making itself known. Yu's face distorted, disgusted by the sound. Finally, free. Orochimaru slithered of the snake's mouth, his entire body covered in a mucus-like substance. 3. Yu's disgust grew. He crashed on the ground, soon getting up as he looked around at his surroundings. Orochimaru saw the two perpetrators standing a bit away from him. If it isn't my two trusty pupils. How nice of you to bring me back from my death. The two stood, staring at him for a prolonged moment. His tongue lathered his lips with saliva. Well, what can I do for you two? You've brought me back because you need something from little old me. What is it? You walked forward, taking initiative. I want you to revive the 4 previous Hokage. A small smirk appeared on Orochimaru's face, looking at Yu's words with an eerie silence. He eyed the two of them before answering. What makes you think I can do that? It doesn't matter, can you do it or not? That's all I need from you. Orochimaru wasn't threatened by his words by a bit. Of course, I am a person who has studied such things. Then I want you to do it. Yu gestured towards the exit of the dark cavern. Orochimaru creepily smiled, not budging even the slightest. What makes you think I'll do it? I'm free now, and I don't have to follow anyone's orders. What makes you think I'll follow yours? He did not move. Yu narrowed his eyes. He conjured a wooden spike from his body, throwing it towards the snake that stood defiantly in front of him. Orochimaru narrowly dodging it, a slight sweat droplet tricked down his forehead. This is an order, not a request. I don't care if I have to use force, I'll make you submit and you'll do as I say. Do I have to remind you that I'm no longer a spy under your terrible care? He asked, glaring at Orochimaru profusely. While that is most certainly true, there is something missing. Will you be able to make me submit to your power? Your will. He smirked, challenging Yu's declaration. But Yu was not deterred even the slightest. I'm not the same as before, your power is trivial. Yu glared, outstretching his arms to create a wooden spike that rose from the ground, stopping inches away from Orochimaru's neck. So I suggest that you follow my orders. 2. Unmi stood outside of her estate, seeing the barrier washing over her territory. It was very translucent, but could be seen if you look deeply enough. Good. Now that the barrier is up, I'll be safe again. Unmi mused. She had managed to put up the barrier up again a day or two after the events of Naruto's unsealing. She deeply sighed, relieved that she managed to put up the barrier again before she could be caught red-handed. Closing her eyes, Unmi turned around, letting the kids play outside in the field as the sun shined down upon them. Sliding the door, Unmi kept her eyes closed as she entered the room. With her eyes still closed, Unmi turned around to close the door. Turning back to the inside of the room, Unmi opened her eyes. She froze. To think you were alive after all, a voice said. Unmi stood, frozen as she stared at the person who sat on the chair in front of him. I had thought your corpse was taken away, but it seems the kunai wasn't thorough enough to pierce your skull, considering how you managed to save yourself from death. The person outstretched his arm, using his index finger to point at Unmi. He was pointing towards her forehead. But that leaves the question. Their voice trailed off. The light shined down on his face, magnifying his features. It was a boy with azure eyes that sat on a chair with a light gaze. Naruto, Unmi muttered, shaking herself off of the trance that she was currently in. A small smile that was full of mystery and hidden motives was sent towards her. Plus. How have you been, Yukari-san?